And I believe we are back. A very quick power outage caused our set to power down in all of the lanes, but they did get the scores back when everything turned back on. So here we are. A little bit of player transition to game 3. Hopefully everyone makes their way back to the stream. We apologize for that.
Nice little heart-stopping moment for everybody in the building here, I think.
It is raining outside. I don't know if that had something to do with it. We did have storms come through here last night. But overall, it doesn't look too bad. If that power outage doesn't scream, it's 2020. I don't know what. This year has just been crazy for a lot of people.
I think if you tell anybody who has not been born yet what 2020 was like when they're about 12 years old, they will not believe you.
I would agree with that. Again, we're in game 3 of 4. After 4 games, they will cut each division to the top 10, where the bottom 8 players will go into a single elimination bracket. The top 2 will automatically be seeded in the stepladder finals as the 1 and 2 seed. So a big advantage to being the 1 and 2 in each division. As Ken is finding our player bios here to go over. We're looking for one more, but we can start with Trevor Amir, a 20-year-old out of Manhattan, Illinois. Let's see, he's got a high game of 300, high series of 747. Elite Youth Tour champion and a 2018 third place at IHSA state team. So a good resume for him. And then we also have Ethan Tepley, who has been on our show before. He's out of Mankato College, Weber International, the alma mater here of our guest Matt Russo. High game of 300, high series of 799. I know the pain. He did take first place last year, so he is a defending champion in our tournament. He advanced twice at junior gold to match play, which is always a hard thing to do at that tournament. And then Tyler Roden's hometown is, what's your guess there?
Casson, but I'd have no idea where that is.
Right. He is attending St. Ambrose this fall. It's a high game of 299, high series of 750.
What an
College Combine.
Sorry to interrupt. We almost had an interesting super washout make on 15 and 16. He hit the head pin and almost got all of them with just the head pin. So
Wow.
off the back wall.
And I'm sure if you were watching that is in view of our cameras, so I'm sure many probably saw that. And shout out to Matt Meyer for the Deadwood clear and all of his hard work he's put in this weekend.
Matt, always the unsung guy of this place, it seems like.
Yeah, he was here bright and early oiling lanes this morning. And I believe he did bowl the adult youth tournament last night as well, so busy guy this weekend. Good ball there for Tyler. Again, we're entering game 3 of the Cashers round. We'll be moving into the bracket portion of the event after that, and then we will go one by one the handicap, girls open, and boys open division stepladder finals to wrap up our day. So grab a coffee, grab a juice, grab breakfast, get comfortable. We have a long day here on NDBowltv. It's a good time also. I don't have my advertisement up here since we had our power outage, but we'll get that. I'd like to mention that this season, Brunswick Bowling Products will be the official bowling ball of NDBowling.com. I'd like to thank Ron Bragg and the folks at Brunswick for believing in NDBowltv, as we will be representing the 7 brands of Brunswick this year. Again, big shout out to them. After the whole sale with Ebonite International.
think we've gotten to the point where the lanes are getting relatively somewhat easier than how they started. Obviously, when they transition, they usually get easier anyway. But just seeing a couple guys finding the right way to play them, and people are moving left quicker, I think. I think Ethan has one of the better looks that I've seen. Looks like he's throwing a shiny IQ Tour. That one was just left off his hand, but I think they're getting to the point where you kind of can let it lay there instead of having to hook it. Obviously, it is 43 feet, but with it only being 20 mils, it kind of plays like 41 feet. Most people, I don't think, look at how much volume is physically out there. So when you think about volume, I always like to tell people if you fill out a 25 milliliter shot glass, that's literally how much oil is in a regular pattern, about 25 mils. So when you spread that over 42 feet, it's really not that much. And people are like, wow, 30 mils is so much oil. Well, it's really not, because you are only going, you've only got that much. But with the viscosity and how thick it is and everything makes a difference. But and I think that's why they're a little bit tougher than it would be if it was 43 feet and like 25 mils, because they just hook a little bit more, but there's still that length of the pattern. So I think now they're getting to the point where the oil is getting a little bit further down the lane. There is a little bit of more hold in front of the pocket. So I think we should see a little bit higher scores the last two games.
So I guess to pick your brain a little bit, when we talk about oil patterns, and when you are fortunate enough to see the graph before you, let's say, leave home, and you're only given a 6-ball arsenal, what do you look for, and how do you pick your arsenal based off of what you see in the pattern?
So, I mean, obviously plastic or nowadays urethane are the spare ball options. So I'd like to then you narrow it down to 5. So the first thing I look for is the pattern length, and then where that drop brush is. So when you see like today's pattern, I've got the graph here on my phone. We've got 43 feet. It is only 20. It is only 20 mils. But when you look at that drop brush is 30. It's at 36 feet. So when they're oiling, that brush is only basically oiling shape to 36, and then the rest of it is just being buffed out. So when you've got 20 mils, you're really bowling on like a 40-foot pattern, but that buff makes it 43 feet. So I'm going to look at basically the pattern length, where that drop brush is, and then the volume, and then you want to look at where all the shape is. So if I'm bowling on this pattern specifically, my 6-ball arsenal, obviously I'd have a plastic ball. I would have some sort of urethane ball, just because you never know if it's going to be in play or not. And then I would have a Strawn's symmetrical ball. I would have a shiny symmetrical ball, and then I would go with a big ASIM and then a shinier ASIM, and that's basically about it. Because they're only bowling, and the amount of games matter as well. So if you're bowling, 10 games before they re-oil, then you might want to rethink, the balls that you're bringing. But if you're bowling, like bowling 4 games, or you're bowling 6 games and then you're done, you can get away with 1 or 2 balls. Obviously, I'm on staff with 900 Global, so if I had to name specific balls, I would definitely have an Ordnance Solid in my bag. That ball is one of our best symmetricals that we've got. It's a really good benchmark ball, pretty smooth, really controllable. And then I would go with one of the Honey Badgers, probably the Claw. The Claw is a little earlier release in one of our lines, but it is a really good. Oh.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's. Well, luckily, he's on a strike, so hopefully it's like 9 spare. But going back to your question, yeah. I would definitely can see where symmetrical is probably one of the better options. They are a little bit more controllable going down the lane, but anybody who doesn't really look at a pattern graph or a pattern sheet, they're really, really important if you want to maximize your capability of being able to play the lanes. And that's something I was fortunate enough to learn when I was in college, was how to read that pattern graph and where the best places are to play on the lane and what to look for. And at sometimes I was able to just look at the machine going down the lane and being able to see how much volume is out there. If that machine is going super slow, that's going to just mean that there's more volume out there, and if that machine's going pretty quick, there's not much at all. So those are the two biggest things to look for. One, you can watch the machine and kind of know how much volume. You wouldn't know exactly, but you can say, okay, if that machine's going really slow, I'm going to have a lot of volume out there, or if it's going slow to the arrows, in the front part of the lane, there's going to be a lot of volume. But the three biggest things are the pattern length, where that brush is dropping, and where it's stopping to oil, and then the volume.
And that's actually really good tips for a lot of people, especially those bowling the USBC Open when you don't know the pattern, and in various college tournaments where you're not going to know the pattern as well. So for those of you watching, that's some good insight, especially the whole watching the oiler go down the lane if you're there early enough to see that.
Yeah, not something you think about at our level, I would say.
No. And again, there's a reason you and I do what we do, Ken.
And I think it's really important in practice to pick. There's a lot of times where I've kind of faked myself out by playing one area of the lane in practice, and then it just not being there after the first couple frames, because they do transition so quickly sometimes. But you've also got to know the nature of the center. So I've never bowled here before, but I did hear that these are like 15-year-old HPLs, so they're going to hook a good amount. So knowing that already, you don't want to just bring a bunch of balls with a ton of surface, because that's really not going to do you any good with the hook in the front. Now, if you have a lower rev rate, yeah, I can see that. But most of the kids nowadays don't have low rev rates, so ball selection is huge as well.
Yeah, and I believe the people who have always had success in this building have that natural push through the front part of the lane, and then they can just manipulate the ball down lane, which is something I've seen, I guess, really good in this center for as long as you and I have been bowling here, Ken, like back to MGBT days. So
yeah, the guys that have done well here, think of, for our listeners from past, Matt Myers, Clayton Moores of the world, who bowl in the center every day. Think of their games. And
yeah, natural push to the front part of the lane.
And a lot of it is like where you grow up. Like I grew up in the Northeast, in the same center that Parker and Johnny came out of, and I mean they don't hook a lot there, but the natural tendency is relatively 10 to 15 at the arrows, and you're probably standing on 20. Or you've got somebody like Johnny who throws it slow but lets to hook it, and that's just something I developed over time, and it becomes an advantage eventually, because there's a lot of guys who are on my side of the lane who don't like to move right and hook it, but then there's a lot of guys who don't like to throw it hard. So there's definitely an advantage, and you're a product of your own environment. So I can see, that's almost made the 4-6-7. But you are definitely right. People who grow up here definitely have that skill or natural ability just with pushing the ball through the front very easily.
And I'm the same way. I grew up on old Guardian lanes, wood Guardian lanes back in Minot, and it got to the point where you throw it hard and you try to rev it as much as you can, because that was the advantage on those lanes. And then once we moved to New Brunswick anvils, all the league bowlers in Minot were just throwing it through the back of the house and didn't understand why nothing was going anywhere.
Yeah. Ball starts, hooking in the last 3 seconds, and you're like, what do you mean? It's definitely, each lane surface is so different.
Well, should we do a score update here? As the bowlers are finishing up Game 3, we have a Game 2 scoring update. On the girls' side, Hannah Rohr still leads with a 16.76. Kira Megsum second with a 16.27. Addie Nelson, 16.15. Haley Trisky going 234, 226 has jumped up to fourth at 16.12, so she's kind of distanced herself from everyone else. And it's about a 50-pin drop there to Samantha Nab, I believe, at 15.61. And again, all 10 girls will advance, but the top two will be the top two seeds in the step ladder final, where the other 8 will go into a single elimination bracket. On the handicap side, we have Wyatt Meyer still leading there at 18.16, has about a 60-pin lead over Riley Killinan. at 17:43.42, and then Kenna Wallace at 17:21. Trevor Hagland at 16:94. Jake Knopp at 16:92. Round out the top 5. The cut to the top 10 would be 16:69 in the handicap division. They are cutting off 4 people, so that's all about seeding on that side. In the boys open division, we have 18 bowlers. The cut to the top 10 is Jace Goodell at 1586, so 14 under is currently the cut. Leading the way is Jordan Monins at 1745, Edgar Burgo at 1737, Blake Martin at 1721. Brandon Cryer with that 219 jumps up to 4th at 1664, so there's still that big 60-pin gap between 4th and the top 3.
That gap's going to widen here too, I believe.
Yeah, we have our top 3 over here on 11 and 12. We will see them on our next game.
How many pins away from 4th is Ethan?
Ethan is currently in 9th place at 1610, and 4th is 1664, so he's only 50 pins out.
So this is a big 220. Only because with them taking top 10 and you know bowling 190 and knowing that you need, I mean, obviously you would hope that 190 is enough, but you never know. So that's a nice 220 for him with 1 to go.
Especially with a gutter 7 in there, I think he's going to be thinking he could have had a lot more this game.
Oh yeah. But yeah, like I said, if I'm seeing the scores right, Brandon has 150 max on the board over to our right, so 4th place spot's going to be dropping down a little bit.
And then you look at the 10th spot at 14 under, and you go all the way down to 17th, and that's 50 under. So, and then even 18th is 56 under. So everyone's still in play depending on what they're doing this game, and then with 1 to play.
Yeah, you go out and I mean, how many times have we seen in our scratch tournaments? You go out, shoot 260, and you jump 4 or 5 guys easily.
So, Matt, a question for you is, you're in a tournament, and let's say you're one of these players that are 30, 40 out, and you're looking at a 220 ball reaction. Do you try to fine-tune that and try to get a 230 out of it and hope for the best on something like this, or are you going to take a whole different ball game and try to discover a 240 ball reaction to make your way into the cut?
Never look for more than what you've got, unless the storing pace is 260 or 250 and you've got 220, 230. But a lot of it depends on how hard are the lanes, what spot are you in, and how many games you have left. So I don't ever look for much more than what I've got, because eventually you got to let it come to you. And you may hit that one pair where you've got 220 on every other pair, and the one pair you get to a pair and you've got 260. So, it's a difficult question only because at some times it's just how it's going to be. No matter what you do, you're going to get 220. But I've also been on the other side of it where I've had 220 and I've looked for more and bowled 150.
Yep.
And a lot of it is because, you got 220 ball reaction, you throw a fill ball in the 10, then it goes high flush, and you go to that next pair, and you're like, wow, I mean, I've never seen my ball do that all day. So now I'm going to go to the next pair, and I throw that ball that went high flush in the 10th, and I do another pair, and it doesn't do that. Now, I don't know what the move is because I've never seen my ball not, go high flush. So I think knowing if you're going to go for more than 220, knowing what is going to absolutely give you 220, but once you let go of that ball, you have no control if it's going to strike or not. So I think the situation matters the most. But then there's a time where you need to, even if you have 220 ball reaction, you need to take that risk and make, bowl 240, 250, because there's going to be a time where, you're averaging 220 all day, and all of a sudden, they blow open and you still got the 220, but now the storing pace went up to 240.
Yep.
So you got to make that decision based on how much are you willing to take a risk and being okay with if it doesn't pay off.
Yep. And I know both Ken and I have been in those situations in local weekend tournaments around the area that you're 20 out, 30 out, and you need to make a choice, because you need to gain on the field. You have to make a decision to either look for a better ball reaction to jump into the cut, or you're right in the cut, and you just want to make sure you have enough to get in, you know.
Yeah, perfect example. After bowling team trials this past year, the third day we bowled on London, 45 feet I think it is, and it's a high scoring pattern anyway. And the right blows open, and the left is usually pretty good. I had minus like 80 something through the first 5 games, and it wasn't like I was bowling terrible. I mean, I was throwing. I was making good shots. I just couldn't get my ball to do something what I wanted it to do. I bowled 160 one of the games, and I threw like 5 different balls, and I had 1 game to go. And to me, it's like, okay, do I just bowl 200 and say, okay, I'm content with minus 80, or do I take a risk and either bowl 150 or bowl 300? And I took a risk. I actually sit-spinned the first ball of the first game, of the last game, and I said, okay, I'm going to strike out. And it's just because I knew my ball motion was something I didn't see before, and it was good, and I bowled 290. Basically, it was the reason why I won that week is because I didn't shoot myself in the foot. I ended up going plus a little bit and didn't get a lot of points. But that's just a perfect example with, are you content with what you've got, or are you willing to take that risk in the last game knowing the scores are astronomical, and are you going to end up in 150th, or are you going to end up in the middle of the pack? So I've definitely taken more risks as I've gotten older, but I think people are hesitant when they're not sure what's going to happen. And
Yep.
you just you can't be afraid of the unsure. You got to say, okay, I'm going to do it, because you can always learn from it. There's always a learning part of losing or not, or even winning. I mean, you can learn from winning. But I think most people get too upset about losing instead of saying, okay, what were my positives of the day, and what could I have done different to maybe have a better chance of winning?
Which is very good advice for those watching and those actually in the tournament right now, who I'm guessing many will come back and rewatch our show in the archive going down the road. But, understanding that mindset of what can I learn. I know both Ken and I, back growing up, there were times, when things didn't go your way, you just kind of shrugged them off and just got heated and not really learned from them. And I think that's an important lesson for all kids out there bowling and really in any sport, that you can learn so much anytime you go out and compete, regardless of the result. So that's very good advice for a lot of kids.
Yep, if you're not learning, you're not growing, you're not getting better. So, I mean, take every bit of information you can from each day, and, hopefully you turn into a better bowler by the end of it.
And a lot of people are content with leading the tournament, and not saying that you shouldn't be happy with leading the tournament, but, I mean, unless you're averaging 260 and leading, there's really not much more you can do averaging 260. Obviously, yeah, you can, but it's hard. But if you're leading the tournament, there's always something you can look back on and say, okay, was there any room for me to be just a little bit better? Because when it comes down to it, you've got to be good in those matches or the final match. You've got to be really good for 10 frames, especially if you want to win. Or, I mean, you may get a couple breaks, but there may be somebody who absolutely finds it that next day and just makes a run at it. So you have to be really good for 10 frames or even 20 frames, depending on how many matches you bowl in that step ladder. You've got to be really good at and giving it the best 10 shots that you've got, regardless of your score.
And I know we see that a lot in tournaments where they'll put down the pattern on Saturday's qualifying, and then you come back for match play and the finals on Sunday, and the pattern's a lot tighter. All your stuff reacts different. It's those people that have that ability to adjust on the fly, understand what the lanes are going to give them. You're not wasting frames each game, that kind of thing. It seems like those players are more successful.
I've seen plenty of tournaments where the guy a bowler is leading, and then the next day they come and they have nothing. And that's just either characteristics of the center, or obviously, like you say, when you put a pattern down, the more times you put it down, the tighter they get. And then there's some times where, if you bowl a Pro-Am the night before and you put that house pattern down, and now you've got A squad that next day, you may have some house memory in there where they hooked a little bit more. And you're like, wow, I'm going to bowl great. You're in B squad, you're like, oh, the scores are high, like I'm going to have great ball reaction. And then they're just a little bit tighter, and then you come back the next day off A squad and you're bowling match play or whatever, and they get even tighter. So it could be anybody could, even if you lead the tournament, you could come at that next day and absolutely have nothing. And it's how you deal with that and how you're able to just either manufacture something close or, just bowl with what you've got and hope for the best.
Okay, we're just waiting for the top 3 bowlers to finish their third game here on 11 and 12, and then they will be rotating over to our featured pair. So a little bit of a break in the action at the moment, but our cameras are catching them finishing their game. Some good games over here at 247.
I think our top 2 have separated themselves quite a bit to the point where they might be able to coast this last game as long as they're not shooting 130, 140. Because I believe Blake had the 169 and he was third out of them. So he's going to drop a little ways away from both Edgar and Jordan.
Yeah, when you have a 240 and what did Edgar finish up with, a 2-0?
2 teams,
yeah, 212, yeah.
So yeah, they're going to be pretty safe in that 1-2 to, barring anything crazy.
Yeah, and Jordan's going to have about a 40-pin lead roughly, it looks like. So again, if he goes out and shoots 190-2-0, I think he's going to be pretty safe in the 1 seed. Okay,
so do we have any bios for our top 3 players in the boys division? Let's see what we got.
Probably do.
These 3 players they've been leading the tournament ever since Ken and I got here late yesterday, and their pins carried over, and they were all battling out for those top 2 spots. Let's get to know these players here. We have Jordan Mountains out of Ham Lake. Went to high school in Blaine, so here in Minnesota. College, St. Ambrose, a lot of St. Ambrose bowlers. High game of 300, high series of 804. Let's see. Has a pretty good college GPA and was 34th at junior gold, so good bowling there.
Jordan is a really good talent. I had got to watch him bowl a couple of years ago when he came to visit Weber, and he's going in the right direction, and he's got some really good mentors behind him and some great coaching. So he's got the right idea, and that's where you need to start with. The right idea and the right people supporting you. So I really hope that Jordan has a bunch of success, and I know he'll just keep improving. And Eric's a great guy. Eric is the coach of St. Ambrose and somebody who is so passionate about the youth bowling, and I know he does a lot for Minnesota as well. And I mean, most of the Midwest, I feel like everybody knows who Eric is. So it's exciting to see when kids who are talented go to his program and are able to flourish. So I think Jordan has a really bright future ahead of him.
Yep, and he's a fellow two-hand lefty as you are, so
yes,
you can relate to his game quite a bit.
Yeah, I watch him bowl a lot, and I'm able to pick off some things, just by watching him bowl. So it'll be interesting. I think he's playing him the right way, and he does something different than most other people do. He throws it a little bit softer, and he's got a pretty nice high rev rate. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes for him.
Yeah, and for sure we'll be seeing Jordan on our show here later in the day, as he is part of the top 3. Blake Martin, age 17, out of Oakdale, which I believe is also a Minnesota thing. I intend to attend Harvard, Princeton, or Vanderbilt, so very good. Very smart person we got on our hands here.
Impressive.
All-American in 2018, 2019, 2020. 2 patents pending already, so we got quite the...
I don't mean to stereotype, but have you ever looked at somebody and be like, that kid's going to be like a genius? Like, he reminds me of somebody who's a genius. I don't now that you say like Harvard, Yale, or whatever, he just looks like a genius. So
and
props
he's bowling here on 13.
Yeah, props to him.
Very smart individual. He's got a 4.16 GPA, so my guess he's been taking a lot of college classes, and through high school he's gotten more credits than I guess how they calculate everything. So jazz band, so he's a musician as well.
That's like the perfect combo. Super smart, gonna go to Harvard, knows how to play an instrument, probably will design bowling balls one day. Just an all-around cool, his game even looks like he's a scientist. Like his form just looks like he's got, all these Yeah, that's really cool. So props to him for being super smart. I definitely wouldn't want to play Jeopardy or some sort of trivia or math or
Probably not.
and I thought I was smart,
Right.
and then I hear some people's accolades, and I'm like, dang.
Blake's the kind of guy he would take your money in bowling, and then he'd also take your money in trivia while bowling.
Yes,
So-
yes. He'd be like, I'll give you 5 pins for every question that you beat me at, and you don't beat him at any question.
And then he's going to beat you in scratch anyway.
Yeah,
so-
exactly, exactly.
All right, Edgar Burgo, I believe, St. Charles, Illinois. He's 16. College is undecided, and which is fine at age 16. He's still got plenty of time. High game of 300, high series of 844. Some good finishes at elite youth tour events. He won junior gold at the under 12 division for the boys in 2016. So
Jeez.
started off very well early. Member of the, I believe, PR national team.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. Yeah, super talented kid. I remember when he won junior gold, and I recognized him the other day, and I was like, "There's no way that's him." But yeah, that is him who won junior gold. So it's pretty cool to see him grow up a little bit.
Yeah, 15 300s, 4 800s.
Wow. At
High school
16
state
years
champion in Illinois. Yeah, so great accomplishments at age 16. Alan asks, are all spare bowling balls drilled straight up? Oh, as far as any of them that I've ever had, they're drilled pretty similar. I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
I actually, it's interesting because now that you can't have weight holes, you really can't drill a plastic ball to do anything but go straight. They do make like the reactive. Well, they're not okay. Let me rephrase that. They do make the plastic balls that kind of hook a little bit.
Yep.
Actually, Global came out with a ball called the BAM. The BAM was a plastic ball that hooked a little bit, so I was pretty lucky to get 2 of them. So mine hooks a little bit. I do like that it does, only because if I am shooting a 247 or some sort of weird combination, I do like to see it maybe give me a little bit of play. But yeah, generally, like you said, all of them are drilled straight up.
Very nice. We do have a score update for the boys open division. Anyways, Jordan Monins is leading with a 1992. Edgar Burgo is in second with a 1949, and then there's a good 60-pin jump down to Blake Martin in third at 1890. So Blake's got his work cut out for him if he wants to jump into the top 2.
And what is the difference between 10th and 11th? Is there
10th, Trevor Amir at 1780, and then 11th is Jamie Craig at 1776.
So those are the 2 players to watch right now, I think.
And I believe Jamie's down on 21 and 22. Trevor Amir would be to a pair to our right. I do believe he was just on our.
Yep, he's
Yeah.
right up here in the orange shirt on
He's
15.
about to bowl.
So we'll have to. I mean, I'm sure there other scores are close. I would think, but I would say, well, 1789. That I think 12. If you're 12 in, I think that's a safe play. But it'll be interesting to see. I think those are the 2 guys to watch right now. Unless somebody just bowls an astronomical score.
You look at the scores above 10th, and Cody Larson had a 168, Brandon Cryer had a 128, and Dawson Peterson had a 156 to kind of drop them down to that 7 to 9 range. So Trevor Amir and Jamie Craig both had 200s in game 3 to jump up. So got a wide range of scores going on here. So I do believe anything can happen.
Yeah,
That is
well,
the beauty of bowling.
Cody's probably going to stay in. Started with spare 3-baggers, so I would think through 5 frames he'd be all right.
And he's sitting at even right now, so he does have a good 20-pin gap on the cut. Blake with a soft 10.
Yeah, that gap is always going to be a lot for Blake to make up, so now it's about seeding, and when you get into a 1-game match, anything can happen. I think we all know that.
Yep, we've all been there. I tend to always feel for those guys that run away in US Opens or run away in the big long format tournaments, and then they end up in the finals, and
Yeah.
one game decides the whole thing. It's happened more than once, and
It's unfortunate, but it's the way that our sport is sometimes.
I know Butcher led the Open twice by like 600.
Yep.
The 2 years he made the show, and unfortunately he hadn't won. But yeah, as much as it hurts, you just have to sometimes think that bowling on TV is a bonus. You know, the hardest tournament ever, the U.S. Open, to go ahead and lead by 600, it's just something that you don't hear of every day. So it does hurt, but yeah, like you said, it is our sport. So.
Terry Howe with a shout out here to Matt Russo. So thank you for joining us.
Hi, Terry. I actually took care of one of Terry's kids. Bean and Briley are fantastic kids.
And they've bowled out here before.
Yeah.
I know we've seen them on our show. Yep.
Very good friends of mine. I was fortunate enough to room with Bean in college. Well, he actually lived in my house in college. Super cool kid. But yeah, Terry can attest to this. Terry, if you're listening, I took very good care of your son, and I always will. So, yeah.
And if he didn't, he would tell you that anyways.
No. Terry knows. Terry knows. I did some of his homework. Helped him out with whatever he needed. So, Terry, I hope to see you soon, and hope all is well.
Yeah, and thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate that, and appreciate everyone tuning in right now, whether you're in the chat room or not. Let your friends know. Share it on social media. You can connect with NDBowling.com on social media by liking our Facebook page. Follow us on Twitter. And please hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. We do appreciate that. We did surpass 1,000 subscribers last year. So we're slowly making our way to the visible portion of the bowling industry, but nonetheless, we do appreciate everyone tuning in. Nice little shim getting put into these lanes now as the bowlers start moving a little bit left and lanes are starting to open up.
Start to see the scores getting better all around. It'll be fun match play once they do start.
They're only through like 4 frames down there, so trying to see what Jamie Craig, is it Jamie, right?
Jamie Craig,
Jamie
yep.
Craig, yeah, see what he was bowling.
So following this game, we're likely going to have a little bit of a delay in figuring out the scores in the bracket, and then they'll be underway. Again, I think they do it a little bit different each year, where they place the bracket, where they place the matches and whatnot, but we'll try to keep everyone updated as far as the divisions that we do not see on camera. A little score update now. Kira Megsom has taken the lead in the girls division after a 237 game 3 at 1864.
Wow.
Hannah Rohr's in second at 1858 and Haley Trisky at 1806. Addie Nelson at 1780. So once again, all 10 girls will advance to that bracket, but looks like Kira Megsom and Hannah Rohrs are in prime position to claim those 1 and 2 spots in the stepladder finals, and Hannah's only back by 6 pins, so she does have a chance to get that number 1 seed, and I know she's been in the stepladder finals, it seems, in all the years you and I have done the show here, so
yep, without
a win, so I know she's got that on her mind. Let's look at the handicap division, and more of the same there as Wyatt Meyer continues to dominate that division at 2068. He's got a 100-pin lead over Riley Killinan at 1968. Kenna Wallace at 1959 in third. So Kenna Wallace and Riley Killinan are battling it out for that second spot. The cut there would be Dylan Abua, maybe. Sorry once again if we butcher your name, but he's at 1863. Hunter King at 1860 and Caleb Sapa at 1832 in 12th. So there's a good opportunity for those players. Pretty close scores around the cut at the moment, so we'll see what happens going forward. Another question for you, Matt, here is as far as the weight hole restriction now, since we can't have weight holes, what do you see changing? What are you going to change yourself? Is it going to, our drilling's going to matter a little bit different? How are you going to approach the weight hole restriction?
So I actually don't use weight holes. And part of it is because I've found a lot of, my ball reads the mid lane enough as it is. So I never really saw weight holes being a super big difference for me personally. Urethane balls, it makes a little bit of a difference only because it gives you that extra, continuation, unless you've got a purple ball, the purple hammer.
Yep.
But it will change a little bit, only because the weight holes just made a ball is a little bit stronger, or if you did make it, put a hole higher in terms of your layout. So it gets complicated, but like if the weight hole is higher on your VAL, the ball will be just a little bit cleaner and maybe, will be just a little bit smoother. If you put one down pretty low, it just makes that ball that much earlier. But Storm actually came out with a really good study, a really good video that they had posted a couple of days ago I got to watch. And they basically show you a bowling ball with a weight hole and then how you can make that bowling ball do the same thing without it. And it looked like to me, depending on the player, it was, just either shorter pins to their positive access point, or it was just stronger layout angles. So it'll be interesting to see how much layouts change for individuals. I know as being a two-handed bowler, I use my thumb, so I'm pretty fortunate that I can still take that much weight out of the ball. But as far as people who don't use their thumb, layouts will be just a little bit more strict, I would say, because they don't have the option to, take out that extra little bit as like a thumb hole. There's a little bit more experimenting you can do because you are now allowed the 3 ounces on each side of the ball. So your pins could be a little bit higher. Your mass bias could be a little bit further than, above your thumb or close to it. And a big thing is now the CG really doesn't matter or make a difference because you don't need that weight hole anymore. So for me personally, layouts on urethane balls will be a touch different. I have drilled 1 or 2 urethane balls without weight holes so far, just to see how different they would be. I do see a little bit of a difference with one of the purple honey badger urethane balls that I've drilled, but one of my favorite layouts doesn't even have a weight hole on the one urethane ball I have. So it'll be interesting to see moving forward, but I've been very fortunate that I don't like to use a lot of weight holes because I do like very specific ball motions, and I do like to see those ball motions on certain patterns. So I drill a lot of balls based off of the ball motion I like to see, and a lot of them just don't require weight holes.
Sure. And Ken, do you have an update for us?
Yep. I caught wind of this a couple minutes ago, but down on 19 and 20, and I believe he just missed. Lucas Herzrud had the first 10, and looks like he left 1-2-8. So he's going to...
No, he's
no.
up on 19.
He
he's got
hasn't
10.
bowled yet.
He's got front 10 going right now.
And I do just want to make this a point, not to gloat about myself or anything, but I did say something about him making a great ball change.
Yep.
I will say that. So here, Lucas Herzrud up on 19. It's a very right past the walkway there.
Looks like he switched something out there. Oh, I think he bowled on the wrong lane is what happened.
I think the other guy was bowling. He picked up that spare.
Yeah, that's a front 10. Yeah, he has the front 10. The other guy, the bowler below him had left the 1-2-4, so he has the front 10.
Yeah, I mistook something, but yep.
Is he 100 out of 4?
Lucas,
is he 100 out of second?
A little 120.
Out of second?
Yes.
Okay, well, it don't matter because he's going to bowl 260, but...
Yeah, say as we're paying attention down there, these guys are shooting 250, 260. So
once again, it'll be, and I think he had to re-rack because it was missing the pin there. But the rack there immediately to the right of the walkway on your screen
It's hard
Lucas,
to
yeah, Lucas Herzrud currently has the front 10.
It's hard to see even from our vantage point the whole rack, but I probably could jump him up into third pretty easily, but top two guys shooting 250 and 240 are.
But that's
locked
like
in.
to be in third going into the bracket play. Yeah, that was high flush.
Good shot.
I will say he's going to bowl 300.
I don't believe he has either. I think 299 is his best. Find that sheet quick. Yep, 299.
Wow, he's never shot 300. I'm
So
sure
if
he
you
has
were
in
a little-
practice.
If
but
you were a kid of his age, never bowling 300, and now you have the chance to bowl 300 on a sport pattern per se, what would be going through your head?
I remember my first 300, and it was in a state tournament, and I can't imagine doing it on a stage like this, on a pattern like this. And
If I know Lucas, it'll be pretty good, and that looks pretty good here.
Oh, no. Wrap 10.
10.
Wrap 10. You'll have to wait again. Unbelievable. So a 299 there for Lucas Herzrud. That'll likely move him up into the top 5 for sure, but he will not jump into the 1-2 spot. So
No, I would sit him at third pretty solidly, though.
all right, a little bit of excitement as we will now
And
break for a moment.
do we know what Trevor bowled?
Trevor was over here, and there's a 170, 183, 192.
Wait, let's
182.
see. That's game 2.
Oh, okay. So now it's rotating through.
Yeah.
So we got to wait
just
till
to
game
see how-
4.
Yeah, because somebody bowled 240 down there.
And
but-
Jamie is still bowling
Yeah,
because I see
Jamie-
him up now.
Oh, it looks like he's only got like 180.
So it's going to be close. It's going to be really close scores.
So that's
Game
if he,
4, there's a 203, a 191 on this pair. What's the other score?
203, 181, and then
Yeah, I can't remember what position
Yeah.
the players were in because they
So-
only have a ABC up here on
Right.
the scores, so we can't quite tell who is who.
well, actually, no, he can bowl 210 because they're just in the 9th now. So potentially would need a double to because he's in 11th, right? Is he in 11th, Jamie?
Jamie is in 11th, yep.
So
4 pins out.
potentially a double, depending on if anybody below him bowled 200, but potentially a double.
I thought I saw Dylan Galley have a good game going, and he was 13.
13, yeah.
21 pins out of the cut.
And Jamie just went nose but carried out a strike, so
Hard to see a whole lot from our
Yeah,
perspective down there. We get all wrapped up with somebody shooting 299 to not pay attention to anything else right now.
yeah, and all the fun always happens away from the set.
Every time.
We tend to pick the tough lanes in the house, I guess.
Or when they are good, we don't notice.
Yeah, that's happened a time or two. The handicap division is just finishing up their games. I see some games are in the 7th, 8th frames, so they're about to finish up there, and they'll calculate the scores. The girls division is way down on the high end of the house, and I can
One
still.
or 2 pairs are still yet. They're
Yep.
pretty late in the game, both of them.
Scott Pohl in the house, USBC Eagle winner.
Yeah, I feel like I'm standing next to royalty in Minnesota.
Scott, good to see you. Yeah, take some for everyone back at the pro shop.
Yeah, everybody go on YouTube and watch Todd Pohl's nice little ad. I've seen it about 100 times in 5 days. I probably have memorized it by now, but I don't want to. I don't want to embarrass him, and I don't want to embarrass myself. So I'm not going to repeat what you say. But yeah, on the track, pro shop. So I love Scott. Scott's a great guy.
What bowling center is that? Down at Cedar Bell? Cedar Bell, yeah.
Sure.
Good bowling center. I like that place.
He bowled well there a few times.
And shout out to Scott Pohl. He's a past.
Hey, he won the
CMA
adult. Yeah,
shootout.
we're saying that's the adult youth champion here. This
Yes,
is
That's true.
The other half of the adult youth doubles champion. So
Your
work
partner
there.
bowled 770 and Scott bowled 735.
At least
right?
someone can carry him, I mean,
What? What'd you bowl last night? Oh my goodness.
that's so average.
Yep.
Oh, I'm
Right.
not. I won't. I just won't bowl there. Well, I bowled 635. I bowled 635 on that pattern, and thought that I was bowling on like U.S. Open. So
So yeah, anyone watching, go check out Scott Pohl at Cedar Vale Lanes, On Track Pro Shops. We're just waiting a little bit here now for some scores to be tallied. We'll start up with our bracket portion of the tournament, where all 3 divisions will go at once, and they'll have 8 players in a single elimination bracket, and then that'll determine the finals of that bracket. They'll bowl each other, and the winner will be the 3 seed, the loser will be the 4 seed, and we'll start up with the stepladder finals, which is the top 4 in each division. And in past seasons, we have started off with the girls' stepladder finals on 13 and 14. We will then rotate over to 15 and 16 for the handicap finals, and then the boys' scratch finals back on 13 and 14. And it has been on the burn, correct, on what was left over from the girls' final?
Yeah,
what I believe.
Yeah, they don't re-oil for between the boys and the girls, I believe. Again, we could be wrong on that, and they could be doing it different this year.
Let's take a moment to thank all the wonderful sponsors of the Midwest Youth Championships. The Alexandria area USBC, Garden Center Lanes, a fabulous facility, along with Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill behind us, connected here. The Explorer Alexandria, Minnesota. Viking Coca-Cola, Broadway Ballroom, which is also connected here in the Garden Center Lanes. 900 Global, Apparel EFX, and Bremer Bank. So thanks again to all the great sponsors of this event. They pay out over $30,000 in scholarships every season. So if you are thinking about bowling this tournament, please come out next August. We will have the dates on NDBowling.com as soon as Nevin makes those available to us. And a big shout out to Nevin for once again bringing NDBowltv in here to cover the event and for all he does for youth bowling in the region. I know he does stuff for the sweeper for the food shelf in November, and he does another youth event, I think, in the spring. So shout out to Nevin.
yeah, Devin's
Does
a
such
great guy.
Great job.
First time I met him was this weekend. Just think he's an all-around good human being, and we appreciate everything he's doing for not only 900 Global but the youth as well out here. So great job, Nevin.
Yep, you can never thank Nevin enough for what he does around here, especially.
He's got a really cool name too, like Nevin. Like that's
Right?
yeah, that's sick. I wish I had a cool name like Matt. Like I have Matthew, but like why not some cool name? I don't know, like Nevin. Why can't I be like Nevin?
Nevin Russo.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nevin,
it flows.
Yeah,
That would work.
Like I've seen the post on Facebook, like when you abbreviate Matthew, you abbreviate it as Matt. Like why not call me Hugh? Like Hugh. But I'm like I don't want to be a Hugh. Like it's like being Eugene. I don't know. It's just a weird name. So.
Well, just look out when Matt has kids. He might have a Nevin Russo
Yeah,
coming up winning junior gold in 20 years.
Exactly. I don't know how Lauren would feel about that, but that may be a thing. Yeah.
Well, Lauren, if you're watching, you've already got names picked out if you have a boy someday. So
I do want to have a girl, so I don't think Nevin would be the best girl's name, but you never know. You never know.
Hey, girls are fun. I'm a girl dad myself.
Yeah,
so.
I give a lot of props to the girl dads. I think they're they go the little extra way, and just want to be one of those dads. So
That's right. I'm
you-
okay with it.
Do you have any kids?
I don't. I'm lucky or unlucky, depending on how you want to look at it.
It's one of those things where once you have kids, it's hard to leave them. I had a hard time leaving mine yesterday, so.
Yeah, I have 2 cats. Those are our kids, and they're hard to leave by themselves. So I can only imagine what it's like to leave kids, because they can actually. I mean, animals are just like human. They're human beings, but to leave your son or daughter, or it's definitely difficult.
And a good friend of mine told me once, it's you don't understand what it's like to have kids until you see yourself in someone else's eyes, essentially.
Yes, I've heard that before.
And it's 100% true. So, and I know, speaking on that, there's a lot of parents in the building that their kids are going to be moving out fairly soon, and they're going to be going through a lot of different emotions. So
I think I shell shocked my mom when I moved out to go to college, and then I never came home. I just moved right to Illinois. So
see ya. Okay, we're announcing our. Okay, making the announcement on the altering of the surface. Since it's considered a completely different round within the tournament, they are allowing surface alterations to happen at the moment. And a few players are running to the bag to find their Abralon pads. So what's your take on surface adjustments in tournaments?
Depending on
what do you use them for?
So like WTBA allows you to do service after each game, regardless if it's a new round or not. And then regular competition, obviously you can't. But I think depending on – I think service is huge. Now that there's no weight holes, having the right surface on your bowling ball could be the difference between bowling 2-0 and 250. I think – you can have the right ball, but if you have the wrong surface, it makes it seem like you have the wrong ball. But if you have the wrong ball and have the right surface, you can be like, oh, this is close. So surface is huge nowadays. But you don't want to over-surface. And I think that's what a lot of people do is they use too much surface, and they have the right ball. It just has too much surface on it. And that's where you get into the plat 10, and then you move 1 or 2 right into hoods early. And you're like, wow, I have the wrong ball. But like ball motion is so big nowadays because we bowl on so many different patterns, and there's so many bowling balls out there. So I'm a huge fan of the Abralon pad. I love surface, and I think it's because on my side of the lane, it's important to have your ball read the lane.
Absolutely.
And I don't like my ball so much to go sideways, especially on the fresh, so I use a bit more surface. Slower bowling balls. I always tell people, learn about bowling balls if you want to be that much better in the sport, because it's important to learn what a tour in what bowling ball does what, and that's what a lot of the guys on tour are so good at. They know what bowling ball is going to offer them what shape, and I was just a big fan of learning, what the bowling ball does and what motion it creates. So sometimes slower balls are really good with a bunch of surface, and sometimes quicker balls are really good with a bunch of surface. So even though you've got a quick ball, and I'm saying quick in terms of the motion that it makes off the friction, those balls can be really good on the fresh because you've got that surface that allows it to slow down, but it still continues through the pins. And that's why I think the IQ Tour or the Phase 2 are so good, because when you have a bunch of surface on it, it reads that part of the lane that you need it to read, but it's still continuous. And then when you shine them, it allows you to move right or move left and still give you – it doesn't burn up so quick.
Sure.
And that's why I think there's some balls out there that have been so super successful, like longevity-wise, like the High Road. The High Road is so good, no matter – and it can be used on so many different patterns. Now, you don't see a lot of people throwing dull High Roads, but because that's one of the best options when they do dry out, they do get a little burnt up. And, I mean, what's his name was throwing the High Road. I'm not very good with names. I don't know many of these kids.
There's a lot of them out here.
But who just bowled 299. And
Lucas.
Yeah, he actually ball changed to a High Road. So, and I think that's a really good shape for what we're bowling on. But, I think surface is huge, and surface can be the difference between winning and losing.
I do agree there. And that's very good insight for anyone that's watching and bowls maybe even a weekend tournament. And surface is important. I know just in the 2-day tournaments that Ken and I bowl back home. So
yeah, there's been a couple tournaments I've bowled that I'm like, wow, I really have the right ball. And it's like after practice, and obviously you can't change them after practice. And I'm like, I really have the right ball, but I wish I would have hit it, with a little bit more surface, because they do shine up after a while.
Yep.
And then there's sometimes where you're like, man, I shouldn't have hit it that much, because it is the right ball, but it's either just burning up too quick or it hooks a little bit too much. So sometimes you just have to take a gamble. right now.
I know I did that at a tournament last season. I had an Ebonite Futura, and I put a little too much surface on it, and it basically started burning out mid-lane and not giving me the reaction I wanted. And then going to the next step in the arsenal, it was just too big of a jump, and I was kind of lost there for a little bit. So.
And that's what people try and do is they try and find the next ball because this other one is either has too much service or not enough, and then you just don't know what, you get so lost. And then I know people who drill 2 of the same ball and have 2 different surfaces.
Sure.
Now, I do think a smart play right now would be to go not as much surface as the beginning because you are not bowling on the fresh. Because 1,000 and 2,000 can make so much of a difference. It gives you that extra window of not hooking so early with 2,000. And I also think I've experimented with a 500 like underneath and then like 2,000 on top of it, and people are like, well, is that going to really make a difference? Well, when you really think about it, if you've got a 500 ball, a ball with 500 straight, nothing on top of it, I mean, it's probably going to hook immediately, and it's going to be the strongest that you've got.
If we call that sidewalk chalk.
Yeah, exactly, exactly, the chalk, right. But if you add that extra layer of 2,000, if you know a little bit about cover stats, it will still absorb that oil, but you've got that a little bit of more smooth to the cover where it's still going to be a little bit cleaner, and it doesn't work on every bowling ball, but I mean, I see a little bit of a difference. And sometimes I'll hit it with 500 and then hit it with 1,000, and then I'll go back over it with 500 by hand. Just to me, like it feels right. And some people are like, why does that matter to you? Well, to me, like visible things matter to me. Like where my pin placement is matters. Some people are like, yeah, just lay it out how my other ball is. Well, yeah, but to me, like it just matters. So I think everybody has their own intricacies and everything that they do. So yeah, I definitely am very unique when it comes to layout wise and bowling ball selection and surface adjustments.
So then when it comes to, let's say, mid-tournament and you're making ball changes, obviously it's all pattern specific and breakdown specific, but what's your strategy going from one ball to the other? Is there a way you like to go through your bag?
Yeah, it's a ball motion sequence.
Sure.
I looked for ball motion more than I looked for bowling ball selection.
Sure.
So like we can use today's pattern for example. I'm going to start with a slower ball, so something that reads the front or the middle part of the lane and just is very controllable. And then right off of that, I would either go to another slower ball and move a couple right, depending on what the lane's seeing. But I wouldn't jump right to a twit ball, and only because they are still bowling on 43 feet. So if you've got the ball that doesn't read to 40-something feet, it's just not going to give you much margin of error. So I do look for certain ball motions. And then sometimes I'll start with a weaker ball, and then I'll go to something stronger. If I'm trying to minimize mistake and just hit the pocket, I'll go to something with a little bit stronger cover or a little bit stronger core, just so I can see it be controllable. Especially when they get hard, there's a time to where you just have to hit the pocket. But yeah, I definitely have a sequence of bowling balls that I go through, depending on the day and what I'm seeing, and I base my arsenal off of, okay, what am I bowling on, and what sequence do I want to have when I'm out there. So,
and that's a good thought to have, because there's a lot of times I go to tournaments and I know I need to make a ball change, but I'm stuck, and I feel like I have such a wide range of motions to where it's not that easy just to go to the next sequence, because that's not going to work out there at the moment.
Correct, and I think that's why it's important that people who want to get better or who just want to get to the next level learn a little bit about bowling balls. That helps a lot. I mean, there's so many bowling balls out there, and even like being on staff with a company, you get exposure to so many bowling balls. You just have to find which ones work for you and what the core does and why did they make a new one? Like, they didn't just make a new one just to make a new ball. Like, there's a reason behind it. I mean, like for us at Global, we have probably 10 or 12 honey badgers, but there's always a reason why a new one came out or the difference in the ball motion. I was very fortunate to learn a lot about ball motion in college and got to pick some brains at Kedwell about how bowling balls, the tour designs and cover stats. And probably one of the smartest guys I've ever talked to was John Janowitz, fantastic amateur player. Everybody
Super
knows who
good,
JJ is, yeah. Designs patterns, and he was the one who taught me about the pattern graph, and I picked his brain about bowling ball selection and why he does certain things, and it's some stuff that I've incorporated in my game, especially with going to stronger balls later on in the block, and there's just a reason behind it. And using certain balls in certain situations, why he plays them a certain way, there's just so many things you can learn from somebody just having a conversation. So it was I was very fortunate, and I am still very fortunate to be able to have a bunch of people that have so much knowledge in the game to learn from it. And then my reps out on tour, Tim Callahan, Sean Ryan, and Steve Jacobs, and Tim Mack, just all of the reps out there are super smart. But there's certain reps who know your game so well.
Right.
And I only trust 3 or 4 people with bowling ball selection for me, and who do I go to? And a lot of that is because, I know I can make my own decision, but I always want that second opinion sometimes. But you just can't ask anybody because you never know who is truly going to want the best for you.
And I believe it's that way even at, a weekend bowler level like Ken and I.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Same way.
Yeah.
We're only going to ask certain friends,
Correct.
what they see, because we all watch each other. We all cheer for each other, that kind of thing. And
yeah, I've got there's 2 players on tour, one of them being my best friend, Andrew Anderson. So him and I always talk about ball selection, and then I'll talk to either Barnes on our staff or Parker especially. But Andrew and Parker are the 2 guys I look for the most in terms of when we're out on tour. But, yeah, there's not many people I would just say, hey, what do you think? Or what are your ideas on a layout? Because, you just never know who's really going to guide you in the right direction.
Right.
So.
And I have to say I envy Matt's path through the bowling world, having Parker, Johnny P, and then going down to the Kegel Training Center. And, you've taken quite the path.
Yeah, now I'm
they're doing some drawings and some giveaways, I think, at the moment. Oh, they're actually announcing Okay, so we're announcing the handicap division, right? Okay. And everyone who advanced to today did get a scholarship of some amount, so that's good. So then Hunter King jumped up into the cut the last game. Ken will be our bracket specialist. Hopefully you can write quick. Okay, Wyatt Meyer is the number 1 seed in the finals, not in the 8-person bracket. And Riley Killinan ended up getting the number 2.
Will be in a 8-person single elimination bracket. We'll bowl 2 rounds, and then 2 remaining bowlers will be our 3 and 4 seeds for the step ladder. On lanes 1 and 2, 3 seed Alec Yoder versus 10 seed Hunter King.
So Hunter King made his way into the handicap bracket. So
I have never seen somebody disappointed that they made the cut. He was like,
Yeah,
I just
right?
took my shoes off. I'm like,
he was right in front of us here, and he seemed disappointed that he made it.
I'm sure he was very happy that he made it, but it's like,
Yes.
man, I just, I thought I was out of it. I've been there before.
I love the tournaments that back in North Dakota we've had a few where the player had a really bad game the last game, and they already had their shoes on, they already had the car started because it's 30 below,
Yeah.
and he's halfway out of the parking lot, and people are calling him to come back,
Yeah, hey, you made it. Yeah.
Or else I've been in the situation where everything's put away, everything's in the paddock, and they're like, well, you tied for the cut, so you have to come back and bowl a roll-off.
Yes.
And I've done that.
Oh, yeah.
And 8-person bracket works the
So Kira got the 1 and Hannah Rohrs is the 2 in the girls' side.
Versus 10 seed Sawyer Brown. Also on 25 and 6, playing 6 seed Hannah Krinsky versus 7 seed Trista Rama. On 29 and 30, 5 seed Haley Krinsky versus 8 seed Anna Callan. And also 29 and 30, 4 seed Addie Nelson versus 9 seed Haley Krinsky.
So the whole Trisky family is bowling at the moment.
All right, on the boys' side. Finishing in 18th for $100.
A lot of the girls' side we've seen on our show before, so good to see a lot of returners.
16th for 125, Justin Prino. 15th for 150, Will Kubany. 14th for 150, Robert Bader. 13th for 200, Trevor Amir.
Trevor fell.
For 225, Corey Lovin. And 11 for 225, Dawson Peterson.
So Jamie Craig jumped into the cut, as well as Dylan Galley. So a couple of North Dakota bowlers coming in. Jordan Monens is the #1 seed on the boys' side.
I'll let you know. I don't know when we're going to use, but I'll let you know.
Then in the bracket, on lanes 11 and 12, 3 seed Lucas Herzrud versus Jamie Craig.
Whoa, Lucas Herzrud versus Jamie Craig. So an all North Dakota match on 11 and 12 coming up.
14, 6 seed Tyler Rodens versus 7 seed Ethan Tepley. Defending champion Ethan Tepley. On 15 and 16, 5 seed Brandon Cryer versus 8 seed Cody Larson.
So we will be getting the boys open bracket matches in front of us.
Now this is really important. If you had just bowled on one of the pairs that you're now bowling match play, it's important to know where you ended up. And I that came to my head because Cody had bowled on this pair already, and he threw urethane, but he just went to 17 and threw reactive and bowled like 220. But that may not necessarily be the play on 15 and 16.
Right.
So I think it's just super important to be aware of the different pairs that you go to. And what choices that you made. And you may have bowled 160 on the pair that you're going to now, and it may turn into 240. So it's just important to recognize what pairs you're on. And they're going to get practice. I don't know how many shots they get or how many, but it looks like Ethan bowled on this pair in 13 and 14. I think Tyler did as well. So, and so did Brandon. So it'll be interesting to see, where they finish, where they start and the scores that they bowl. And we're bowling just one game, right? Straight?
Yep, single elimination. So then I believe it's going to be that these 2 winners will bowl over here and those 2 winners will bowl over here the next game, that kind of thing. And then the 2 winners there will automatically be into the
Correct.
step ladder.
Okay, and then they'll just bowl for 3 and 4 seed.
Correct. As Ken is feverishly filling out brackets over here to my left.
At least I have where everybody is at right now, so now it's just a matter of going the extra mile.
The one bowler I would not want to bowl right now is Lucas. I think his look is just going to get better as we go on. He did just bowl 299. I think as much as it's nice to bowl 300, it was probably best that he didn't bowl 300. And I say that because you're so amped up on adrenaline, and you're like, wow, I just bowled 300. And it's just they did get a little bit of break, but you're still got those nerves flowing, and So sometimes it's better when you don't bowl 300 unless it's in the final match or. But I do think he's the one to watch. And actually, we do have our bracket sheets filled out for us already, so you don't have to do that.
Ken's over here trying so
All that
hard
work
to
for
get them
nothing.
filled out, and then they just hand them
See,
the
Ken,
map.
I'm a really fast writer, so I just looked at the page and it was all there.
That must be nice. My hand would have hurt that quick.
Well, I can guarantee you this isn't the first time Jamie and Lucas have bowled against each other. So
We have a little bit of a rivalry, do you think?
this is a North Dakota junior head-to-head match that we've seen a time or two, I'm sure.
And I believe they're getting 2 shots on each lane.
Okay.
And those 2 shots are really important.
On our featured pair here, we have Tyler Rodens and Ethan Tepley. Ethan Tepley is the defending champion of the Boys Open Division.
Ken, do you have those brackets filled out still? Did you throw them away?
there in the pile. The
I
filing
would
system.
like to make guesses on who I think is going to win.
Okay.
If I
Well,
can.
grab yours, and then we'll see.
I'm
We'll
a big
have-
March Madness guy. Like
There
I
you
like
go.
to fill out brackets. So I think.
always fun.
Yeah, I'd like to. I don't know many of these kids anyway, so I think I'd like to just, you know.
And I will note to our viewers, we are not betting on this.
Yes,
we
yes.
are, we do not
We're
bet
not.
on youth tournaments.
No, this is just something fun.
Which one do you have filled out?
I have the girls done there.
Okay, so you can do some guessing on the girls' side, even though you probably haven't seen any of them bowl.
I'm just gonna go off of who has the coolest name, unless I know the Triskies. So,
Yeah, it's just a matter of which one.
yeah.
I think there's 3 Trisky sisters bowling. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the bracket portion of the Midwest Youth Championships. We have 3 divisions going right now: handicap, girls and boys. Girls and boys open divisions, and then the handicap is a combined boys and girls. And they're all going on at once. We're in a single elimination bracket at the moment. The top 2 seeds from each division are done bowling for a while, as they will be the number 1 and number 2 seeds in the stepladder finals. There is an 8-person bracket going on in each division at the moment to determine the final 2 seeds in each division. And then we'll move on to the individual stepladder finals to round out our day. Once again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher and Matt Russo, bringing you live coverage of the Midwest Youth Championships on NDBowltv, the High Plains Bowling Network. Be sure to like us on Facebook. Please, if you would, hit subscribe on your YouTube player. We reached 1,000 subscribers last season. Let's aim for 2,000 this year. This is our first NDBowltv show of our 9th season here at NDBowling.com. Once again, thank you to the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, as they pay out over $30,000 in scholarship money this weekend. A great tournament for all youth bowlers of all skills. So please keep this one on your schedule for next August. And again, a big thank you to Brunswick, the Brands of Brunswick, as the official bowling ball of NDBowling.com and the High Plains Bowling Network. We are finishing up practice here, and we'll be underway on the next round.
See, I'm all about the upsets in bracket play.
Oh, you're one of those guys. You're the bracket buster.
But I
hopeful.
I just picked like a bunch of like higher seeds. So, I'm confident with the upsets.
Well, there you go. There's the boys division, so that you're a little more
Oh,
familiar with as far as
I've seen them
who's
all.
who.
Yeah. I've already got my winner without even filling out the bracket.
No, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Okay.
But
But I've got the winner. So, but it's just about who gets there after that.
that's right. Okay, and then these will be our official brackets, and it looks like Game 2, our featured pair, will be the winner of the Brandon Cryer-Cody Larson match and the Blake Martin-Dylan Galley match. Those 2 winners will bowl on our featured pair next. So I'm going to adjust some scores here now that we only have 1 for the remainder of the day. So please bear with me on getting this on the screen the right way.
Are you a firm believer that a spare that you missed the frame before, you leave it the frame after?
I am. I'm one of those guys where if I flag a 10 in a tournament, I'm going to keep leaving it until I pick it.
Because Tony just chopped the 6-10 and just left it again. So let's – oh, that might – this is 0. Well, third time's a charm, hopefully, for Cody, if he leaves it again.
And we do have actual names up on the scores for the remainder of the tournament, so you'll be able to see who scores who. Again, if you're just joining us, please hop in the chat room. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We do appreciate everyone tuning in today. It's our first show of the season. We're kind of unsure what shows we'll be having this season with the ongoing pandemic and such, but do keep an eye on NDBowling.com for updates as to where we will be. Ethan's starting to get comfortable like he did last year.
This is the Perry Bowl 240, 220. It was really 240, but he did have the unfortunate gutter 7. But yeah, this is he likes this pair, and I think because it gives him a little bit of hold, and he got one right, and it did hood. So I think that just loosens it up a little bit more when you're bowling on that little longer pattern. So he should be in good shape in this match.
Yeah, he could be a handful, but he does have to take on the winner of Lucas and Jamie over here. So.
Yeah, and I think Lucas's look is just going to get better and better as the day goes on. So that's going to be, if that happens, that'll be an exciting match.
So let's go over the payout at the moment. We finally got an official prize list. And let's start with the handicap division. The winner is going to take home a $2,500 scholarship. They had 67 entries. The 10th place finisher will get $175 all the way down to 14th, which was $100. So if you finish top 2, you're guaranteed $2,500 and $1,500. So a lot of good money on the handicap side. For the girls division, first place to take home $3,000, second place $2,000, third place $1,500, fourth place $1,000, and all the way down to $100 in 10th. And then on the boys' side, a $5,000 scholarship going to the winner, $3,500 to second, $2,500 to third, $1,500 to fourth, and $1,000 to fifth, all the way down to $280. So everyone that is advanced to this round will get at least a $280 scholarship. So congratulations to everyone still bowling.
And we have our first 710 of the day.
Yeah. Well, it just means another opportunity for a 710 conversion here on NDBowltv.
That I don't think we ever had, have we?
I have yet to see one on. We've had some strange conversions on NDBowltv, but we haven't had a 710 yet.
No, and this house seems to be pretty friendly with pins coming back out.
Yeah, shout out Tom Russo from New Jersey.
That's my father.
That is your father, okay.
I don't know how he found out the live stream. I didn't tell him.
Well, thanks for joining us, Mr. Russo.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Do you have internet, Dad? Please comment and let me know if you have internet. They just had a tornado that hit New Jersey a couple of days ago.
Wow.
And the tornado only went through their property.
Really?
Yeah, like the funnel cloud went, like nobody knew what happened around, but the neighbors.
See, I thought you were razzing your dad for about internet here right away, but hopefully everything's all right back home.
Yeah, I got some pretty crazy pictures. We have no more trees in our backyard anymore. So,
wow.
Yeah, and and my mom was left alone by herself. They were out. Him and my brother were out, and there's my mom just waiting for the storm to pass through. So, but yeah, everybody's okay. Glad they're okay.
That's good.
Yeah, my dad called me, and he never leaves me voicemails. So you know when like they leave you a voicemail, something's wrong. And I talked to him like, 20 minutes before that, and he left me a voicemail, and I'm like, oh, like what happened? And he was like, yeah, we're okay. We just got hit by a tornado. I'm like, okay, great. Yeah, just with great, but. Yeah, glad all is well at home. So no internet, but he's probably in a Twitch chat parking lot watching the live stream. That's what he does. I have a talk show on Facebook called The Talk. It's a college bowling show. So the last episode he was in the parking lot watching it. So that'd be my guess.
Hey, thanks for the support either way, whether it's in a parking lot or not. So must have been a big conversion or something down there.
Girls, yeah.
I do believe it was like a 4-9 conversion, because the new scoring they have here at Garden Center Lanes kind of flashes up what the conversion was.
Oh, I know how he found the live stream. Nevin tagged me in the post.
Oh, he's at the
Oh,
beach.
sure.
He's
Oh.
at the beach.
Well, nice to be at the beach.
Yeah.
All right, we're not talking to you anymore, Tom.
Yeah, yeah. My dad just retired yesterday, actually.
Well, congratulations, Tom.
Congratulations,
Yeah, 35 years. I think 35. It's in the 30s. Computer scientist, programmer for the bank, J.P. Morgan Chase.
Nice.
Put in his wonderful years and worked on Wall Street, and then, the hurricane hit and they got moved, and,
Yep.
So, yeah, put in his time. So glad to see he's retired. My dad's a huge supporter of my game and bowling, and without my parents, it wouldn't be possible to be where I'm at today. So, and it's funny, my parents weren't even going to go watch me bowl team trials this past year. The only reason why they were there is because I proposed to my fiance now, but that's the only reason why they were going, and they were only going to stay like 4 days, and they ended up winning the tournament. So,
Say, Tom, quit listening. He's calling you out now.
yeah.
Well, congratulations on both, winning and your engagement. So
Thank you.
always exciting times in life. Close matches all around so far. Here on our featured pair. Ethan getting comfortable.
That was really good.
Just got another. I call that a can opener.
Yeah, that one was really good.
There's a lot of missed spares going on to our
Yeah,
right
I will let you
over
know.
here.
I have a bracket bust. My guy's bracket might have just got busted on one half of it. I picked Cody to be in the finals, and
He's got 2 single pin misses and a
three.
eight-pin
4
miss.
makeable. Yeah.
I don't know what he left there in the first. But
I think they were both 610s. I think he chopped a 6 off
right,
the 10.
yeah.
Yeah.
There are no circles up there, so there wasn't any splits. Close match between Lucas and Jamie at the moment. Good shot there again for Ethan. He's been on this stage before. He's looking to add another $5,000 to the scholarship fund.
Yeah, just when you think people are going to go and you look over and, oh, it's going through the nose again. Dylan's got a chance to jump on Blake early here with potential 4-bagger.
Yeah, that would be definitely what Matt Russo over here would consider a bracket buster, because Blake's been part of the top 3 all day. So
Yep. Yeah, he fell into 4th just because of the final game there, but
Yeah, that's why I like to pick the upsets for that reason. But it's so hard with one game, 10 frames.
yep, absolutely.
Unless you run away with it from the beginning, it's difficult. As the amount of spares Cody has missed, he still has a chance.
Brandon's not trying to run away with it at the
Yeah,
moment,
he's-
so
And that's something that I have learned is sometimes you play to your opponents instead of just bowling your own game.
oh yeah.
So when your opponents miss spares, you somehow figure out a way to open. It's crazy how that happens, but
we once had a show out in Jamestown, North Dakota, a few years back, where a local great, Mike Morris, was bowling against a younger friend of mine, Matt Smolin, in the final, and every single shot during that match, Mike would essentially look at the floor. He didn't want to see, lucky strikes or this or that, and he just didn't care what what was happening. He was just going to bowl his own game, and he got up in the 10th, finally looked up, and knew what he needed, and got the job done. So,
and everybody's different. I like to watch my opponent, only because like as I've gotten older, like it doesn't really matter to me as much as what they do, because I know I can only control what I do. But I just like to know at certain points, do I have to, if I don't have the best ball reaction, will I have to make an adjustment, or will I have to take a risk to just go the extra mile? But yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. Look down or not even bother to, or turn around or something to just kind of distract you from what they're doing.
I remember watching mid-2000s show, I think it was, and it was Pete Weber and Walter Ray, and they made a huge deal about how Pete would intentionally turn away. Oh, it was actually the 06 Japan Cup. That's what it was.
Yes.
And they made the big deal about Pete turning away so he wouldn't see what Walter Ray would do. And, like you said, I think it's a huge personal preferencing, because I love to look, I love to know what's going on.
Right.
But
see, and I'm in the camp where it's like if I watch my opponent go flush, and then cross over twice for a 4-bagger, then you're like, well, that's unfortunate, because it could have very well went open there and been in my favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's some of those things where I'd just rather not see that. I'd rather look up, be like, okay, there's a strike there, we're fine.
Yeah, it all makes sense in both of our worlds, I think.
Ooh, slasher 7.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit further right than the last two.
Ooh, and a missed spare by Blake Martin over on 18, so
it's just
open for him.
So
nobody's running away with it yet.
No, it's back and forth everywhere right now. I mean, Jamie over here on 12 has a chance to go up. That looks right.
Right, it recovered and got the 10 out, so fortunate there to leave a makeable.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan right now, I would say, is in the best shape out of everybody. But it's by no means one, and I almost jinxed that.
Yeah,
Yep.
Interesting choice to hook a urethane ball out that spare. It's a smart play, but it's a risk on 43 feet.
Like it might have been a ball change from Blake.
That's a big spare.
That was very big in that match. Yeah. You miss that, and all of a sudden you're even.
I think the 2-7's a double for me. If I make the 2-7 or I make the 2-4-7 twice, that's a double.
Yeah, 3-10 for us. It's the same deal.
There's a way to chop the 3-6-10. I think I'll find it.
Yeah. I always feel like if I ever need that's unfortunate. Well, that's a momentum shift right there.
Yeah, those last couple shots there.
I sense the conversation going closer and closer towards my claim to fame in college.
Oh, well, now that you brought it up, you have to. So
my claim to fame in college, and Matt will probably appreciate this. I bowled for North Dakota State University a couple years, and I can't remember where we were at the moment. I want to say we were down in St. Louis at a tournament down there, and we were in Baker, and I was in the 2-7 spot for Baker, Team Baker game, and I threw a shot wide, got a 2 count. I picked it up, so 2 spare. I come back, coach was like, what happened out there? I was like, I lost it off my hand, it was a bad shot. I get up in the 7th, and off my hand, it looks the exact same. And I leave 2. I get 2, and I pick it up. I come back, and coach says, you're done. I was like, all right. And I didn't bowl the rest of the tournament. But I do feel like I am the only bowler in college bowling history to record two spares in a single Team Baker game.
And I hope they were not on, I hope it wasn't on a double.
I honestly can't remember. I was in the 2-hole, so it would have been a striker spare.
But
that's
the 7th, if you got it, that's 2 is not very many.
I feel like this story comes up every year at this show just because it's all the youth bowlers and college bowling coming up. And
it has to.
I got this year on tour. We bowled in Oklahoma, and I had the front 8, and I said to and we bowled on 45 feet on the left lane and 32 feet on the right lane. And I said to myself, in the 9th frame, I said, okay, if I strike, I'm going to bowl 300. I like the shorter pattern. And I got 2. I got the 4-8 out of the rack, spared it, and I bowled like 261. But I literally said to myself, if I spare this and don't get the first one of the 10th, I can't bowl 260 because it'd be 250 because of the 2.
Yep.
But yeah, two happens at the most unfortunate times, and it's not like the shot was like really far left. It was like a hair hard. It just never read the lane, and yeah, so.
Well, you've had an unfortunate story. I've had an unfortunate story. Ken.
What about you, Ken?
Oh, I have one good one.
Oh, this should be good.
You've heard this story before.
Of course I have.
Junior leagues, I.
Oh no.
Oh, back
Well,
door.
that's one way to do that. Junior leagues, just our normal Wednesday, and I think my high game to the point was 279. Hadn't really shot anything big. Had never really gotten close to shooting 300, and I go first 10 one day in league. And Darren's already laughing because he knows what it is. And I proceeded to throw it in the gutter on the 11th and pick it up for a gutter spare 280.
That is impressive as much as it is getting to anytime.
So then when most people ask, oh, your high game's 280, what did you spared the second frame? No.
Yeah.
Nope,
No,
not
I
quite.
guttered the 10.
I've always wanted to bowl 291,
I want to see a 292.
but I want to bowl 291 with only getting the head pin.
If you do
Like
that,
I've joked a lot with the NDBowltv crew. We talked about different things, and the one day I was bowling and the rack came down with out the head pin, so I took a picture and I said, hey, look, just bowled 291. Just funny stuff like that. But yeah, 292 would be, that's.
I saw a 293 once where a guy took 3 off the right.
Perfect.
And he was left-handed.
That would have been funnier if
Yeah.
he was, actually.
Well, we're going in the 10th frame of our matches here.
Ooh,
Right in front
nice.
of us, it looks like.
Jamie needs to convert the 2-pin to shut Lucas out.
All right, let's. So my bracket for the boys is basically done. Because I took Cody to go to the finals and he lost, so I'm out.
We have an interesting match on 17 and 18, it looks like.
Yeah, that's the upset alert.
Yeah, that
But Blake goes a 3-bagger heading into the 10th.
Dylan
And he
needs,
just opened in the 10th. Here, if you don't spare it.
oh,
Yeah,
that's
he got a-
Dylan that's up.
Yeah, Dylan's
Yeah.
got the 4-9 up. Oh, no, it's
210, I
210.
think.
Yeah, yeah.
Got a
that's
chance.
close. That's close.
Oh, almost bounced it, too.
So now that
Is
gives
that
him a
208. Is my math right on that? I can't tell. Which was
Yeah.
208, which forces Blake to throw the first strike. I think.
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
right.
it.
Because 220. Blake can bowl 225. So the first one would give him, 2-0, yeah.
And Ethan, in kind of a wash right here in front of us,
Well,
is going to end up winning his match, but
nope.
not the momentum you went on after the first few frames.
So then Jamie Craig will take on Ethan Tepley, and the winner over here was Did Brandon? Brandon
won.
Cryer against the winner of Blake Martin and Dylan Galley. And Blake Martin's now up on 17 and 18. He needs the first strike here to win that match, which is the lane immediately left of the walking path.
Oh, hook.
Oh, he tripped 2 out.
I don't. That's a hard thing to handle.
See, and that's where you don't want to look. That's where you don't want to watch that.
It is, and I mean at that point though.
Yeah, you can't. Dylan's already done bowling, so he can't change anything anyways. So
Right, but if you're Dylan, you probably made the same shot, and yours 210, and his rolled a 2. So
Yep.
that's the hard part about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm reaching that point in our show where I'm glad I actually wore jeans and a sweatshirt this year. I normally wear shorts and a T-shirt, maybe a light jacket, and I freeze at this tournament
Yeah,
every
I was
year.
freezing the other day, and I have my jersey on because I'm like, I probably because I'm here for global, but I was like, I probably should just wear a sweatshirt just in case. So I'm glad that you said that because I was freezing the other day.
I was joking with Parker Bowen last year that I was going to buy long underwear and
Long
everything
johns,
for this, and just I'm always so cold.
We were. I was even contemplating shorts this morning, and I'm very glad now I put on pants, and because it is always cold in this bowling alley, which not the worst thing when you're bowling, but when you're sitting back here.
Correct. So the winner there will be Blake. Blake will win that match, so it'll be Blake Martin against Brandon Cryer on our featured pair, and then Ethan Tepley and Jamie Craig on the pair to the right, I do believe, correct?
17 and 18,
okay,
actually.
Actually, they're going all the way over to 17 and 18, so there'll be a pair in between. And then following, see, that's the one thing I was wondering. Are they going to do the essential 8-game single elimination bracket finals to determine the 3 and the 4? Because essentially all you're determining is lane choice at that point. Or are they going to go pin total? I can't remember what they did.
I don't know, but that's a good question. I mean, because for something like that, you would think maybe they just go pin total.
Right, you're going to bowl a full game just for lane choice, I guess. But
I mean, they do that for the Masters, I think they used to.
Sure.
But I don't remember how they do it here.
I guess we'll find out in due time. A little break in the action, and then we'll get some new names up on the scoreboard. Gives us an opportunity to once again remind you that you're watching NDBowltv, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Seeney alongside Ken Fletcher and Matt Russo calling the action. We're here for the duration of the event. So get comfortable, grab a drink, hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. We greatly appreciate it. Also hit the thumbs up button. Help us get noticed on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter, like our Facebook page. Again, big thank you to the sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships. Shout out to Thomas Wolf joining us in the chat room. Good to see you.
I have just subscribed to ND Bowling on YouTube.
Awesome.
Life is complete. And nothing else will matter as long as I am running the show here.
You guys have a Facebook page.
We do.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a post and tag you guys in it.
Absolutely. And let everyone know to go to youtube.com/ndbowling for all your NDBowltv archives. We do have shows up from 6 years ago, so all the shows we've ever done are in the archive, so check those out. If you didn't catch all of our show today, you can catch it on the archive. I think it posts within 3 or 4 hours after we go offline here later today. Thomas, I hope you're doing well back in North Dakota and look forward to seeing you on the lanes this season.
Oh, is it at ndbowling.com? Is that the page? Is that your Facebook page?
Yes, the top one is ours.
Okay.
Yep. And then to get to YouTube, you got to go to youtube.com/ndbowling for NDBowltv. So we're live streaming currently on YouTube. Hopefully, as we go, we can expand to stream at multiple locations, but again, that all takes time. Again, we're in between matches here, so just waiting on lane assignments, and then they'll be underway in match number 2.
All right. Well, So I don't know if you're while we're on the break here. I don't know if you're big into news at all.
Okay.
But Simon Cowell broke his bat falling off his electric bike.
Wow.
Just a random fact today, if anybody was wondering.
Well, there you go.
I like to
TV news.
Yeah, I like to watch the news. I like to scroll through like the Google Chrome browser and see all these headlines. First one up. Simon Cowell breaks his bat from electrical bike.
Wow.
Yeah. Interesting stuff out there.
I think some people will call that karma
Yeah.
for all of his his criticism
Yes.
on shows.
And if anybody's big into basketball or shoes, Kobe Bryant, unfortunate tragically what happened to him, but they are releasing 3 more pairs of shoes from Kobe
Very nice.
in August. I'm a big shoe guy. I've got some nice Yeezys on today. For anybody wondering, those are shoes produced by Kanye West. But, just some random facts today. Ken, you weren't listening, but I like to read the news off the Google browser and stuff. So I shared with the viewers a random fact that Simon Cowell broke his bat this morning falling off his electrical bike.
Okay, then.
So just some random stuff.
You mentioned Kobe Bryant there. Ken and I were actually on air at the CMA shootout in Minot when we learned about that. So it was a brief moment on air where the microphone went silent because we just didn't know what to think. We didn't know what to say.
I thought it was fake.
Right.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
Sitting in where were we? Were potentially was it Oklahoma? I was with Michael Davidson, Andrew Anderson. We were waiting to go bowl, and all of a sudden we pull up TMZ and it's like Kobe Bryant tragically died, and I was like, "There's no way!" Like, how many times people post like tragic celebrities dying and then just fluttered in everywhere on ESPN, and I was like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, it was the same kind of thing.
And that was the start of the bad 2020.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
what kicked
much.
it off.
Yeah.
Because I think even when I was looking up, I'm like, there's no way this is real. And I checked like 2 or 3 other places, and sure enough.
I feel like Twitter doesn't lie. I feel like, in news. Okay. Okay.
I was gonna say,
All right, everybody listening,
hold
scratch
on,
that.
hold on,
Take your earphones out, everything like that. But I feel like Twitter's a really good spot for like the news.
Yeah, all you got to do is search latest, and if you got 25 people coming up with the same thing, you know it's true, right?
For the latest, for the quickest way of getting the news, Twitter is probably the best.
And when they all posted about Kobe, it was like, dang.
I guess not to change subjects here, but we do have a question here for Matt. In your opinion, do lefties need a greater variety of ball motions than righties because they can't always depend on friction developing?
That is a very good question. The answer would be yes. And because the left side of the lane could either be really good or really bad, or it could be mediocre. And because they don't break down as quick, you've got to have, a couple different ball motions depending on what the pattern is. A lot of times, urethane will be in play on the left side of the lane, only because generally the house characteristics will determine that. And you try and stay as straight as possible, but you do need to have, I'd say, 2 or 3 ball motions, because they just don't break down as much. So your answer to that question would be yes. I know I've got like 4 or 5 different ball motions I like to see, and I also have 4 or 5 different balls per ball motion that can do that. It's the advantage of having a selection of bowling balls to choose from. But even if you have to buy in all your bowling balls, it's okay to have 2 or 3 balls. But as long as each one of them provides you with something different, that is just fine.
Well, there you go. Hopefully, Matt, that answers your question. Again, we have Brandon Cryer and Blake Martin. He picked it up out of the back, wasn't it?
Wow, 4-6. Yeah, that's the 4-7-10.
It's a big momentum saver.
I couldn't see the 10 because he was covering it, but the way the ball was hitting the 4-7, I didn't think it had a chance, and then must have came out of the back there then. Jamie Craig, Ethan Tepley over on 17 and 18. Ethan goes open strike. Jamie Craig spare 9 pin.
Wow.
And I do recall last year that Jamie had a problem with 9 pins on our show.
That might have been the best shot he's thrown today.
For Brandon?
Yes. It was just, it was solid. It was smooth. It wasn't all over the place. And if he repeats that, that might be hard to beat.
So what do you normally see on tour as far as, it seems more prevalent lately that the left side is feast or famine. But what have you seen, I guess, personally over the course of the year?
It is, if it's out there, you have to go ahead and take it. And if it's not there, you have to be okay with it. There's times where it's not there and just 2 people get it, Like, there's a lot of the lefties on tour, throw it hard, up the lane, and then there's a couple of us who move right a little bit, throw it a little bit softer. But when all of the lefties have it, if you don't, you've got to kind of reanalyze your game and say, okay, what am I missing? And then there's weeks where you won't have it at all, and you just have to be okay with it.
Right.
You have to try everything that you can to either grab a check or maybe make a run at the cut.
Get points for this or
yes,
that.
Yes, You have, like, we bowled the Players Championship in Columbus at Wayne Webb's place. I bowled the PTQ. I averaged 250 for 10 games. And my ball came off the gutter every single time. Like, every time. It was – and we bowled on the same pattern for the PTQ that we bowled on for the tournament. But obviously, every time you lay it down, it gets different. The transition's different, right? So we bowled a practice session, and the ball does the same exact thing. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be a really good week here at a major, And we get to the first round of qualifying, and it was 100% different. Like, not even close.
Wow.
And the first games, the 3 first games, I bowled like 240, whatever, which was great. But when you go to that next pair and you don't have 10 minutes of practice or 15 minutes of practice to build something on that side of the lane, you just got nothing. And no lefty. I think all the lefties were in the bottom 10 of the tournament out of 100 and some players.
Wow.
And you've got Hall of Famers like Parker and Simonelli, who will be a Hall of Famer one day, or like just guys who just had nothing. It's incredible how different they could be. But then you go to somewhere like Indianapolis where Jesper won, and the left was incredible, and that's where you have to take advantage of it. That's actually where I made a run at the show, bowled 300, first PBA 300. It was just a fantastic week, but that's when those are the times you have to take advantage of when the left is good. But answering your question completely, you have to get it when it's there and be okay with it when it's not there.
And I know Ken, I don't speak for Ken, but I know he'd probably feel the same way. There are certain weeks on tour where the left doesn't have it, but you have that one guy that just seems to find it. And I get a newfound respect for those lefties that do that.
Yeah.
And I know in the circuit around North Dakota, there's been tournaments where the left doesn't have it, and a player like Matt McNeil comes in and he has it because he's got so many tools to his game.
Certain styles
and
do
and
that.
I have to give mad respect to that. I know lefties get a lot of flack and everything, but those tournaments are the ones that stick out to me when the left just doesn't have it, and there's those couple guys that just find a way to make it work,
And those are it's style specific sometimes, and then it's just sometimes the guys are just really good. But then there's times where, I've felt like I know I could bowl really well, but just there's something holding you back from not being able to make it happen. Like we were in Oklahoma, and I thought the left was decent. It wasn't great, but it was decent. And I was like, man, I really should have made the cut. But you learn from that. You learn from it being okay, and how could you have made it that much better. But no, I completely agree with you. about those guys who come in there and just make it look good.
And I think that's key for anyone. I know there's a lot of players and fans that'll look up scores on PBA.com and see the top 2 are lefties, and they're like, oh, here we go, another lefty week. And then I think it's very key to look through the rest of the standings, because if you don't see another one for 20, 30 spots, it's not a lefty given week.
You've got to look at who is the top 2. Who are they? Is it Simonelli and Buttriff? Is it, even Holloman and Buttriff? Like, who are the 2 lefties up there? And what do they, how do they normally play the lanes? What balls were they using? Like, it's so, like, I'm not a guy who gets mad at people who say, oh, yeah, the left was walled or discredit you for what you do. But when you say it's going to be another lefty week and you don't look at who the 2 are or how many there are in the top, that's just when it gets a little frustrating. That lane is much tighter than the left lane. But I hope moving forward that the left continues to be okay on tour.
I just feel like over time, with the changes of equipment, burning up oil patterns, and the rev rates of players, that affects going into the laydown areas of the left side. And there's just so many changes within the game that it just makes that separation between righties and lefties. And in my mind as a righty, there's certain times where the lefty needs the respect, and I don't think they get that.
Well, as a left-hander myself, I appreciate you saying that on air. So everybody can hear that.
I give my buddy Blake Wallstrom back home a lot of flack because he won a tournament this year using his trusty purple,
Oh, my. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Okay. As a guy who threw the purple for 3 years in college, that ball is something else in a good way. It's not like it's not cheating, but like it
seems like it is.
Yeah, it's just like I don't want to bolt. Like, okay, when I signed with 900 Global, everybody asked me, "Oh, you're not going to miss the purple hammer." I truly don't. I have learned to be a little bit more versatile and do some other tricks because I don't have the purple in my hand. The purple minimizes mistakes.
Yep.
It turns those buckets into light swishers and those high hits into strikes. But I was so thankful for 3 years that it did all that for me in college. Winning 2 national titles with it and just, being the player of the year, my senior, and it's all credit to have just that ball matching up on everything. But yeah, I don't miss it now. Like people ask me, today, like I said before, do you miss the purple hammer? I truly don't. I'm grateful to be able to learn how to play with urethane and learn how good it can be and when to use it and when to not use it and layout wise and stuff. But I didn't want to be known as a player who truly relied on that ball to win.
Sure.
And Buttriff is a guy who sets the perfect example for it. He wins with everything.
Right.
He can win with everything. Majority of his titles are with a purple ball, but when you look at his regional record that he set before he went to EBI, was all with reactive. So
right, and nobody remembers that.
Correct. And so you can't even say like he wins because of the purple ball. No, like he's human. I've seen him win with reactive balls. He throws more reactive now because of the different rules that we've got and just the higher volumes that we see on tour, but he's somebody who can win with everything. But when the purple ball is there, my God, it strikes a lot.
I guess my buddy Blake Wallstrom's still in the chat, so after I gave him a little flack. He said he heard the same thing because he signed with Global in the offseason, and he wants to know what you think about the Booyah Pro.
Oh, jeez. I'm very sad that they only made, not enough of them. But, Blake, I haven't drilled it yet. I will be drilling it this week. I only say that because the Booyah Pro is going to be something special, and I don't want to waste it. But from what I have heard from talking to some of my Giorgio, one of my closest friends, him and I both together in college. We've had a lot of experience with purple balls. He works for 900 Global now, so he threw it, and it's very, very similar. The shape is very similar. It's not as strong in terms of overall strength, but the ball motion is really close. But Blake, I will be posting some videos later on this week. If you want to tune into my Facebook page at the end of the week, definitely see some videos of the Booyah Pro going down the lane.
Well, there you go. Go on over to Matt Russo's Facebook page for some 900 Global stuff. They are a sponsor of the Midwest U Championships. But it's a perfect time to remind you that Brunswick is the official bowling ball of NDBowling.com. And we'd like to thank the folks at Brunswick and the brands of Brunswick for supporting us for another year.
And Matt, to answer your question, very similar to the question Blake just asked, I will be more sure when I throw it later on this week, but I am confident that it will be very similar to a purple. It's hard to match other bowling balls. It's like impossible. But if you can get it close, it will be. I have confident it will be close.
And I do have a purple in my bag still at home.
But Blake, hey, if you want to, send me one of the two that you've got, we can talk deal here. I've got plenty. We can talk trade. Blake is not out of it just yet. Brandon is going to finish on the tighter lane, which he may not know that it's tighter, but he did roll the 3-pin.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see, will he move a couple left? Will he throw it softer? My opinion, I don't think it's moving left. It's just getting a touch softer to give that. It's the right angle. It's the right shape. It's just getting that ball to read a touch sooner.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. I mean, I don't know if something's happening here with him or.
Say, because this match is well, I mean, it's probably over, you would think, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, you just never know.
I think it's more emotion that he knows that shot probably was the one to
Yeah.
get him there.
Yeah, emotions are going over here for Brandon. Hopefully everything's all right and can gather himself here.
Yeah, and a quick look at the other match. Jamie Craig, I don't know if he just stoned another 9, but just clean game. He's going to shoot 190, it looks like. And
Okay.
Ethan finally threw off a turkey to take the lead from him. So tight match over there.
Matt, did you learn anything for us?
Yeah, so the match is over.
Yep, that one.
Yeah, that one did it.
there.
Just emotions.
Okay.
It's. I think. I mean, you can kind of feel, when he doubled, the crowd kind of shifted to Blake. So it's hard at a young age to be able to tune that out, or just worry about yourself.
And plus, at that age, I mean, emotions are crazy at that age. Your whole life's changing every year, so just got to gather yourself because you got more bowling to do. So
yes, it'll be. I think this is a frame where he needs to. Yeah, see, that one was a little softer, and that's okay. That one went high, so the emotions could be part of you just not getting it cleanly, but it's important to learn something. Even when the match is over, there's still something to learn, because you never know if that next pair is going to be tighter. And obviously, he's going to go into the finals, so it'll be good for him.
okay, so after this match, we will learn if they're going to do a one-game match to determine the 3 and the 4 specific seeding, or if we're going to go directly into the stepladder finals, which I'm guessing we'll start with the girls' open division like normal.
Ooh. So that just makes this match that much closer now.
Yeah, because
Yep,
Jamie
that,
did strike in the 9th, so
Yeah, and Jamie's going to be ahead in count.
Yep, so that Ethan cannot shut him out. Yeah, it would be 215,
To
217.
217, yeah.
So, I mean, still, though, count is huge in that match, so it's spare and at least got to get the first hit to keep that count close. But really interesting over there.
you know, Matt, I do appreciate the shout out, but you could have looked more excited for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm commentating on NDBowltv right now, and he's has that look on his face like there could, I'd rather be golfing right now.
no, I don't golf.
or doing something else.
I don't do anything but bowl and enjoy my life with my fiance
See,
and our cats.
And Matt, this goes all the way back to that whole path you took. When you start out in a bowling center with Parker Bone and Johnny Petraglia, and then take your talents to South Beach, in other words.
Yes.
And and you get to the Kegel Training Center with Del Ballard and all sorts of great talent and different ways to,
and they all golf, and I don't.
So then you sit at the Kegel Training Center and
Exactly. But when I'm with Andrew and he's like, "Hey, you want to go golf?" I'm like, "No." Like I really he knows not to ask me anymore because he knows I really won't go. That was pretty good.
Big strike there.
So what's that for him? Or
He needs them all regardless.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna need them all. I mean,
Jamie's got 217 left.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that one's big because he needs this one to
Force the double.
force.
then.
Yep.
Yeah, double. Yeah.
They essentially
Well, to
Jamie's
force the
gotta
first
match
one.
them,
Yeah. This one to force the first one.
Yeah, whatever he does, Jamie just has to match him, and he'll win by a pin then. So
It's a big shot here for Ethan.
yeah.
It's basically the only pair on in your field of view here on camera. So the left lane will be Ethan's second shot in the 10th. He did get the first one, so this is a big shot.
it's a lot.
And you talk about breaks and not wanting to watch. That'd be one of them.
Yeah, and after you stone 9 on the lane you're gonna finish on, it's we shall see.
Now you just gotta, because the count matters a ton here as well. So
Yeah,
Just
no, I don't move off of that one. That one was in, so you have to at least kind of know that one was not as good as the other one, but yeah, 9 for sure. And it is dead quiet in
right, it
here.
is the only match going in the building at the moment.
This is like the championship.
Pitch that one a little wider.
Oh,
Well,
8.
I mean, he still needs a double, but that makes it a little easier. Double 8 or double 7 in his case. That's so
I
much
guess at the
easier
end of the day, it was all about the double to start. So
yeah, but still, that's a double 7 is so much easier than double 9.
yeah, especially on this pattern.
But Jamie yet to strike on the right lane.
that was quick. I didn't even realize that. Good job, Ken. That was quick.
Well, and I think 2 9, at least 1 9 pin. I think 2. So the last one he threw over on the left lane looked really good. If he can soften it up just a hair, I bet he's good.
That's pretty good.
Oh, he
Yeah,
tripped that one out.
That one was
Clutch
pretty
shot there for Jamie. Tripped out the 9.
And I think what I've noticed with Jamie in the years that we've been able to watch is he needs one, he speeds it up. High hard one is seems to be his game.
Likes to take the pattern out of play if he can.
good. That is a Scandal S. For anybody wondering.
Brought to you by Hammer.
Sure looks like it. Ball we've both had in our bag.
I love that ball. That ball's actually won me some money. Hard for many of you to believe.
I believe it.
All right. Gotta have it.
Oh, I grabbed that
Gotta
one.
have it. Got it.
Yeah, that one was hard, but he grabbed it, so that helps. But like you said, Ken, if he needs one, he's gonna throw it hard. So
Yeah, that seems to be Jamie's game from what I've been able to take from him. But
So 7 pins is a winner.
yeah, man, you just wonder if Ethan does get that strike, you know, how different it
Yeah,
is.
what's your mindset
Right.
like on this ball here?
Right.
Yep.
Even that second one, because you know, if you get the second one, okay, I only need 7. But if you get the second one, you still need, 9 or a strike. So, but
So as long as it's not wide, Jamie's probably
There you go.
safe.
yeah, that's the one where you just kind of make sure it goes out the lane a little bit. But yeah, those were impressive shots for both of them.
Well,
So that concludes so far the second round of the bracket. Jamie Craig and Brandon Cryer will be the 3 and the 4 seed on the boys' side. We don't really know exactly what's happening in the other divisions at the moment because they are pretty far away from our set. But we will be back momentarily with, I'm not sure if we're doing a 3-4 seeding game or if we're just going to go right into the step ladder.
well, on that note, though, I will leave you gentlemen for a few minutes.
Yeah, enjoy your lunch. And Matt, if you want to eat lunch, feel free to as well.
I think I have some food waiting for me.
Yeah, go ahead if you have lunch.
All right. Well,
I can hold the ship down here, you know.
I won't be very long. I will make sure I'm back for those, if it's seating or whatever. But
Well, it looks like they're clearing the lanes to be oiled, so they're going straight into the step ladder. So
awesome. Well, I will be back in a little bit.
sure. All right, so it is just me, Darren Sini, in the booth, as my co-hosts here are taking a quick lunch break, which I'll probably do myself, but we will be underway with the girls' open final here momentarily. They are going to re-oil. All right, so let's look at what we have so far. I did get an updated payout sheet for the girls' side, so we'll start there since that will be our first stepladder final. In 10th was Trista Rama for a $100 scholarship. Haley Trisky took 9th for $200. Addie Nelson in 8th for $250. Samantha Nab 7th for $360. Callie or Kaylee Trisky, again, not sure how they pronounce that one, $420 in 6th. Hannah Trisky in 5th, $550. So let's do a quick process of elimination here. Not quite sure what we have going on at the moment with the brackets, but once we find out, we'll let you know. On the handicap side, Dylan Nelson finished in 14th for $100. Ty Weiler in 13th with $100. Caleb Sapa in 12th for $125. Dylan Abuaf in 11th for $150. Hunter King in 10th for $175. Peyton Rowley in 9th for $200. Trevor Haugland in 8th for $225. Kenna Wallace in 7th for $250. Lexia Nix finished 6th at $265. And Hunter Cooley in 5th for $290. So if your favorite bowler was on either of those divisions and you didn't hear their name, they are in the stepladder finals. We have 4 bowlers left in each division. The 3 will play the 4. Winner will play the 2. Winner will play the 1. And we will crown a champion. I do believe they are oiling the lanes. They're going to oil 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then I do believe the girls will kick us off here on 13 and 14. The handicap division will then be next on 15 and 16. And then the boys' open division will be back on 13 and 14. The boys' side, we already know that Brandon Cryer and Jamie Craig will kick us off for the stepladder finals there. On the girls' side, let's try to figure out who's left on that side. The names I don't see would be Hannah Rohrs is still in as a 3 or the 4. And Kira Magsom, I believe, is still the #1 seed. Hannah is the 2. Sawyer Brown is still available there. The Anna Callan, yeah, that's the other one. So the 9th and the 10th seeds out of the girls' side actually advanced all the way to the stepladder finals. So congratulations to them. Both made the cut to the final 10 and made their way through the bracket. So good work there. On the boys' side, Edgar Burgo and Jordan Monens are waiting as the 1 and 2 seeds. Again, shout out to Matt Meyer for all his work he's done, and the whole Meyer family for inviting us into the facility to cover the event for the 4th year in a row. Can't say enough good things about all the sponsors as well of the 2020 Midwest Youth Championships. Okay, on the boys' side, let's do a boys' updated prize list. Starting with 10th, Cody Larson, $280. Tyler Rodenz at 9th at $300. Dylan Galley finished 8th for a $400 scholarship. Lucas Herzrud finished 7th for $500. Ethan Tepley, the defending champion, finishes 6th for $700. And Blake Martin finishes 5th and gets a $1,000 scholarship. So once again, some good money going on around here. And if you're a junior bowler or an upcoming bowler who even wants to bowl in the handicap division, there is a division here for everyone. Please come out and keep this tournament on your schedule for next season, likely in mid-August, and hopefully those of us at NDBowltv will be there to cover it.
8th for 225, Trevor Hagelin. 7th for 250, Ken Wallace. 6th for 265, Lexi Mintz. And 5th for 290, Hunter Cooley. So then our step ladder will be first match, our 3 seed, Jake Knott versus 4 seed Alex Yoder on lanes 15 and 16. I think everybody that's in these ladders can use the warm-up pairs right now. And then the winner of that will face Riley Tillman. The winner of that will face Wyatt Meyer for the championship.
Okay. They announced the handicap stepladder first, so we'll see what we end up doing here for
200. 8th place, Eddie Nelson, 250. 7th place, Samantha Knott, 360. 6th place, Kelly Christie, 420. 5th place, Hannah Christie, 550. Our 3 seed will be Anna Callan versus 4 seed Sawyer Brown. The winner of that match will face Hannah Roars. The winner of that match will face Kira Magson for the championship. On the boys' side, finishing in 10th place for 280, Cody Larson. 9th place for 300, Tyler Rodenz. 8th place for 400, Dylan Galley. 7th place for 500, Lucas Herzog. 6th place for 700, Ethan Kepley. 5th place, taking home $1,000, Blake Martin. The first match will be 3 seed Brandon Cryer versus 4 seed James Craig. Winner of that will take on Edgar Burgos. Winner of that will face Jordan Money for the championship, $5,000.
Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. About to cross the noon hour here in Alexandria. Just finishing up the lanes, and then we'll be underway. If you could, please share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. All right, we will be underway with our handicap finals here momentarily. Each bowler will get 2 shots on each lane, and then we will get started with Alex Yoder and who's the other one? Jake Knabb. Suppose it would help to turn your mic on, huh?
Yeah, that would
There we
help.
go. Now we can hear Matt.
I am wearing a hood over my headset. That's how cold it is over here, everybody.
Hey, everyone that's been watching over the years knows I comment on how cold it is every year, and this year I was smart. I wore long pants, so.
Well, even in lawn pants and a sweatshirt and a jersey, I'm freezing.
Yeah, I'm still cold.
I even have hair on top of my head. I'm still cold.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not saying that you're bald. I don't even know if you are or not.
I am.
Oh, wow.
It's a common thing that everyone makes fun of me for, so it's fine.
Well,
I've learned to embrace it.
I get cold so easily, but, like, I have to sleep in the cold, but, like, I get cold too easily.
Right.
So when I'm awake, it's not good. When I'm sleeping, it's fine.
I would agree with you there.
It's a catch-22 sometimes.
Okay, we're going to welcome Ken back into the booth, and then I am going to eat lunch. Ken, you can hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, so I'm going to let you go through our 2 players here. We got Alex Yoder and Jake Knabb, and then I'm going to eat lunch. So.
All right. Well, Alex, 15 out of Egan, so another bowler from the city's got a lot of them. 146 average, 255 high games, been bowling since 5th grade. And looks like a 2-hander, I guess. Nope, never mind, that must have been Jake.
I don't know. I don't think any of them are two-handed.
I swore I saw somebody bowling 2-handed. Maybe I'm just seeing things.
You know, I don't know. I've been concentrating on this Fearless. I'm trying to figure out why we're using a Fearless, but you never know. But look, he is.
Yep. Okay, there we go. Jake is 2-handed. So
Yeah. What a leave. I think if he goes bat through it, he should automatically win.
I would agree.
If he goes bat through it, he wins.
Or even if you get the 8 pin out of that. That's always the fun goal, if you can take the 8 out of it, through it. But, yep, then Jake, 13 years old, out of Maple Grove, another bowler from the cities. 138 average, 214 high game, 535 high series. Plays hockey. First place at the state tournament in 2019.
Oh, and a purple ball.
And plays band, so a couple youngsters. I mean, 13, 15 is not terribly young anymore for bowling, but some guys that are looking to grow and hopefully get better. See them in the boys division here in a couple years.
Okay, Ken, who's your pick? Who do you got in this match?
I feel like coming to the lanes where the boys have played that Jake probably has the advantage with the 2-handed and the revs. But where is the handicap at, I guess? Okay, yep. So
That's right. This is handicap.
Yep, so Alex is getting 59 pins, and Jake is 65. Am I reading that right?
So the difference is 10. Is that right? Or they don't
6. I think it's just 6.
Oh, sorry. 59. You're right.
So my eyes are not the greatest, so if I'm reading it right, it looks like 6 pins, so basically scratch. 65, yeah. Yep, that's a confirmation of 65. So, yeah, 6-pin difference. So,
but now it says 74. You see that it says 974?
Yep, so it's adding in the handicap with it
okay,
then.
You're right.
So, yeah, it should be a good match. But so just based on bowlers alone and what they're coming to, I feel like Jake may have a little advantage. But that's why we play the game, too.
We've got Storm Visits going down the lane for Alex. And I believe Jake is throwing at Brunswick Fearless. So, like you said, Brunswick, the official sponsor of ND Bowling.
Absolutely.
Not my official sponsor, but we'll take it for you guys for the sake of ND Bowling. Yeah.
Well, you're also talking to two guys that have been thrown just about everything. I had my first 300 with a Brunswick ball, and I think I've thrown one with about 5 different companies. So,
And I talked about Parker being my second dad, who
has been Brunswick all his life.
Yeah. Fun fact about Parker Bone is there's only been 2 shows he's ever made where he hasn't thrown a Brunswick ball on it.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh, pretty good shot there.
And it was an ebonite ball. He even had the ebonite wrist guard. So yeah, fun fact.
Wow.
There was a time where he was just with nobody.
Sure.
And through ebonite.
2 out of what, 150 some or whatever it is. I don't even know what the count is for him, but it's a lot.
Yeah, he's almost at the same amount of 300s for the amount of TV shows that he's made. So.
Still the all-time leader, I believe, too.
Oh yeah, in the I think it's 114.
That's a crazy amount.
He was there when I bowled my first 300 on tour this year, and I told him, I said, okay, well, I'm only 113 behind. But
it's a ways to go, but
yeah.
hey.
I said if I bowl one every year, I still won't get there. So. This handicap is, I'm telling you, it confuses me. I don't know why, but, like, I don't know. So, so Alex has 68 overall, right? And Jake has 74? Or is it 9 and 9, and then you, I don't know. I'm confused.
We're so not used to handicap anymore, so, yeah, so what they're doing is they're adding in the 65 pins to the end total. So, like, you can see where it says 15 on the total, and then plus handicap is 80.
See what I was used to growing up in handicap, well, a long time ago, was like my handicap minus the opponent's handicap, and then like they would just make you know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Like this is to me like just difficult, but I can see where it now, but like. It would just be the total would be, like the difference in the match would be, you know, my handicap minus his plus our scores. Yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely. But I think to not confuse too many people because they're like, where did 6 come from out of all of this?
Right.
You know.
I agree with that.
But yeah, if you look at the end scores, if you're looking at our scores up on the above the lanes cam here. The end score is their total score with their handicap. So it is only a difference of 6. So it's not like it's too much.
Do we know if anybody's ever won the handicap and the boys or girls division at both?
I don't think I'm not sure if they even allow that or not. That's a good question, but in all this time, I mean, you can see all the banners
like
up
if
there.
you win handicap one year and then bowl open the next year, I wonder if
sure,
they have like
sure.
a double winner.
I don't. Say Darren's shaking his head no, and from what I remember in the 3 years that I've done it, I don't think we've had anybody that's gone that quickly up. It's not to say it couldn't happen, but the you know, for the most part. Jumping from the handicap to the open is a big jump for a lot of these bowlers.
Yeah, ball change. Looks like a purple ball. That was a purple hammer.
Saying I think Jake made a ball switch to the last frame. I didn't see what he was throwing, but it might have been the same thing.
It's a purple hammer. Yeah.
It's
just like we talked about before.
Yep.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Hang on there.
Oh.
It's close.
You know, I always like. I don't know if I say I'd feel bad, but I always want to see handicapped bowlers just bowl so well.
Right.
You know, so I don't know. It just not makes me upset, but I'm just like, man, I just want to help you. You know, I want to see kids do well, and they're just so they just look like nice kids. You know.
Yeah, and as much as you want to help, it's right now, not the best time to either.
Right.
But,
right.
Said,
Jake.
you know,
Jake's a nice double up there.
yeah, good ball switch.
So far, Brooklyn and then a light swisher. I don't know if you noticed, Ken, but he does start on his right foot. I think he's a 4-step two-hander. So, taking a page out of Simonson's book.
Not something you see very often, is it?
No, it's difficult. It's really hard as a two-hander because you do have to get that ball to go past your hip, and if you're starting with the same leg that you're swinging the ball with, it's just really hard. And he does interesting.
That was one-handed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Which is an advantage at some point to be
Yeah.
able to shoot spares one-handed, but when you get into the higher divisions and better bowlers, you've got to be really good at shooting spares one-handed. But yeah, interesting that he takes 4 steps for his two-handed delivery.
So I'm pretty sure that most of us can say we've tried it at some point or another. I can't do it, but never thought about trying it with 4. And I think for me, it's mostly a momentum thing, even with 5.
It's where that weight transfers in your approach will determine how fast and easily you can do it. If that weight doesn't transfer at the right time, you'll struggle throwing it harder. Because then you feel like you have to run to the line, and nobody wants to run to the line. So
No, not at all. That was a nice spare there from Alex. The unconventional 1-3-5-9.
You ever wear a glove when you were a younger kid? I used to wear a glove. I thought it was the coolest thing.
I can't say I ever tried to. I did a wrist guard when I was first starting out and went away from that relatively quickly.
Hook.
It's all right. Nice, easy spare there. I'm so much feel that I think a glove would hinder that for me. But can absolutely see where it, it makes sense and it helps some people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, being the 4th year that I've done this, the thing that I've noticed is once a lot of these kids in the handicap division kind of grow into themselves, because it's like even Alex at 15, you can tell he's still going to grow into his body. And once both of these kids get there, I bet you they're going to be pretty good.
We just had a French fry sighting. We almost got free French fries.
That would be okay, I think, all except most of us have already ate.
Yeah, shout out to Fat Daddies for incredible food.
Oh, yeah.
My God. I can see that name making me a fat daddy.
Darren shaking his head yes,
Yeah.
as we all are right now. It's, for those of you in the area or are around the area, eat at Fat Daddy's.
The one thing I've learned about bowling centers in Minnesota is that they have really good restaurants, and you can go there without even bowling. Like Dratula's in near Inver Grove Heights. Fantastic food. It's a bowling center, but we go there just to eat sometimes. So,
oh yeah,
I would come to Fat Daddy's all the time.
Yeah, I mean they do have a separate entrance here, which is
Yeah,
awesome.
same thing. Most I feel like the really good restaurant places have that. So that's really unique.
welcome back to Darren.
We still
Yes.
got kind of a close match here. 146 to 128 with three frames to go. 3 frames to go. So
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, you know.
I would just like to second that motion on Fat Daddies. It is
Yep.
helping out my
yeah, you're
newly
a daddy.
formed
Yeah.
dad bod working on.
Yeah, it's always hard to call these matches, though.
Right.
Especially when we, every year we get, it's typically the boys division that's put in front of us. So, we see all of them. And, seeing some of these bowlers like Jake and Alex, it's so difficult to call a match when you don't know how they bowl, how well they bowl today. Obviously, they've all bowled well if they're here.
I feel like we've seen Alex before on our show, but like you said, this is the first time we're seeing a lot of these people bowl all weekend. So it changes the way you call the match. And
yeah, and with the handicap division too, I know we've mentioned it in other years, and that's a crummy break there, but they always tend to bowl at that different pace than the boys do, especially, but even the girls tend to.
I think it was like one of our first years here, the handicap division started the step ladder, and it's like the kids couldn't get done bowling quick enough. And there was always 2 people bowling, and one guy would throw a shot, and they just keep going back and forth, and they look up and be like, "Oh, I won,"
Yep.
and that was it.
Yep.
So it is fun to see just a different perspective. You don't really see that many handicap tournaments going into televised step ladders, so it's good for the kids to be able to be on live stream and to have their family watch back home if they're not able to make it here. And
Yeah,
it's good to have them.
And it gives them the experience of being in a step ladder, so
That might strike.
Oh, can opener, get the 10 or 7, something.
yeah. Tough break there, for a pretty good shot. But yeah, I mean, it's good for them to get the experience too. It kind of, you hope that it gets them to want to come back and compete in the boys division, the open division for these two. And know what it's like to compete at the higher levels. Saying we're still far from over in this match.
I suppose Jake does have the advantage in the handicap too.
Just by a handful of pins, but
2 frames left, 22 pin lead.
yeah, I mean, for these guys, if they can throw a double together here, hey, that's huge.
Uh-oh.
Hook.
Well, Alex can max out. Well, Jake can max out at the 139 with his handicap, gets him to 204.
Well, he can actually max out at
The 160? Are we?
169.
Yeah, it's only 9th
Yeah.
frame.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's so hard to read those
I
sometimes.
did the same
Yeah.
thing you did, though. I was like,
because they have the numbers below,
Right.
Yeah.
and it only shows how many frames that he's bowling in. I keep thinking since the last one that it's a 10th frame. I suppose they're both. Now Alex still has the 9th and 10th to go. Okay.
Yep, so 146 to 159 max right now. So, I mean, it's still a match. Oof. Tough break on that one. Always seems to be a battle of attrition when you get into the ends of these matches.
Just can't catch a non-split. Not terrible shots, but just no love for Alex in this match.
I thought he gave that one the onion at the bottom, and the urethane ball just didn't
Yeah.
pick up for him.
That one looked like it give it all he got.
Well,
Oh, give him a spare. Give him a spare.
oof, that was close.
Well, now it gets a little more difficult.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we hope he gets one strike here. Just one.
Yeah, you just want to finish on a good note.
Yeah.
And I mean, the other thing I think we forget too is this is for the bowlers that don't bowl these kind of tournaments, this is a long weekend for them.
Where's our prize payout for the handicap? Dave Heatherly, thanks for joining us in the chat room today. Appreciate you watching.
Always good to hear, Dave.
And our handicap division payout, fourth place will take home $325 scholarship. Third is $475. Second is $1,500. So there's a big prize jump there from third to second. So this next match, it's going to be worth a $1,000 match. Not something I can say I ever bowled for when I was a handicap bowling youth. To be up and bowl against somebody for $1,000 is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, and you have to think these kids aren't even thinking about that right now.
Right.
When you get into the top couple for the girls and the boys open.
I bet you the parents are thinking about it.
Oh, I don't doubt that a bit.
They're like, hey, I don't have to pay that money in college.
Right. One less check to have to write, or one less thing I got to worry about.
Ball change. Try something different, and oh.
Not
That's
even
too
the
bad.
not even the Brooklyn strike.
Yeah,
So Jake's going to move on in this match.
Yeah, you can see Alex is a little disappointed, but still, good job to get this far.
Yeah, 114, and with his handicap, 173. And, just for those at home, if they figure the handicap, let's say 80% of 210, finishing with a 173 is a little below what Alex is used to bowling. While Jake is throwing it right about his average. Again, if you're watching, please hit the subscribe button on your YouTube player. Also hit the thumbs up button. We do appreciate that. Share it with everyone you know on social media. We'll be in our semifinal match of the handicap division of the 2020 Midwest Youth Championships here in Alexandria, Minnesota at Garden Center Lanes for our, our fourth year here, Ken? Fifth? Because there's 4 banners already hanging up, and I
Yep.
think we've been here for all of them.
I think I was not here for the first one, but yeah, we've been here all 5 years total.
I don't know how handicap, how they figure out the whole handicap thing, but 80% of 210 is 168. So now do they, I don't know, how do they
So it's the difference, so then,
Right, so if his average was higher than 168, would he not get any pins?
well, if he's got 168, the difference, what's the difference between 210 and 168?
Oh, yeah, it's
and then you take
32.
80% of that, and that's your handicap.
Oh, really?
See, Matt's always been such a good bowler, he's never had to figure out
I was
handicap
just
in
going
his
to
life.
say, he's never had to worry about it.
I
so.
bowled handicap division for 3 years when I was 12. So
Now this goes this goes back to the whole path he's taken to the to the tour. The guy grew up with Parker Bone and Johnny Petraglia, mind you, and then he took his talents to South Beach and bowled at the Kickle Training Center and bowled for a national championship college team. No big deal or anything, And he was part of the reason for that, don't get me wrong.
So figuring out a handicap is not my forte.
No, he's never really been in the need to figure out handicap.
But, yeah, 33.6. So 80.
As a 168 average bowl.
Yes. So you would get 33, you would get 34 pins. So if Alex was getting 59, he would have to
Well, you would take 59 times, like, since you're taking 20% off.
I'm done. You're confusing. I was just gonna add like 13 to the number there.
Well, you should know you're talking to an accountant. That's actually my real job as an accountant.
Well, then that's why you're the guy doing the handicapping.
There you go.
Not me.
And I did not grow up with Parker Bone and Johnny Petraglia. And I've still never been to Florida.
Never been to Florida.
Never been to Florida.
Oh,
I've
that's
been to
right.
about 40 different states, but Florida is not one of them.
So you missed that year, didn't you?
Yes.
May I ask why? Just don't like Florida?
No reason to go down there yet.
All right.
But now that I have a 1-year-old at home who will likely want to go to Disney someday,
Yes. The greatest place on earth.
that'll likely be the reason I go there.
Now, in this situation, if you're Jake and you don't beat this girl, are you like mad?
Are you at that
Yeah.
age where that's a problem
right.
for you?
Yeah.
Like, I would have no problem, like, going out and losing a match to Danielle McEwen, because she's that good.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
But at this age, does it bother you? Because you're still young, that's just
It's like
maybe
this
to
girl
Jake,
could
girls-
run him over. Like,
girls
she-
still have cooties,
Yeah.
you don't know.
Yeah, like what even are cooties? Is that even a thing?
2020 has a lot of them, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. 2020 clearly doesn't like girls. So.
Right? That's what it is. Dave, Jamie has not bowled yet. We are in our handicap finals now. So this is the semifinal match. There'll be one more match after this. We will then rotate over to 13 and 14, where the girls' scratch finals will take place, where it'll be a 3-4 match. Winner takes 2, winner takes 1. And then following that will be the boys' scratch division, which will be Jamie Craig versus Brandon Cryer in the first match. So if you're waiting for his match, it'll probably be about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before they hit the lanes again. So that is the one difficult part about this tournament, is we try to keep the step ladders available for all the divisions so that there's going to be some people waiting. Just the nature of the beast.
Now, do you remember one year, did they do it where the handicap division and the girls division went at the same time?
Yes. And that was the year when we didn't have scoring cameras, so it was okay. And we just kind of did a wide angle on the two pairs and called it good. But now with the added cameras and everything, it's just a little easier to let all the divisions have their times. And
Yep, they're all here for the same reason. Give them all the same amount of attention that they deserve.
so Jake versus Riley Killinen. What do we know about Riley?
I feel like we've seen Riley before on one of them, one of our past shows, but 16, lives in Bethel. I'm not really sure where that is. Goes to St. Francis High School, a 153 average, 242 high game, 544 high series.
She gets 53 pins handicap, where Jake will get 65. So 12 pin difference here on the handicap side.
Yep, and her big accomplishment is making all conference in high school and girls season. So it's pretty impressive for her this early in her bowling career.
Oh, on the spare right away, so a good
Yep.
start.
See what Jake's able to do after having one game already on this pair.
And again, he does have the handicap advantage by 12, so Riley must win this match by 13 or so to win.
Oh, not gonna fall.
Have you ever gone through the 310?
It's always fun to try. I think I have once or twice.
That's one of those things where in league, you're like, I'll buy you a drink if you go through it. Or like the washout.
I do remember finishing off a series, leaving a 3-6-10, and taking the 6 out.
Oh, lovely. Well, I will tell you, somebody did at Team Masters. Tom Clark's son went through the 310 at Team Masters this past week.
Really?
Yeah. Straight through it. That's impressive. Like, it's
not an easy thing to do.
No.
I feel like it's only something you could do on like certain sport patterns or longer patterns.
Yeah.
'Cause it's just hard to replicate that ball motion on simply like a house shot.
Yeah, too much friction outside typically.
Yeah. So Matt, what's on the docket for you following the show today?
I will be heading back to Inverdrove Heights. Today is my fiance's mom's birthday, so probably maybe, depending on what time we get done, it's about 2.5-hour drive back.
I think it'll probably be 3.5 for you because there's cabin traffic.
Oh,
Yeah,
cabin traffic, yep.
Cabin traffic. Everyone forgets about cabin traffic.
Yeah, we hit it on the way up here on Friday.
Yep.
So it took us about 2.5. So hopefully not that much longer than that. But gonna drive back to Illinois tomorrow, 9.5 hours about, and back to life, back to working and regional.
Bowling.
Yeah, regional coming up in Evansville, Indiana next weekend. So excited about that. Excited to get back out there on the PBA tour and you know.
I did see that they're bowling at Fire Lake. I
Yeah.
saw Tom Doherty posted he was leading the event yesterday.
Yeah, it's a nice place at Fire Lake. Beautiful facility and always a high-scoring building. So. What about for you guys? What do you guys have planned for today, or, you know?
Well, we're heading back to Fargo after we're done. We're gonna tear the set down and head back to Fargo, and then I think it's a week of golf for us.
How far is Fargo from here?
100 miles
Oh, okay, so about 40 miles less than Inverdrove Heights.
and no cabin traffic.
Yep, we get away from the cabin traffic.
There's a little bit coming off the lakes and going back to Fargo, but it's not nearly as bad as going towards Minneapolis. So.
We have to laugh every time we say cabin traffic. 2 years ago when Tom Doherty was on here, he had no idea about it, so we had to explain it to him, and he got a good kick out of it.
Yeah, my fiance loves to warn me about all the. She's like, yeah, I'm from here, you know, I know all about this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I just, you know, don't want to think I'm going to sit there too long in the traffic. But yeah, it is not the most fun thing.
That's what's always good about living in North Dakota, because you take weekend trips down to Minneapolis for events, for concerts, for sporting events, for whatnot, and every time you go to Minneapolis on a Friday, all the traffic's on, the northbound side, and then when
Yep.
you come home from Minneapolis on Sunday, the traffic's on the other side. Those of you watching in North Dakota will completely understand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And those of you not watching in a place called North Dakota or Minnesota, you're just wondering what we're talking about. And that's okay.
Oof.
Rough start here for Jake.
Yeah, he just seems to be kind of caught in between. purple hammer's not quite enough to make it up, and as sure as I say that, he switches back.
Ooh,
And
big
that's,
pull left. That's what we call a Reno from Ken Fletcher. That is what
Oh,
we call
you
a
had to
Reno.
bring that up, didn't you?
Well, do you want to elaborate on that story?
I think this is more fun for you.
Yeah, what's a Reno?
So back when, let's see, I got out of college in 2010. In 2011, my wonderful co-host over here, Ken Fletcher, decided to ask me to join his team to the USBCs, you know. And I was like, cool. And him and I would bowl doubles. Everything's good. It was out in Reno that year. Be my first time out at the stadium.
What a spare.
There
What
we
a
go.
spare. Good job.
So first time out at the stadium, everything's good, whatnot, and team event rolls around, and I think this guy kept it on the right side of the lane maybe 3 shots in the series. Every shot would go over 4th arrow, and he's sliding like 25. Okay, and
It was a rough day.
I'm like, okay, maybe he's nervous, and we'll do better tomorrow for singles and doubles. It's no big deal. And
It didn't get better.
yeah, the very next day, again, each set maybe had 4 or 5 shots that got right of 20. And he's a righty now, and right at 20. Only like 4 or 5 shots a set, and he finished with 14-19. And to this day, that is still like the pinnacle of bad
Yeah.
for all of us at Nationals. And so if you're bowling bad and you get on 14-19 watch, it's
the Ken Fletcher.
the
Yeah,
Ken Fletcher.
yeah.
So when Jake threw that shot and it didn't get right at 20, that's what we call a Reno in our terms. And it's been a legendary story ever since, 10 years running.
And at least I can laugh about it now.
Yes.
Well, Ken, if I ever have 14-19 watch, I will let you know.
Yeah, if Matt's on
It-
14-19 watch, it's probably after 6.
I was going to say it's probably
'Cause
after
he's already
6,
got 14,
maybe
19.
7, depending on the tournament.
Maybe even 5 if
You never know.
he's on the easiest pattern there is. What's your best 3, 6, 9-game sets? Do you have any notable? Since we
know,
talked about Ken's worst, let's talk about your best.
Yeah, collegiate season. That's in my senior year. I averaged 255 in the South Point Stadium for 9 games. So whatever that is for, yeah,
722.70.
something like that. Yeah, it was around
That's-
20. Yeah, almost 2,300.
It's pretty good.
Reminds me of what Marshall Kent did that year at the U.S. Open at South Point. He just like ran away with it and then
Yeah.
lost to Francois.
In the finals, yeah. That's when Frankie bowled 300 that year. But yeah, 3 games, 858, highest I've ever gotten. And sits, I bowled so many 6-game sets, but nothing probably a notable one, but not that I can remember. But I've always said the day I bowl 900, I'm going to quit.
Yeah.
So if I bowl 900 like this week, I'm quitting. It's going to happen. That's like the pinnacle of it all. I mean, Wesley just bowled 900, and I texted him and I said, congrats on your 900. I said if I was, if I was in your shoes, I'd quit right now. He's like, well, I'm starting to play golf. I'm like, okay, well, don't tell me you're going to quit now. But yeah, if I ever bowled 900, I'd quit.
Yep.
There's no like, I don't know. It's the hardest thing to do.
Well, too bad Brady Stearns ain't in the building. We could ask him his
People
thoughts on
know.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
He had one, 2 years ago?
Yeah, I remember that night. I mean, not that I was there, but I remember hearing about it that night.
Yeah, he bowled it down in St. Cloud, not far from here.
You like literally every single thing has to go your way.
Yep.
Like every pin carry, it's
The people you bowl with,
Yeah.
to the temperature outside.
how they
it just-
transition and like, do you get lucky? It's just everything has to align.
That's a question for you. Like temperature-wise, like weather-wise, being down in Florida, does the humidity affect? I mean, we're up here in the tundra.
Yeah,
We bowl. It's the driest possible because it's dead of winter. It's 40 below. Nobody really likes to bowl that much up here in the summer because they want to get outside. They're stuck inside all winter. But how is it in Florida?
The approaches are different. That's the main difference I see. The approaches are different, but they also hook a lot more on the ends because it is a little warmer. And when it's colder, it really doesn't get cold there. So that was a ball change for Riley. But yeah, it's the front's hooked a little bit when like that oil just doesn't sit long enough for it
Sure.
to, so when it's warmer it has nowhere really to go, so it separates faster. But the approaches are the main difference that I notice when we're bowling at different states or.
I noticed that the year the USBCs were down in Baton Rouge, because it was a lot more humid there than most places that we bowled.
They just get super sticky.
Yeah, and then, if we do happen to just go bowl in the summer, because it does get humid up in the upper Midwest here in the summer, but very rarely do I get up to the bowl. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. Looks like some storms are on the way. That'd be fun to drive through on the way home.
Oh, get a break.
Oh, trip 5.
Still sitting relatively close. I mean, this is almost an even match right now, isn't it?
Yeah, four pins with finishing the 7th frame, and Jake still has his 7th frame to bowl. It's just fair.
Yep.
There is one thing to note now that we're entering towards the championship match of each division. If you are wearing an Apparel EFX jersey and you win your division, they will get you a free Apparel EFX jersey, which Jake is wearing. And I guess Wyatt is wearing too. I saw Nevin's post on the Midwest Youth Championship page.
Nice, that's pretty
So
cool.
Apparel EFX might have to pay out here.
It's a big break, rolling a 2-8 there.
Well, close match here. Now we're entering the 8th frame. I gotta get this scoring down. That is the 8th frame. Even though it's the only one you see, it is the 8th.
Ooh, it's
a big break.
That's a really big break, only leaving the 3-pin. I wish I could trip those out as well as he just did. Every spare right now is a big deal, especially with Jake getting a few pins in handicap. Looks
Get
pretty
it?
good. Yep.
Thank you, Purple Ball, for not overhooking.
That shows you he's got some smarts though right
Yeah.
there to switch to that.
Yes. Good use of the brain there, Jake.
I don't know how often I would hook at something and hook by it when I was his age. Just not even thinking about it.
It's just gonna look cool.
Exactly.
Hook at corners.
Sometimes I still do that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh, that was really good right there.
I'm like, oh, I got a 2-pin. Let me just, line up off of it, and goes right by it. Or
Oh yeah, exactly.
that's why I don't hook at 8-pins anymore.
Or 4 pins. Oh, I was waiting for the story on that one.
Oh
too.
yeah, you can tell all your stories.
You've got a lot of stories, Ken.
And normally they're not good.
Well, most of them are not. No. I am usually good entertainment for people when I bowl.
All that.
Gonna get left enough? Oh, that's okay though.
It's a break. That's a break. They're almost tied in scratch, so.
Yeah, really close match. What, 12? Yeah, about 15 pins. 16 pins. So,
I feel like there has been another killing in on our show.
I think so, and maybe that's
like
where I
a
was getting it.
sibling here. I don't know.
And maybe that's where I was getting it mixed up, but I remember that name.
Yeah, the last name's familiar for sure. Like Ryan.
I think
Ryan
you're
Killinan,
actually right there.
I believe, was a bowler in the boys open division last year, the year before. And for all we know, he could be watching his sister
Entirely possible.
or cousin or whoever it may be. Oh, that's a tough break there. That's a good shot.
It looks like he's gotten a little bit more comfortable. Shots are a little bit better. I think the first one that Dutter spare that he had, I think that kind of really, opened his eyes a little bit, and I feel like he's made some pretty good shots the last couple of frames. So
Yep.
Hook.
Yeah. And there's the other part of the game where, again at that age, I'm hooking at everything. I wouldn't care. And on something like this, it's not always the best thing to do.
I have a problem with, I get too comfortable at league because I trust the mids to where I just pick up the ball I'm throwing all night and just, hook cross lane at a spare. And then you get me out on a tough pattern, and I'm not exactly comfortable throwing hook cross lane. And then I find myself, well, now I got to throw a spare ball over there, and I'm not exactly comfortable.
Not
so
comfortable.
It's one of those things where if I would just stick to throwing straight at corners, regardless of where I'm at, I think it would help my game a lot.
I think really that's a good lesson for anybody. Straighter you can go at any, at least single pin spares, the better off you're going to be.
It's a better shot.
So he's going to need a break though, because where are we at? 12 pin difference in handicap, and
He's at 197. She's at 165, working on a spare. So
32. She needs a mark.
Yep, that is correct.
Yep.
12 pins and count will get her the win.
It's
a good
pretty
shot.
good there.
Oh,
Wow. I
well,
don't think I've seen a messenger quite like that before.
just gotta pick it. That's it. That's not fair.
Now you would, it's one thing to get angry at Stone, smashing the 7 like that, but a mark is ultimately what you need anyway. So
Yep.
Well, she picked up the spare ball, so straight cross lane.
that's a spare
That's
right
good.
there.
Yeah.
Good spare. Clutch spare. And Riley's gonna, well, barring count here.
Yeah, so he still needs a 4 or 5
Yeah.
pins, I think.
It's one of those things when you're used to calling scratch matches for as long as we have, you forget that, okay, we're watching bowlers here with, mid 150 averages, and the little counts aren't guaranteed, really.
Yeah, four pins will do it.
And that'll do it.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's a
that's
winner
good
right
enough.
there. Yeah.
Congratulations, Riley Sherman, moving on to the championship match. with Wild
All right, so handicap.
Third place, $475.
And that was a $1,000 7-pin conversion, if you think about it.
That is very true. Again, parents are probably ecstatic, but
Well, you get 2 balls on each lane, and then you get
not sure if she was thinking about that or not yet.
God, this young kid's about to win $3,000.
Right? Looks like he's throwing an old trackball, too. Cyborg, it looks like.
Is it?
Possibly. I would die if it was just a Maxim, like if it was. Let's see. Oh, that might be a Maxim.
Say that almost.
Might be a Mako, too. Like the Mako attack. There's a lot of different bowling balls
yeah.
that have that color combination to them.
I'm gonna say it's a Maxim.
Say I think that's my spare ball right now. Is that exact
That one,
color
right?
combination?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that
Hard to tell from here.
that has a mat. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an
that's
Ebonite logo
Ebonite,
on it. Yeah. There's a good old straight and hard plastic ball.
Now, everybody watching, this is how you win. House shoes and
Yep, he's wearing house shoes.
yeah.
He's probably got the ball drilled up on Friday.
He's about to win. What was it? It's $3,000, right?
Yeah, 2,500 for
alright.
the handicap one.
No problem. Let me just go win it with 2,500 bucks is
Yeah, 25 for the winner, 1,500 for second. So he's already guaranteed $1,500 with his house shoes. So that's impressive.
I'd give him to him if he won.
It's like an added trophy. You won your first tournament in house shoes. Almost tripped 2-pin with a Maxim. I'm jealous.
That's probably like a 12-pound ball too. Like that's
This just goes to show if you're watching, anyone has a chance to compete out in one of these things.
Absolutely.
Not to
Same.
take anything away from Wyatt. Wyatt is a phenomenal bowler. He's been bowling 6 games yesterday, 4 this morning. And so he's 10 games deep in the tournament. He's still out there competing. But there are a lot of different styles, a lot of different ability levels that can compete out here. And this kid could walk away with 2,500 bucks now.
I'm just impressed with like how his straight, like his ball is like straight off his hand.
And how old is Wyatt?
Yeah, I was going to say, I got the sheet in front of me. Wyatt is 11 years old.
11 years old.
And lives in Alexandria, so probably bowls out here and had his, had that Maxim drilled in-house, I would imagine.
Wow, I can't imagine winning a possible $2,500 scholarship at 11. You have 7 more years to build on that. And I understand that, bowling scholarships are pretty hard to come by, and they're very small, and in some cases you need to pay to be on a team. Like back when I was going into college, that's how it was. But to be able to start off with 2,500 bucks, and who knows, he could have scholarship money built up already. Who knows?
It's entirely possible, right?
But here you go. Wyatt Meyer against Riley Killinan for $2,500 handicap division top
71
prize.
pin difference.
The one thing that I think we've neglected to point out, since he is from Alex, is he part of the Meyer family, I wonder?
Possible. I mean, it kind of resembles the family. So if you're from Alex and you're a Meyer and you're a bowler, it kind of goes hand in hand.
It's just impressive. Like,
boom. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
kicks 10 better than I do.
I say he's got a little bit of a following back there, so I mean, obviously some people know him around here.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know the connection with the, with the Myers and. Trying to see who he's talking to over there, and
can't quite tell.
And
Oh, is she gonna get the same thing? Not quite.
And Wyatt just hasn't been bowling well. He's been dominating the handicap division this weekend. I think he had a 100-pin lead at the end of the 10 games to claim that number 1 spot. It was impressive.
all right, sorry, but I just found out. We were inquiring about
Insider
Wyatt.
information
Yeah,
here.
we got insider information. So Wyatt is Charlie, the owner's great nephew.
Okay.
Great nephew. Okay, so yeah.
Some sort of bowling in the blood. So
Oh yeah, definitely connected to the family.
yeah.
I mean, as you would expect, I guess.
Wyatt he's like, hey, I want to go and bowl. What do I do? He doesn't know.
Well, no, and I mean that goes back to, like I said, a couple years ago when they were just rapid firing, and at his age, he's never bowled in this kind of setting, I would imagine, so he doesn't know, and that's okay.
Good shot.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah, he sees I'm up and I just want to go bowl.
Yeah, this is just like Saturday Night Extreme Bowling
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, where are the cosmic lights?
Right?
And,
He'd probably be more comfortable if you turned on the lights and music and everything.
double? Starting off with a double.
Oh, almost.
Yeah, almost stood it back up, though.
So, I mean, he had a high game of 128, so, I mean, I know he gets a fair number of pins, doesn't he? 124 pins, so I wouldn't be totally shocked if he's thrown his high game this weekend.
Right.
With how well and how dominating he's been for the handicap division.
Well, high game of 128.
Yeah.
So with his handicap of 124, that would be a 250 on the sheet. So I guess we haven't seen a sheet.
I probably have it in a pile over here somewhere.
Yeah, our filing system here at NDBowltv isn't the greatest.
He had 122 yesterday for one of his games.
Wow.
Some insider information. He averages a 70.
Oh, it's up to 70 now. Okay.
Um,
We're getting that from Scott Pohl, by
yeah,
the way.
the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Scott Pohl. He averages somewhere in 70. He is the great nephew of the owner, and he is sporting the brand new Brunswick Eagle House shoes coming to your local center in the next couple of weeks.
$2 a pair to rent those.
Yeah, and they come with the free can of spray too.
Yep.
Maybe not anymore with
Yeah.
the pandemic going on. Who knows?
Now this is impressive. Wyatt has a locker here at the bowling center. So like, where if you're from the Northeast, when I grew up, if somebody said to you, you need a locker, that means that you're really good at the bowling center. So like, they want you to just keep your equipment here because you can only win here. So like, I mean, he probably wouldn't know it. If it was, hey, Wyatt, you need a locker, but he has no bag. But 900 Global does offer bowling bags, so I'd be glad to help you out with a bowling bag. I'm sure Scott Poland's a pro shop. We can get him a bag, like
Maybe some shoes.
yeah,
like-
we can do it. We can do
So
it.
so if Wyatt wins, we're gonna refer him to
Yes.
Cedarville On Track Pro Shops.
Yes. And if he can use that 2,500 as cash, he'd be rolling in the dough.
I'd like to point out that 2 10-pin spares by Riley is more than I make in a series most weeks.
You said it. You said it. Yeah, she's much better at 10-pin conversions than you are.
That's a couple really good shots in a row, too.
Hit.
And that one not far off either.
I know we thought about the whole if we're going to have the post interviews with the ongoing pandemic, but there's part of me that kind of wants the interview after this one,
Yeah.
regardless who wins.
I don't know if you do the math right now.
It's close. Oh.
Wyatt has 161 in 3 frames
That's impressive.
with his handicap. If I ever bowled 161 in 3 frames with no handicap, can you imagine? Like having each, would that be 8? That'd be. Yeah, so I would need the front 4, plus 41 pins. So, but like you said, I didn't grow up like that. So,
Well, Matt, it looks like your doubles partner is in here. Dylan O. You bowl doubles with Dylan?
yes, I did. Yes, Dylan almost made the cut. We missed cash and doubles by 1 pin. So Dylan, I apologize for only bowling 635. But if Scott Pohl didn't show up, we would have cashed. But Scott Pohl showed up, so we didn't cash.
We're going to have to start charging Scott sponsor fees here.
Yeah, I mean, he's written more on this paper than I had the whole day. So, he's getting 7, like consistently getting more than 5.
See, this is the thing that I see in this is like there's a point in everyone's bowling game when they're growing up when they realize a certain skill and it just clicks and they go with it. I don't know if, and in this case, maybe he learned something over the last couple days that he can just fire this thing. I mean, he throws it straighter than I do. And he's just seen crazy success
yeah.
over the weekend. I mean, he's been dominating this division. And I remember when I first got a handle on hooking the ball for the first time, and you finally get a hang of it. You go from that 130, 40 average to 170, 180 pretty quick. And I think that's something to consider in this case. Yeah, I've never seen Wyatt bowl otherwise. He's had a really good weekend, really good 10 games.
Yeah, and you have to think, connected to the family like he is, that he's going to be in here as much as he wants to be. So maybe it's a springboard for him.
Sure. And he's got to have some talent talking in his ear, getting him some good advice. So.
Oh, for sure.
My guess would be and somebody in the Myers family has some bowling talent, whether it's all of them or maybe a few of them. There's definitely the right people that are,
Yeah, most of them I know are all really good bowlers. Like
Right.
Chad throws a good ball, Matt throws a good ball, Mindy throws a good ball.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
They're all phenomenal bowlers.
Right.
It's got a hook.
Yeah, a little wide, just leave something makeable.
Well, heading into the sixth there, she was down by about 57.
So making up a few pins, but not super quick yet.
So this is a big spare if she spares.
Ooh,
That's
there you
It's
go.
really good again.
that's a good spare. So we're looking at through the first 5 frames. If Riley were to strike out, she can bowl 275 with her handicap. So that gives about 98 pins that Wyatt needs to knock down without his handicap.
Right. And
With his handicap, sorry.
through 6 frames with his handicap, he's at about his average.
Right.
I mean, if you think of the 80% of 210, he's almost up to, he's way up there already. So Dylan missed a cut to the top 10 by 1 pin. I know what that's like. I've been there. Makes you look back and think where you could have got it. Just getting count on splits or
Yep.
this or that. You can get 1 pin anywhere.
Well, that's why they say every pin matters.
Up in the 7th. A little left.
What a leave.
Now you can't really say his line's burning up or anything. He's just kind of,
They're front hooked a little bit right now.
Yeah.
So.
Ball change.
Ball change, I got to go get the other max.
Yeah, let me go
Yeah.
find my other plastic ball.
One that's a little more shiny.
I was close. The actual official number for handicap is 80% of 220.
Okay.
All right.
So. Official averages, Wyatt's 64, and Riley is in the 160s for her average.
Okay.
So
Wyatt's already there. He's already won over his average through, what is that, 7 frames?
seven. And she's close.
I'll say Riley. I mean, Riley's bowling a pretty decent
Hook.
game. Especially if you carry those kind
Yeah,
of hits.
that's
Swisher take out the 5-6.
so you would think even if she marks out, she hits her average. So, but she's got a little bit of a strike in the 8th would be a good momentum for the last couple of frames.
Again, we're in the championship match of the handicap finals. Riley Killinan and Wyatt Meyer.
Well, that's okay.
See, and that's another thing that I wonder too is, as a handicap bowler, you can't imagine they bowl too many tournaments. So when you get to a format like this, Wyatt already bowled 10 games in 2
Right,
days.
right.
Are they used to that?
Usually the formats are just straight pinfall, and then that's
3-6 games, you
right.
call it good.
Right. Should be a spare. Yeah, it'll be a spare. It's a good spare.
Pretty clean game so far for Riley.
So the only miss was the 2-7, I think. So
Yeah, and that's pretty much a give or take in terms of spare. But
yeah, I mean, really, they're both bowling, good games for their averages. So it's going to come down to the end. It's going to be pretty close, I think.
this spare here probably
Pretty close.
Yeah, it's close.
Very close match,
190.
yeah.
197, and what is it?
Riley's got 176. Working on a spare, so
21.
11.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, 21
21
pins.
pins, and she's working on a spare. So yeah, 11.
so you
Yep.
count the 10 already.
Right.
So that's a good shot.
I mean,
See
still
now,
though,
Ken, if Wyatt picks this one up, he's already got a better 10 pin spare percentage than you.
well, I think most people do anyways. But I mean, he keeps knocking down 9 pins, and
Yeah, so Wyatt has to get to 256 with his handicap to mathematically shut out Riley.
Right. See, I think he actually kept that one on the lane longer than you can.
some of them.
I was waiting. For
some
that.
of them, I won't argue that.
That was actually a better attempt than yours.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Roll it.
Gonna get it. Not
Oh.
hard enough.
Got quite the crowd back here cheering for it.
I don't. It's hard. Like in Riley's situation, like what do you think in your head? Bowling against somebody who gets 124 sticks.
Right.
It's just hard to process. Like you
To
have
walk,
to
walk into a match and say, I got to win by 70.
right. And like
fair, though.
she's making every spare. Like she's bowling a really good game.
Right. Oh, got to have a big 10 here.
Yeah, this is she needs. It looks like she got to fill 20.
Oh, it's a 1-pin match in theory.
Yeah.
With this, if she strikes, she gets 20 for
Yeah,
that.
she's got to
so.
fill 20. Yeah, she needs a double here. Should be. This first one would be big.
Crossover.
You're lucky.
This one here, we'll do it.
Yep.
Mathematically, we'll put her at 235, and Wyatt can get to 236.
At the end of the day, this is why there's handicap tournaments, is it makes it close like this. So here you go.
she got the important one because she didn't lose count. So
is Wyatt going to need a mark?
Wyatt needs a double. He would need a double.
If she gets enough
If
pins
she gets
here.
yeah, if she gets enough, he would need a
Yeah,
double.
she needs at least 2 here, at least 1, you know. Make sure you hit pins
She
here.
can bowl 112 and get 124, and that'd be 235.
Well, at least you got pins. If you're
Yeah.
So that gives Riley
Actually-
a 235 with handicap.
So he needs
No,
them
he
all.
needs all three.
He needs all three
all
now.
3 to win by 1.
Now this would be incredible if he gets
You mount those shoes
Yes.
at that point.
like I'll give him my own shoes. I will. I'll give him my shoes.
Give it a chance.
Oh,
Not
And
quite.
there, Riley's going to be
That's
the
okay.
winner.
Yep.
So Riley Killinan will win the handicap division and take home a $2,500 scholarship, but Wyatt Meyer will take home a $1,500 scholarship. A pretty good start for age 11.
not bad. Not bad.
Yep, I think I would take that. I'm sure he doesn't probably fully grasp what it is. But it's a heck of a weekend by him.
Wyatt Meyer, second place, $1,500. Let's hear it for our champion, Riley Killinan. Take a couple pictures here, and Adam Gallen and Sawyer Brown, performed 13-14.
And just like that, we're going to move right on to the girls' final. Oh, what a match there. Holy.
Yeah. You know, big swing. You think, oh, Wyatt's going to run away with it, but it's amazing what a handicap does.
I don't know if she'll want a post-game interview, but I guess that option's always available.
Not sure she's totally thinking about it at the moment.
Got to take pictures first. And pretty cool for the handicap division to still get the cardboard check and everything else. Nice little keepsake.
Yeah, that's something that you don't forget.
Nevin taking pictures wearing the mask. As masks are mandated here in Minnesota. Reminding you all to stay safe. Hopefully our bowling season can go on without too much of a hitch this season. Hopefully many of you are back at the bowling centers. I know there are some that are still closed, but
Yep, it's
with due time, I guess.
it's very much in flux right now, I think, for a lot of people.
Oh, I guess in the meantime, let's get some cameras moved over. Okay, I guess we will. All right, let's see. Joining us now is the handicap division winner, Riley Killinan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get over to a different camera here, huh? There we go. So tell us about it. How was that last match? That was pretty exciting.
Yeah, it was really unexpected.
Going into that last frame, you needed a double to pretty much lock it up. The sixth spare just still gave him a chance, but he had to go all three. What were you thinking going into the 10th there?
I was really nervous.
Yeah?
I did not think that I was going to Brooklyn, but I'm very glad I did.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. I don't know about you, Ken, but to see handicap division like that, there's a lot of times players don't get the chance to bowl in a stepladder match, let alone for $2,500, and you guys killed it. And what I thought was cool is in the match before, you had to pick up a 7-pin, which ultimately won you the match and won an extra $1,000. So it's a $1,000 7-pin conversion.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty impressive. What do you think, Ken?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure either one of us could say we could do that in that situation.
Right.
So props to you.
Yeah, congratulations. And are you going to be back next year?
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you in the finals again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Riley Killinan, the winner of the 2020 handicap division. So congratulations to her, and we will move on to the girls scratch division. Okay, we gotta redo some scoring here. We'll move everything over to the new lanes. All right, Ken, what do you think going into this one? We got quite a few, I think 3 of them we've never seen before. Hannah Roars we're pretty familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into the weekend and seeing the scores that were shot by the girls in the open division, it was fairly evident that, Hannah was probably going to be the one to beat. I think even a little bit of surprise that she wasn't on our number 1 seed, but that's no discredit to any of the other girls.
Right,
for
and,
sure.
and Anna, and who do we have here? Sawyer Brown and Anna, what's her last name?
Anna Callan.
Yep, from Wisconsin, huh?
Yep, Anna's from La Crosse.
We were very familiar with that area on NDBowltv.
I was going to say we might know a couple people from that area.
We won't name names.
But one of them may or may not have bowled this weekend as well.
Correct.
But yeah, to go real quick, and actually we'll welcome Matt here back in a sec.
Yeah, Matt's back in the booth, but we're just going to quickly go over the bios for the upcoming match here for the girls' stepladder final.
Yep, so let's start with Sawyer Brown, because I think it was a little bit of a surprise that she made it, as I think she was the 10 seed for the girls, if I remember correctly.
Yep. And the other one was the 9.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Sawyer, 15 years old, out of Rogers, Minnesota, so
Right on the edge of the cities.
Yep. Pretty close. 174 average, 256 high game. MJB2 Rookie of the Year in 2018-19. So, still young, but still has some good accomplishments. Anna Callan, 17 years old, out of La Crosse. 217 average, 300 high games, 757 high series.
Wow.
That's very impressive. Youngest female to shoot 300 in La Crosse, she says. That's
impressive.
That's pretty awesome for her.
So shout out to any lacrosse fans out there who are currently watching. Anna's in the final.
Undecided on school yet, but still got some time there. But just judging by a couple practice balls, this is going to be a fun match.
Shout out to Hanson in the chat room. MJBT kids making deep runs. That's right.
Thank you.
We tend to see a lot of MJBT kids out here making good runs at this. A lot of great bowlers out of the cities.
A lot of great bowlers, and we're seeing a lot of the young up-and-coming ones, too.
Oh, let's get a little better look here. Our camera's a little zoomed out. But nonetheless, we're underway.
I believe she is throwing a Jackal Rising.
Ooh, that's a new one from Motive, isn't it?
The Alpha Jackal, I think, is a new one, but I think it's a Jackal Rising. I'm going to look it up for sure. But
They have a new Jackal coming out soon. I don't know what that.
Yeah, let me see what this. I always like to know what balls people are throwing.
I know there's a Motive staffer in our chat room if you want to speak up.
Yeah, it's the green one, if you can't tell. It's the green one with the gold logo. So anybody who's...
Yeah, that's the Alpha, I think. I'm not too familiar with that stuff. I know Thomas is out there. I know Hanson's out there. Any of you care to...
It is the Jackal Rising. I was correct.
Well, there you go. And that is why Brunswick is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowltv.
And that is why I'm with 900 Global.
Correct.
And I think the thing to remind everyone of is they did re-oil the lane, so this is on the fresh oil pattern.
This is fresh. And you can see the back end just go. The back end's tamed down quite a bit towards the end of that 4-game block in the bracket matches, but now. And so this for you, Matt, this is back where you would try to have a little bit more surface to tame down the back end until they carry down a little bit more. And
Correct. Slower balls, bigger ASIMs potentially as well to get that ball with a bunch of surface. To slow it down a little bit, but still have that continuation. But yeah, definitely bigger balls. I can't tell what ball Anna is throwing right now, but looks like it's a bigger ball with surface. But we'll have to wait and see when it comes back out of the rack potentially. But yeah, I think. I haven't, obviously we haven't watched them bowl yet today, but I don't know if this has to play them in the beginning. That looks like a web, potentially. I'm not really sure what it could be, but it looks like a web, which is a middle of the road symmetrical ball from Hammer. Sorry.
yes.
Right angle, I just think it's too hard.
Sure.
Like if she's gonna throw it that, well, obviously you can't play where she, like the one on 14 was up the lane and it was really hard and it took off. I think that's the right angle. I think it's just too hard. And I mean, she's like right in the middle of the shape, so I think that's close, but.
And one thing to consider, I know we mentioned it before you got back, Matt, is 10 girls advanced from the qualifying yesterday, and all 10 advanced to the single elimination bracket. It was just a matter of seeding this morning. The 2 bowlers that are bowling at the moment were 9 and 10 after the 4 games this morning and ended up winning their way through the bracket. So the lowest 2 scores possible today ended up winning 2 matches to get to here, so pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, no discredit to any of them because they still had to qualify to get here today. So, they've obviously bowled well this weekend so far.
Some sort of change, I would assume, had to have fallen together, or.
Good shot.
Yeah. Like this is where a lower rev rate has an advantage a little bit on the fresh, only because they're able to go up it a little bit more, and when you get that ball to kind of float through it a little bit easier, And then nowadays, people with higher rev rates throw urethane when they're hard because it just tames everything down. And girls don't use urethane, so it's about finding what works for your game the best. So it'll be this is going to be good matches for the girls. I think women's bowling is so different than men's bowling, and the way that they play the lanes and how they attack them. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
That was Matt.
Yeah, sorry. That was all the food that I ate today. No, just kidding. I'm not embarrassed. It's all good. I have a fiance. I have nobody to impress. So sorry, ladies. I'm taken.
It's going to hook enough.
All right, again, we're in our quarterfinal match of the girls' open division. The winner here gets Hannah Roars, and then our top seed.
Kira Magson.
Okay.
Again, if we're butchering these names, apologies.
I do apologize.
Mr. Senny over here knows all about that.
I get every different way of saying and spelling my name, so I know full well.
Just has to be a touch softer. And it's something as simple as ball speed that'll make it that much easier to hit the pocket. Most people are so quick to ball change or change their angle, but like generally, how I always see it, if the washout means that I have the right angle, I just have too hard of ball speed because my ball is entering the pocket. The pin's the right way. It's just too hard. It's not early enough. So super washout's a little different, and a lot of people, see that extra pin up there, and they're like, oh, they're similar. Well, two different angles because one of them, your ball is a little later than normal because you're not even hitting that 3-pin has no chance to get to the sit. So I just think it's a small ball speed adjustment than anything.
See her over here talking to, I'm guessing, her dad, and probably what does she need to do. And
Yeah, you gotta make that adjustment early on in the match. Give yourself a chance. It's still just a 1-pin match, so.
It's like she's getting a ball change here to a smoother asymmetrical ball. This is going to be an Omega Crux. Something a little bit smoother than the Web. Going to be should be a little bit earlier for her, but we'll see. It's
decent amount of surface on it as well.
Yeah, it's just a little too hard. And that ball would have struck if it was like, a half mile an hour slower.
See, and I'm starting to see how if the lanes kind of broke down a little bit, where she would be really good on this, and that's why when she got to the bracket, she found something out on the lanes, and now it's almost at a disadvantage for these two re-oiling the lanes.
Correct,
Yep.
correct.
I mean, the game's not showing right now, but it's obvious that she has a lot of game.
Yeah, she throws it well.
Again, another female that I would be lucky to have that kind of game.
Yeah, any of them, really.
Yep.
Give me Wyatt's game. I mean,
Some days would be nice. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously tough right on the fresh for these girls, and showing in the scores. But again, they had to bowl well to get here.
Ken, how's your thoughts on the re-oil? In a tournament, would you like the re-oil? I know, I'm gonna guess you don't, based on what I know of you and how our games work, how we like to bowl on the burn a little bit more. And if I'm progressing through a tournament as the lanes burn down, I like to keep it going. But what's your thoughts on the re-oil?
Yeah, I mean, you're You're right on that. I mean, if it's me, I'd love to bowl in the burn just because it fits my game better typically, but
Chicken wing all day.
I understand why they re-oil for the format of the tournament they run. It makes sense.
And you almost have to, because the girls' breakdown was completely different than what the boys would give them on 13 and 14.
Yeah.
So in a way, it wouldn't be fair. Either way you do it. But at the same time, you know, you always say at this level you should just be able to figure it out anyways. But
yeah, I said they're here because they bowled well, obviously all weekend. So I guess you could say even the playing field by going back to the fresh. Now, if the fresh is gonna, it's gonna benefit some people more than others. And,
yeah, because in this case, I believe the two bowlers we're seeing now really killed them on the breakdown, and that's how they got through the bracket.
Very, very likely, I think.
I'll be curious to see how Hannah plays the lanes now, because I think the first few shifts she had the top 2 scores in qualifying.
Yep.
And, she's obviously has to have a decent look on the fresh. Well, it'll be interesting to see how she plays them as opposed to these two players. On the spare, gonna hook. Ooh. Ooh.
Being nice to the pins there.
Yep.
You take them however they fall, though.
It's about as close as you get to it without missing.
We're halfway through the match here, but it's still anybody's game.
And do remember, the boys' open final is to follow the stepladder finals here for the girls. So what do we have? 7 more matches to go on? No, 6.
5 more.
5 after this.
5.5,
6
yeah.
counting this one, yeah.
See, little softer maybe right there.
Yeah, it just looked like she missed it at the bottom. But
so
yeah, that
she's
was
closer.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's
So Matt, when let's say you're on the fresh, let's say it's a re-oil, you have a good idea what the fresh have been doing all week, and it changes as you re-oil again. What's your strategy going in? What are you looking for? Are you looking for a certain ball motion? Are you looking to play in a certain part of the lane based on who your opponents are?
Yeah. Definitely looking for the window of where my ball is going to read the lane, and then I base my ball motion off of where it reads the window. And yeah, if my opponent doesn't have the best look, I wouldn't be so worried about finding the best ball reaction as I would be content with hitting the pocket first and tweaking from there. If I know my opponent has a great look, I know right away I have to find something within 2 or 3 shots. I can't give away more than 3 frames, because 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare versus 3, a triple is just. Yeah, they're close in pin count, but it's just it's not close enough to where like strike 9 spare strike. So that was good. Yeah, that was really good. And that's the right move, and hopefully it stays that way the rest of the game. But yeah, I look for the window of where my ball is going to read the lane, and then I look for how soft can I be without it going high.
Sure.
I generally like to throw a little softer than harder. So how deep can I get on the fresh where my ball still reads that window before it drastically keeps going down the lane. So and then there's sometimes where it's weird, because there's sometimes where urethane is not in play at all, and then you get to the finals and it happens to be there. And it could be a topography thing. It could be that the pattern's finally fully developed and it's there. So sometimes I'll try just a different spot on the lane to try to find something different. There's also been times, if I have a really good look and it's consistent, I'll actually practice on a different part of the lane. And then I'll throw maybe 5 shots up the lane, and then I'll go to where I was playing and then go back. So I'm not completely destroying what I've had, what's built already, and then potentially I built myself a little bit more miss. But it doesn't always happen like that because you don't get enough practice shots for being, at least on my side of the lane to burn something up. But I don't want to practice in the same spot for 10 minutes if it's that good because there's no point of me breaking it down anymore. So yeah, there's a couple different factors that go into it for me. And sometimes I make it really complicated, but to me it made sense and it works for what I like to do. And some people it just doesn't at all. But I look for the window where my ball reads the lane and then how soft can I be for it to be comfortable.
Very nice. That's good advice for anyone out there because you're in different situations, whether you're bowling for a final or you're bowling in a roll-off to get into the next day or whatnot. Just when you go to the fresh, there's a different way to approach it, depending on if you're bowling someone like Belmo,
Yeah.
And when we talk to Tom Doherty, and even when we talked to Walter on the right side, they would always say, you got to know if you're following Belmo.
Mm-hmm.
Like you understand, like on tour they break down different than anywhere else, but following Belmo they even break down different than tour.
I have to watch anytime I follow Buttriff. I bowl with him enough to where I know, but it's hard to follow him and just it's hard because he's so good and he's so accurate, and that urethane ball, like the spot is tight on both lanes the same, and the front hook, because that urethane ball does eat up a little bit of the front,
and his steep angles that
Correct.
he has through the front part of the
Correct.
lane.
Yeah,
just it makes me feel like a lot of lefties cross his path twice because he plays such steep angles through the front. And then
correct. And that's another thing. Like if I'm bowling him on the fresh, I won't practice at all where he's practicing, even if we're going to play the same part of the lane, because I'm only going to make the front hook more and the back end's tighter. Because if I'm using a bunch of surface and he's using a urethane ball, well, now the front hook a lot and the back end are tighter. Now I've got nowhere for my ball to go. So yeah, it's a lot of situational, and like Doherty and Walter said, you've got to know who you're bowling or who you're following. And then there's also times where I may have two balls that I liked on the fresh, but one was just a touch better. I may start with the other ball to kind of eliminate that one first, to know that for sure that this other ball was the right choice. So
sure,
it's never bad to narrow down your balls on the fresh.
So then, okay, now a lot of these kids are probably going to bowl in house shot tournaments in their life, and you're going to be able to walk up to a lane and probably get every ball in your bag to strike.
Yeah.
At that point, what are you looking for to pick one over the other?
The one that carries the best. The one that doesn't ring 10. Well, okay, let me stop. Matt, stop. What are you saying, Matt? Okay. The one that goes through the pin's the best.
And when you say that, like, articulate for those people sitting at home.
You're going to ring 10 or ring 7 regardless of what ball you pick, but it's the one that light mitzers and strikes and goes high flush and strikes. You've got to have miss both ways on a house pattern to bowl well.
Yep.
Because there is going to be that light swisher zone, and then there's that high flush zone, and then right in between is the ring 10 or the ring 7, which is going to happen potentially, maybe not at all, but I look for the one that goes through the pins the best.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of times in tournaments where someone will go to their bag, the lanes turn on for practice, and they go, even league, same thing. They'll go out there and they'll throw 10 in a row, and they're like, I'm set up. When in reality, they probably have a better ball reaction in their bag.
Correct.
And I think that's an important tool for a lot of bowlers to have, to make sure that they understand that there's different reactions in the bag that are better than that 10 in a row you just threw in league.
Yes. You can get a ball with some surface that strikes and maybe light swishers. You can get a ball that's shiny and does the same thing, but that shiny ball is probably going to hold up better because that the one with surface is just going to get lazy and it's not going to go through the pins as well. But there's some balls that are really good on house, and some that are awful.
Yep.
And that's just also part of it as well. Like these kids are going to bowl house, so are they able to recognize, okay, this ball is really good on a house pattern, so I'm going to take this with me regardless of wherever I go. And then there's some balls that are just only good in certain houses on their pattern. So, yeah, I look for the one that just goes through the pins the best, or my favorite ball. I've got some favorites that I take everywhere with me, and sometimes I like to throw them. So I'll, like when we bowl pro-am and stuff, I'll just either use the most current ball that we have out, or the new one we have coming out, or something that's just my favorite. But it's generally the one that goes through the pins the best way.
So if you're sitting at home, you're about to bowl league and tournaments this year, I think it's very important to understand how your ball goes through the pins.
Yes.
And it's something really hard for a lot of people to understand, because a lot of people see their ball read the lane the way they want, and then they know it's going to strike, or if it strikes, that's all they care about is what's on the scoreboard.
Right.
And understanding how your ball goes through the pins will help you make moves quicker than your opponent. And I'm a firm believer in that.
There are plenty of bad strikes out there.
Right.
And it's not even Brooklyn's. It's like there's just plenty of bad ones. It's not that like you may. Yeah, that's an unfortunate chop. It's not like you physically throw it bad. There's just some like I just call them bad strikes, because there's some parts of the lane where the ball shouldn't hook at all, or shouldn't lay there. But it's just knowing where that happens that gives you a little bit more margin of error where you may not have to move.
Sure.
So.
That makes sense. Well, looking at our match here, we're entering the 9th frame.
Got a still
Pretty
relatively close match.
Very close match.
I mean, Anna can step up here in the 9th and 10th and take this away, but still can be anybody's game.
And it's up the lane.
Cut that one off a little bit, it looked like.
Say that's okay. Sawyer has, 162 max, I believe?
Yeah, that is the 10th frame coming up, right?
Yeah.
Because currently Sawyer's score does not have the number of frames, so you have to sit here and count them.
Yeah, she's got 9. She's 9 through, so.
I have to say this. I think this is the first time I've seen this particular scoring system in play.
What's it called?
I don't know.
U.S.
Careful.
Oh, they both chop the
goodness.
same spare in the same frame. What are the chances?
It is that much closer.
So 7-pin match, I think, if I saw right. But
Well,
still,
yeah.
It's called the U.S. Bowling Corporation. Never heard of them.
Interesting.
I mean, I like their scoring. I like the way it works. It's different.
Yeah.
It's just I think it would be good if the number of frames would stay up there.
Well, now they're both up there,
Yeah.
only because they're both up.
Right.
But I wonder if there's a way you can change like the setting.
I'm sure there's
Right,
setting
yeah.
changes and view changes and stuff that.
Because
they
I
just
do
haven't
like
had
the
a chance
pins
to
on the
play around
side.
with.
I
Yeah.
like the pin. Like that's very current and modern yeah.
Oh, big shot.
It's left.
Oh, that's the one you don't want to leave. The 1-3-6 is a lot harder than the 1-3. You just got that many more ways to miss it. Even though you say, oh, there's more pins up there. Well, sometimes more pins is not the best.
No.
Especially when you're probably going to hook at it, just throw a regular strike ball.
Right. So how good are you in trusting your, the 3 previous shots you had before the 9th and 10th frame with that angle, with making, in this crucial of a situation.
See, and that's the thing I was worried about is you feed it a little bit on this pattern, it's not going to recover.
Right. It either had to go Brooklyn and get the 1-3-6 the hard way, or it just had to be,
And that's such a tough spare to throw at because, like you said, do you trust your normal strike ball to just hit the pocket on a tough pattern, or do you just move left and throw straight at it like you would a 3-6-10 or in your case the 2-4-7?
Right. And if you're really good at making the washout, just shoot it like you're going to shoot the washout.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
But that's a situational
It's not something you
thought you don't think about. And
Right.
if you're practicing at home or you're in league and you see certain spares, which you probably won't see that spare throwing on a house shot.
Pretty good.
Well, that's split it too. It's
Now this is choppable. This is choppable.
oh, absolutely, because that 4-pin moved.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah. I mean,
Now you want to hook at it, but she's going to throw it straight.
That's one thing I've noticed too is like you leave different things on sport patterns and you'll never leave on house patterns. So if you're a kid bowling on house your whole life, coming out to a tournament like this, you're going to leave some different leaves. And it's hard to know how to throw at a lot of this stuff.
oh no, that's
Hook.
right.
And that'll do it for this match.
Congratulations, Andy Gallen. Moving on to face Hannah Roars.
And the track record being from lacrosse on NDBowltv holds true. As the power of cheese moves on. We have so many winners from lacrosse on NDBowltv, and Anna's going to try to keep that going. And Hannah Roars is up next, and she's the one we've seen almost every year on our show, but has not won this one yet. Her brother Max, also a pretty good bowler. I do believe he's in-house somewhere.
I saw him practicing down on the high end a little bit ago.
So a very good bowling family.
Now I'm a huge fan of the Halo. I know it's not a 900 global ball, but I'm a huge fan of this ball. I think it reads the lane really good. It's a slower asymmetrical ball, but still has some sort of continuation through the pins. But one thing I have noticed about this ball is if you do use too much surface on it, it reads the front and just doesn't hook. So potentially could be something where sometimes, even though that they're bowling on 43 feet, sometimes service is the wrong play. And it is only 20, it is only 20 mils, but sometimes service could be the wrong play. And it could just be slower ball speeds with different balls.
I think the key for her is just to not feed it out to that out of bounds. As long as she gets her ball to read in the mid lane, it's going to tumble, and then she'll be all right. But if she feeds it a little bit, I feel like it's just going to burn up, like you say, with the amount of surface that she has on it.
Yeah, so you get 2 practice balls on each lane. It's okay to try another ball with one of your 4 shots, and only because you need to know where you're going to go next.
Right.
Because you can make a ball change from a different pair that you did earlier that is not the right ball change here. So it's okay to just try another ball and say, okay, this is where I'm going next if within the first couple of frames this ball isn't doing it for me. So I think it's smart to, one of the 4 shots is with a different ball or some sort of your eye needs to see something different than what you want, than what the plan is, because if your eye's not seeing what you want to see, some people just get so nervous or they get so hyped up, they're like, okay, now why is my ball doing something different? So,
and then you don't know what your next ball is going to do, so then
correct.
You're guessing and you're wasting
and
frames.
Then 10 frames goes by really quick and you're like, okay, wow, it's over. So yeah, I agree.
I've seen so many times when you're just in a regular qualifying round, you do your lane moves and everything, and you're bowling with a guy that just shot 250, go to the next pair, jump 2 pair, whatever, and he pulls out a different ball, labels it the first time. It's like it makes you wonder, what does that person know that I don't?
Right.
And they just saved 2 frames, because I'm going to be fishing on both lanes, and hopefully I make the right guess. And if I get lucky, then I'm okay. But if I don't, I wasted 2 frames,
Yeah. It's a product of knowing not only your arsenal, but just comfortable and confident in what you're doing on the lanes in that moment, and which balls are going to be the best choice.
How much does topography come into play for you as far as all the different houses you go to? Is there certain houses that you remember certain lanes on more than others?
Yeah, and now it's becoming more common that as centers get their lanes mapped and leveled, that the draft becomes available. But yeah, there's certain houses that I know the gutter's really good. Certain pairs I know that the gutter's really good, and that's where generally I play. I'd play where the topography's the best. But to me, like, I was talking to Nevin the other day on Friday, and I kind of picked the topography off of just what my ball was doing, and you can tell like here it's very easy to tell that the ball just naturally funnels to the right or to the left, regardless of what they bowl on, and that's just the nature of topography of the lanes being a little bit crowned. So for anybody watching, that just means that the lanes are tilted, so it's actually the lane's pointing at the gutter. So this would not be a house where you generally want to play the gutter. But if you do have the right ball and you have enough surface and the pattern allows it, you can get away with it.
Yep.
But it just, to me, it looks like the ball naturally funnels to the right or to the left.
Sure, and I they release the topography reports for like the USBC Open every year before the tournament starts. They release the topography reports. You can look through them and everything. And I think a lot more people, if they understood what that means, they would have a better idea of what to see when they do get to the Open and what they could expect out of ball motion as well.
Topography determines a lot where you want to play too. So the reason why it falls off the cliff per se, or it goes, it's easy to get into the OB, is because the ball just naturally likes to go that way. We got another ball change. That looks like a prism, probably the prism.
Yeah, the prism.
Is that
line,
something like that?
Those hook a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a prism ball. I don't know if they have a prism pearl maybe, or just a regular prism, but
Hard time seeing from here.
yeah, I think it's a prism. It's some Brunswick.
Yeah, that does look like one of them.
So like if I was bowling right now, I would play the angle. I would play the topography as it funneling to the left or to the right, because I don't have to worry about my ball not getting there.
It's okay.
You don't want to fight the topography.
That ball just takes off the spot down lane. And again, we're in the semifinal match of the girls' Open Finals here on NDBowltv. I'm Darren Sweeney alongside Ken Fletcher and Matt Russo calling the action. We still have the boys' Open Division Final following this stepladder. Shot there. So, what do we know about Hannah?
Well, that brings up a good point. We haven't talked yet.
'Cause based on her shirt, it seems like she might be in the medical field, but that's just a guess.
I would say that's probably a fair guess.
You don't want to know what I thought that shirt was, so don't even bother. I thought it was a map of like Minnesota.
Oh, geez. All right, Matt.
Not quite.
Don't mind him. He's left-handed.
Yeah, thank you.
Hannah from Maple Grove. So another bowler from the cities. 221 average. Has a pair of 300, 750 high series.
Pretty good.
7-time MJBT champion. 6-time junior gold participant. Her highest finish was 4th. She doesn't say when, but still, that's
Pretty impressive.
very impressive. 3-time Pepsi State champion. Youngest Minnesota girl to shoot a 300.
Wow.
That's
It's a good spare. Good
that's
spare.
really impressive too. National Honor Society member. I don't think that's any huge surprise given her shirt.
Which, especially in this time of current world happenings, you know, shout out to all the first responders.
And she has a note on here that she has met Matt before at Junior Gold, and you introduced yourself as Ryan, thinking we didn't know it would be you.
Yes, that's my middle name, actually.
Okay, well, there's an answer to that question then.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it's my middle name, and yeah, they know my fiance pretty well, so yeah.
Makes sense.
So I instead of using the Hugh name, I thought maybe I'd use Ryan.
Instead of Hugh.
Yeah.
When I think of that name, I just think of some older guy with a stash just sitting back drinking his beer, you know, listening to the weather on the radio.
Exactly.
All right, that's fair. And shout out to everyone in our chat room. Thanks for joining us today. Got some Hannah Roars fans.
Oh, Sean
Anna
Wagner.
fans.
Hi, Sean. Sean Wagner was my very first guest on my talk show.
Really?
Yeah, Sean Wagner is the men's coach for University of Whitewater, where my future brother-in-law used to bowl. Fantastic guy. Love his program. So hi, Sean. Thanks for watching.
And I would agree with you, Shelley. These girls do have really good games, and I wish I threw it half as good.
Now, there's a way to get that ball to strike, and the only way to get that ball to strike is about moving 10 more left and just getting that angle to be a little steeper, but that it has to hit the same spot down the lane. But since it is like 45 feet before it's actually going somewhere, you just need a bunch of angles so it feeds that way.
Yeah, and then you run the risk of throwing it out the door.
Correct.
And you hit the part of
Correct.
the lane that doesn't hook, and
Right.
then you're in trouble.
And when you do that and then you cut one off, it goes high. So, yeah, it's a spot. It could be a jail spot, but if you're really good at angles and just playing there, it could be a spot where you don't have to worry about moving. So it'll be curious to know what the next move for her would be, what she's thinking.
Got more Hannah fans in the chat room. Destiny Truly, who we've seen on our show before.
Yep.
Hope all is going well for you in the bowling world.
Just going to hang on a little.
Looks like she got a little slow with that one. That one.
Yeah, and I think that lane 13 is a touch tighter than 14, so it could have been a product of the last shot that she threw that didn't hook. So, and those are small things that maybe not everybody notices, but it's something that matters, eventually. And I think most people are under the assumption that because the lanes are oiled the same way, that they're both going to play the same way. But it's hardly ever do I see it like that. So,
Yeah, every time I make cuts in tournaments, the next day it's not even close. You think, oh, hey, I have a good look today. Let's just take the same ball. Let's just stay on the same spot. Whoa. Less traffic, and you're like,
yeah, it's 3 degrees cooler in here.
Yeah. I think back to Aberdeen. What a mess. 12 games of match play. I don't know how you guys do it on tour. I bowled a 12-game match play in one day, and I was done for at the end of the day. I think it was on like a 1.4 to 1 pattern too. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
Just made your brain hurt that much
oh,
more.
it was brutal, yeah. And my lone win was against Joel Carlson, who is a phenomenal bowler too. I don't think he was very happy because he was actually close.
So this should be a big move to the left, if potentially.
Oh, okay. So Brian Renner gives us a little more. Gives us a little insight on the shirt. It was a junior gold shirt worn by most or all Minnesota Junior Gold participants dedicated to diabetes and heart disease. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, Hannah, if you happen to be going into the medical field, Congratulations, too.
Yeah. I think that's a Jazzy H or Jazzy Ape. I know Terry Howe has something to do with Jazzy Ape, I believe, so looks like one. I don't know. I can't tell with the logo, but potentially.
Yeah, Locker Guy logo on there. Giggle Training Center logo.
That's a really good spare on this.
I would never think of shooting it that way.
It's smart because how often are you going to cut by and leave that 9-pin sitting there?
It's probably
Right,
one of those where you're just not used to throwing at.
Yeah.
You just have to improvise in the moment.
Yeah.
Unless you're me and Reno.
Yeah. Then you try to loft the cap because you can't feed it right at all.
That is true.
It's kind of funny because I can still see a majority of your shots. And just the same reaction every single time. And you tried so hard to feed the ball right, and you couldn't do it.
It just needs more.
Push.
Yeah.
Yep.
It just needs more angle.
Right.
That's all it is.
I have a hard time on long patterns like this to where, like you said, you eventually find a ball that you like the reaction. You need steeper angles through the front. But then I always tend to feed it too far and it goes out of bounds, and then you're playing an over-under reaction to the point where you got to split boards.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if that's what her worry is, feeding it right, knowing that there's that huge out of bounds.
There's a point, though, when you get further enough to left where you just can't. Your angle has to be super steep to hit the OB, and it's just physically sometimes impossible to get it to be that steep. So I think if she were to go, that's better. I don't know if she threw it better or not, but that potentially might not be enough. But there's a point where you just won't ever see the OB enough. That's why a lot of people, when the lanes get cliffed, they just go a bunch left because you'll never hit the cliff enough to where it falls off of it. So angles are super important when you're just kind of locked up.
And again, we have one more match here, the girls' scratch finals, followed by the boys' final.
Now we're 6 frames in, and both of these girls are clean so far. That's a good testament to spare shooting right now. Could come down to who throws the next double to take the lead.
Now, I know this is unrelated, but I find it funny that YouTube sends me an email when I go live on YouTube saying, "You're live." Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess if somebody were to hack into it and go live, I would get the email and it would be useful, but it just seems strange to me that they're telling me.
Yeah, you're live.
I didn't know that.
Thanks, yeah. No, I don't think we've seen a single person shoot this spare yet today.
Right, and this is not easy on this pattern.
No.
I think any combination of the 2-8 as a righty when they're like this is tough. Looks okay.
That was really well done there. Those 2 spares back to back, that's really good.
Yeah, some really good spare shooting here by these two.
Yeah, only a 9-pin match right now. I mean, next person to throw a double could be the one that comes out. It's close.
Yep. That one she had a little more projection through the front part of the lane. That helped the ball get down lane before it made the big move.
Sometimes all it takes is you to throw Brooklyn and leave a 5-pin and then know that you've got a pretty good margin of error to make it. So even if you get it a little bit further right and it does hook, so sometimes there's the bad shots that turn into be the ones that you learn the most from.
Yeah. I've always found that to be useful, like if you leave an 8-pin or a 9-pin, if you're comfortable still hooking at it, to realize how much more room you have by throwing at those, or like you said, a 5-pin, you learn a little more about the pattern. Because you throw it slightly different, you know?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Pretty close, too.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's a big double.
And now, don't get me wrong, I will still say throw straight at your spares, kids. You know, like
Yes.
if there's any overlying factor, throw straight at your spares, like,
Oh, Jazzy Egg does do.
which is
Yeah,
Terry. Yep.
Terry's-
Again, we're at Garden Center Lanes here in Alexandria, Minnesota, in the girls' semifinal scratch division. It's gonna push.
Push it just a little, yeah.
I heard Hannah when she watched back. She said, "I'm throwing it either hard or soft." So it's kind of a point where you have to pick one. Do I want to throw it soft, and do I want to play each lane's different, or do I want to throw it hard, and play them relatively close? So it's just picking one and trusting that, which is not an easy decision to make.
No, I've found in many tournaments where I'll go to the center and you almost have to take what your body's going to give you. Sometimes you throw it harder. Sometimes you throw it just a touch different off your hand every time. And trying to formulate a plan around what you're good at doing that day or what your body's telling you to do that day is just as important. Some days I just can't seem to get the ball off my hand the right way, So I just play with it. Some days, ball comes off your hand nice. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big shot for Hannah. I think she needs a strike to really have a chance here.
Yeah, big foundation frame.
It's
Ooh,
left.
Way left. Lucky.
I'm not going to get away with it, but only a single pin.
And I want to say Hannah's been in our step ladder almost every year that we've been here.
I remember at least 2, probably 3 for sure. It's a good spare. But really, Anna can come up, throw a strike right here, and shut the door about.
Yep. It's all about making a good shot. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah, it's now how much do you trust yourself to do it more than twice in a row?
That's one of the things for me. Like, eventually, you just have to let your muscle memory and your
Right.
body take over in moments like this. And as long as you give it a chance, there's nothing worse than, the ball has no chance off your hand. And
It's close.
Yeah, it is close. That's
Nice
really
shot.
good.
and to consider where she was at the beginning of the last game.
Yeah, yep.
And how she was throwing everything through the back of the pattern, didn't really have much of a ball reaction, moved to a different ball, kind of took a little step left. There's probably a little more shim there based off
Yeah,
of
you
what
can-
Hannah's been throwing down
right.
the right side.
You can start to see where she got really good the last bracket games. With if they were anything like this, I can see, 230 is a great score. So this one, just a mark here in the 10th will be good enough. It's up the
That's a
lane.
little left. Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, only the 10 pin, so
Yeah, that did a lot
that's
worse.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah, just needs to fill the frame here, and she'll be moving on.
Yeah, Hannah's got a max 209, so
It's Still not this fair I'd want to be shooting right now, but
I know your track record,
Yeah,
Ken.
not for you, Ken.
See, even Matt's scared. He's got it now.
I mean, I think in any situation, I don't know who you are, I don't want to be shooting a 10-pin right now.
Get there.
It's good. Yep, that's just enough.
My goal this year is to be at a tournament somewhere. Ken Fletcher's about to throw out a 10-pin. Have my phone ready. And happen to take the picture on the one where you miss it left of 20, and it would go left of the 5-pin, because there's always one a year where I see you do that. You miss it so bad, or else it hits the gutter by 35 feet.
There's games where I do them both in the same one.
And then I'll post it on Matt's Facebook page.
Please, yes, please do that.
Brought to you by NDBowltv.
Yes, that would make my day.
7 pins for the win.
7 for the win.
Should be enough.
Yeah. Wasn't her best
Yeah,
shot, but
just enough. Just enough.
I feel like she lost it off her hand, but what
Yep.
little she had on the ball kept it online.
Right.
And it was good.
Don't want to give it away too much. Just can't take away though from the great weekend Hannah had, and
Yet again, I mean,
Yeah,
she's been really good at this tournament. I guarantee you she came in here thinking she wants to get the win.
yeah, it's got to be a disappointment again because she said she had 2 of the 3 highest scores.
Yep. And she'll take home a $1,500 scholarship. Ken Cummings, thanks for joining in and watching today. Good to see you. Hope all is well.
Always good to see Kenny around.
well, in case you guys were wondering, all of my brackets have been busted so far.
Yeah, they had no chance.
I picked Hannah to win, and the 2 that I picked to make the finals didn't make the finals. So
There you go.
handicap bracket, I got. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't get very far because they didn't all bowl very well.
So moral of the story, never use Matt for sports booking advice.
Please don't. No.
Kira Magson and Anna Callan in the final. So Ken, what do we know about Kira? I don't think we've seen her on our show before.
I don't believe so. Kira
She's
is
14.
only 14 years old. Out of Gretna, Nebraska.
And the funny part is,
Averages 207 at 14. That's way higher than I think I ever did. 300 high games, 771 high series. That's
771 at 14 years old.
14.
Yeah.
That is.
I don't think I could bowl 671 at 14 years old.
That is very impressive. 5th place at the Under 12 Junior Gold in 2017. Youth Open all events champion twice.
Jeez.
Doubles champion 3 times.
Oof.
So she's
pretty
Yeah.
good and is only probably going to get better.
I've heard she throws are really good too. So interested to see.
Well, this is our first look at Kira. Her first time on NDBowltv.
Oh yeah, that's going somewhere.
Yeah,
Who cares what happened? But
I could work with that.
Yes, that
Yeah.
is going somewhere. So, any of you college coaches, Sean, are you listening, Sean?
Yeah, both of these
Yeah.
players right here. Like,
Yeah.
they both throw a stronger ball than I throw. I mean, it's just.
I know Eric's here watching, so I'm sure Eric is pushing the Ambrose. I know she's so young, obviously, but she could be the next, like Mabel Cummings or, those young talent who has a huge name. So.
Like back in our day, it was Brittany Hamilton
Yes.
before she quit bowling, and
like that's
I don't know
you
if she's still bowling, but
you don't teach that. You can't teach this.
No.
I've seen some young talent that are super good, but nobody who's thrown it like that. So
to have that much of a physical game at 14,
and she got rev right.
it just that's a thing.
Yeah.
To
So
have that at 14 is
so
it's not fair.
I feel silly for not even like. If I would have known, well, actually, I couldn't even pick her. But if I would have known that this girl threw it this good, she's, and now the lanes are into like her strength because they hooked a little bit, right? She's pretty good at that angle.
Yeah, you take that, and I think the only thing working against her, she's been bowling over on the practice lane for an hour or two,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
Yeah.
think about it. She's the number 1 seed. She hasn't bowled for
I
probably
suppose since
a
the
couple
4-gamer,
hours at
yeah.
least.
And she doesn't hit it when she shoots pairs. This is like a coach's dream right here.
So I guess here's a question for you. I know everyone would prefer one game for a title, but when you take a step back and look at it, do you feel like you have a better chance of winning a title as a 1 seed or having bowled a game first?
If I have to ever pick what I want, it's number 2. Always want the 2nd seed. You couldn't even okay. Well, let's not say you couldn't pay me $1 million to be number 1 seed, but if I had a choice, it'd be the number 2 seed. Only because I'm left-handed, and that extra game can help. And if you're in a title match, if you're in a step ladder with 4 righties and you're the only lefty, I want maybe 1 extra game to kind of, because that bad transition game for the right-handers could be that second to last match. It could be the semifinal. So if you catch it, great. So yeah, I've always said I've wanted. There's been so many times I've finished second, being the leader, because that bowler who is bowling me had that extra game to kind of see what was going on. So if I had to pick, it would be the number 2 seed.
Yeah, that's good insight. Ken, what about you?
I can't argue a whole lot of that, but, 1 game for a title, I think most people, I'm not saying everybody, obviously, because you're not in that camp, but, give me 1 game for a title and I'll take my chances.
Yeah.
That's maybe this, I don't want to say the smart way to look at it, because that's not it, but, you're 50-50 to win a title, but again, if you don't have that, the 2 seed in a 4-man stepladder or the 3 seed in a 5-man, I think those are really great, because then you're on the lanes rather than having to come off the bench cold. And that's the only downside to being the top seed like Kira is right here.
Now, do you want to finish first or do you want to go first?
See, I'm more of a situational, like, if I go 2 on each, I want to finish on a good lane as opposed to finish first or, have them finish first. I would choose that first, but I guess I'd rather have ball in hand, That's just how it is.
Yeah, I'd rather be throwing the shot to win at the end than letting it rest on somebody else's shoulders. That's the way I've always looked at it. I totally get the, if you've got one lane that's so much better than the other, you almost have to go that route. But given the choice, I want to finish the match last and have it in my hands if it comes down to it. So I can say, well, I lost it in the end. Or instead of, well, they beat me.
Right, and I guess you still have that opportunity to stand up and shut them out as the other finishing first. And
it's very true.
that's one of those things I think you grow partial to over time.
Yeah, and I think that was a question that when Walter was on that I think I even asked him, and he was very dependent on the situation. And for somebody like that, I totally get it. When you're the greatest of all time, you go with your best lane, or if somebody else has a worse lane.
Yeah, and then you could be Patrick Allen, and he's struck in the dead to be Walter Ray. Oh.
Careful. Oof. All right,
championship match. Early open for Kira, if there's ever a spot to put that. Maybe not the one thing you want in the back of your mind going into this match, but get the 7-10 out of the way.
Well, it just shows you that she's at least close. And it's amazing how quiet this place gets with as many people are as in the buildings still.
Again, our next match will be the first match in the boys' stepladder final between Brandon Grier and Jamie Craig. It's got to push.
To the left.
Ooh. That's a break there. Now you got to cash it in.
Yeah, it's got to be at least 5 more left. There's just no way that ball's going to lay there. It doesn't matter how hard you throw it. It's not gonna. So the next move will be, I think, telling. Also, it depends on what Kira does, but I don't think I'd put my money that Kira's probably not going to miss the pocket very much. So just come down to how good can she repeat.
Shot.
Yep.
I know
good.
back in, my younger years, I found myself liking a certain motion off the end of the pattern too much. Like, it fit my eye better when it really wasn't conducive to scoring better. And then I would keep trying to fight what was in turn not the best ball reaction.
Right.
It's okay.
That's really good. Yeah, see, I like that one because that one at least was a little bit better than the first one she threw. Now, like I said, that lane's a little bit tighter, I think. So, but
Again, this is a $3,000 top prize in the girls division, $2,000 for second. So, regardless of outcome here, they're taking home some good money.
Spare, but a couple big shots right here for Anna to take an early lead.
Yeah, cash in that break she got in the second frame. She's throwing such a line where within like the first couple feet off her hand if it's going to be good or not.
it's close.
Just had to push a little.
Yeah, it's getting there, but it's better to be in front of it than behind it. You want that ball to go light swisher before you want it to go high flush when you make a move.
Yep.
Especially when you're only the first 3 frames in, because you want it to catch up.
Good spare.
Yeah, good spare shooting so far by all these girls.
Thank you.
Again, send a thank you out to everyone who's joining us today. We're in the finals of the girls open division. Boys open division is coming up next. If you haven't already, please share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. Hit that subscribe button on our YouTube player. Hit the thumbs up button. That's greatly appreciated.
We're in the final match of the women's, and you ever look back and say, okay, Anna was in the first match. She was a mark away from being beaten, and now she's in the finals. It just has to go your way,
Yep.
Yeah, that's the beauty of step ladder finals.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been in enough to know that you can throw a really good game and just not score. You can throw a bad game, but a couple shots that you threw bad carried, and that's in the middle of a 4-bagger, and you end up advancing. It's just the beauty of a one-game match. Anything can happen.
Yeah, you take the breaks that you're given, how the first match ended, and run with it. She bowled a really good game the last game, and is, still on pace this game, at least so far.
Tough spare, though. Look
Looks
at
pretty
that.
good.
Look at that spare shooting.
It's a bonus. Anytime you make that spare, it's a bonus. It's so good. Like physically wise, it's just so
wow.
good.
It's very
So-
rare to see women throw with this much power as these two have. Like, it's impressive to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And considering one of them's 14. Like, I remember being 14 and I just moving up from 13 pounds, you know? I mean, let's be real.
At 14, all I wanted to do was hook the ball as much as I
Right.
can.
Yeah, just rev the ball. Like, that's all we cared about.
Yeah, throw it like one end, dutter to dutter, and see it smash the rat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, that was the best thing in the world. I was never trying to be this good at that age. Well, trying to be, but knew I never was.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, you can tell there are things that she would probably want to improve, and coaches could help her out and make her a lot better. But
Right.
like you said, the starting point
Just the
is so
foundation,
good, so
yeah.
young. It's
Yeah.
just
You know, whoever has been working with her, because, you know, somebody's there with her. Kudos to them, because that's
It's just getting now. It's getting with the right coach, or continue to stay with a coach that just knows
hang
what.
on.
Yeah, knows what is next. You know, for you, and not trying to drastically change. You know what you've got going for you already. So.
I've seen that way too many times where certain kids maybe have a unique way of bowling and they're really good at the local level. They go off to college and certain coaches want to coach a certain way and try to change that overall unique way of throwing, and then it ends up going south.
Right.
And they just don't end up being as good as they were with, I guess, their brand that was unique to them. So I think that's a very important note when it comes to coaching. Like, there's a way to do it.
To an extent, it's like you want to try and work with what they do well, but improve upon their foundation.
Sure.
Well, I think in terms of that aspect, Ken, I think improving on what you do well is great, but like getting better at what you don't do well instead of changing it. Because I think changing what you don't do well is different than improving, because if you change it, it just changes your whole physical game.
Yeah, that's very true.
So I think a lot of people, like you said, you know, can be not improving so well because they're just trying to change so much instead of just slowly working to improve on, you know, the things that they can improve on it, and while consistently keeping that foundation.
Oh,
Ooh,
almost another one.
almost got a break there.
Get the feeling again that it's going to come down to who throws a double here. Feel like if Kira can get lined up on the left lane, that she could throw 3 in a row, and all of a sudden it's a different match again.
Oh, you got to think for Kira now. You got to find a way to muster up a double. Your opponent's going clean the whole time. You've not throwing it terrible, but the splits have cost you. Put up a double.
That's got to push.
Oh, break going your way now. Each person's got one now.
You just hope it was a break in your bad lane and not your good lane, though. That's the only thing.
I remember bowling a tournament with Matt McNeil in Manitoba, and he had a shot like that went nose and carried. He's like, that's a break. I only get 5 a tournament. I already used one. Like,
He doesn't need 5 a tournament,
no
though.
kidding. But it's just funny, a guy like that. Let's cash it in.
Up the lane.
Cash it in. Little heavy on the head. 9 pin. Yeah, that's something I can't imagine is being the 2 leaders in the boys division. They bowled 4 games this morning, and they haven't bowled since, like a competitive ball since. They were done at, what, 10:30?
Yeah, about there, and now they're going to bowl the, yeah.
Now you're going to bowl for $2,000, no big deal. So when you're over on the practice pair, is there a certain things you like to avoid doing?
Yeah, I don't ever throw the ball. Sorry to cut you off. I don't ever throw the ball I'm going to throw in the final or on the practice pair. A lot of it is one because I've done all my preparations for that, but with that ball if I have to for that match, and it's more of a psychological thing, because the practice pair is always different than the finals pair.
Yep.
So I already kind of know what that ball's going to do over there on this, the match pair, and if it doesn't look any good in the practice pair, it just changes, your confidence in that ball. So, yeah, I shoot a lot of spares, just stay loose, and don't do anything drastic to what don't try and make a different shape out of what my eye's seeing. Whether the ball strikes or not, it's just trying to, that's unfortunate.
Careful, yeah.
I thought she made that. That's hard to do, too. But, yeah, I don't like to change very much. Sometimes I'll just throw some other balls to see maybe what's out there, maybe up the lane or something, but I don't try and do anything super drastic. But I'll never, I'm just watching Jordan a little bit, and he's throwing that purple ball that he's probably going to throw in the finals, and it's what he wants to do is fine. I just don't like it. I just think they're going to be different anyway, so you just never know.
Yeah, especially because the left side hasn't been touched yet.
Right.
This is fresh.
And they've been sitting for over an hour, and they get that much tighter, and, the oil actually starting to laze on the lane, so it'll be interesting.
Good shot if it hooks.
Yep. That looked a little bit better there.
She trusted that one.
But that open brings this match right back to, what are we, 6 pins, I think?
Yeah, again, if you're Kira and you go up and throw a double here, you're sitting pretty good. But I guess the first one to double in this match is probably going to be the one that wins it.
Say you're just waiting to see who throws 2 shots in a row.
And really, this is Kira's good lane. She just has to figure out 13.
And she's finishing on this lane, so that's a good sign for her. So, that's
It's left again.
So is this the championship match kind of nerves coming in?
Yeah, I also think it's. I'm just trying to figure out why hasn't she moved right, left. She clearly has the rev rate for it, and she hasn't really had much success to the right. But
Careful.
yeah, I think it's maybe it could be inexperience a little bit. It could just be I'm about to win $3,000 if I so there's a little bit of weighing on it for sure. And when you're used to seeing a shape so much throughout the day, throughout the weekend, why and you've led so much, why change it? But that's just the risk sometimes you have to take in certain situations.
That was a step left, it looked like.
Yeah, that one was really good. That one, like I said, the topography here wants to funnel to the right. You don't have to force it. So, that one was good. She's not out of it. She can bowl 185, and if Anna, spares
she doesn't double right here
Yeah, right.
somewhere.
There's
she's-
a, not to cut you off, but there's another, just to build on that last thought, what are some tips for slowing down the game when the nerves are running high in the championship match? Just a question from the chat room.
Yeah, you've got to bowl at your own pace. It's
Got a chance.
That's good.
Even if your opponent is bowling really fast, you've got to bowl. You've got to continue your tempo every single time. You've got to stick to what you normally do. A lot of tournaments offer re-rats, so I don't know if they do, if they allow it here or not. But in certain situations, it's okay to take a re-rat just to kind of slow everything down. You've got to think about what's going on right now in your head instead of worrying about what am I going to do in the next lane. Sometimes a lot of people have to get ahead of themselves. They don't really focus on what exactly has to happen, and not being distracted by what your opponent's doing. That was really good too.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Fortunate to only
Yeah.
leave the 9
Yeah.
pin.
I say spares a winner right here.
Yep.
If you're so distracted on either what your opponent's doing or too involved sometimes people who get too involved in the match end up just bowling worse than somebody who's just getting up there and focusing on what they're doing. But when they get back over here, they're just either talking about something totally different or trying to get their mind off of what's going on.
So hopefully, Zach, that answers your question in the chat room. I do thank
Yeah.
you for joining us today.
Careful.
Yeah.
Oof.
There
It's
we
closer
go.
than you'd like it to
Yeah.
be right there.
I like to sit off away from the match, like either on the next pair over or maybe a couple pairs over. I just like to get away from what's going on because that's all what's going on there. So if you're kind of over on the side, it's just like your own space.
Feel like you're out of it. In a
Correct.
way.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I like to just sit somewhere else.
And even there's times where if basketball was on or something, I turn it on my phone or just to keep my mind off of what's physically going on in the match, to not focus on.
And there's your winner,
Yep.
Anna Callan. Another win for La Crosse, Wisconsin.
The cheese.
Yeah, the power of cheese. And happy
Always.
parents.
Obviously happy parents. They've been cheering pretty hard right behind me.
Play more lanes, which is the home there of those two guys that we shall not name. They don't deserve time today.
Nope, this is not about them.
And we shall also mention what a great tournament for Kira at age 14, taking home with a $2,000 scholarship. Phenomenal start.
She just made that move to the left on this lane here, and you can tell it was just that much better. But she's 14, so.
Take with it what you can, learn from it,
Yeah.
and she'll be back again.
I would say she does live in Nebraska, but you would hope that she does take the trip to come back up here again. 'Cause
Absolutely.
She could be forced for the next half dozen years.
Eric Peterson, don't make me time you out. Don't make me time you out in chat. You too, John. Okay, we'll give Nick credit because he drills her stuff. Okay, so pro shop driller plug right there. But the other one, we don't name the other one.
No, he doesn't deserve it, does he today?
He gets plenty of time on NDBowltv. But once again, congratulations to all the girls who made the stepladder final, who cashed, who had a good weekend.
When you look at the score of this game, making the 5-pin, she wins.
Right.
So it's not even like she made bad shots. Because even with the bad shots, she could have won. So you kind of maybe just question why not, throw a strike ball. But it could also come down to you just wasn't sure what was going to happen anyway. So, yeah, it's
Okay, so they're going to take a quick picture, and then maybe we'll get a word with Anna and move on to our final stepladder series today. And JB Craig's pulling out the Scandal S, which is my mask is based off of a Scandal S jersey.
Oh, look at that.
Colors and all. So maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe that's the booth jinx. Sorry, Jamie, if that comes back to bite you. But
Yeah, we apologize here at NDBowltv.
and Jamie, I think he's going to regret writing on his sheet what he did because I'm going to have to tell the story again. That's just how it is.
Oh, I vaguely remember that story from last year.
Well, for
too.
many of you that don't know, Jamie is from my hometown of Minot, North Dakota, North Hill Bowl, as you see on his jersey there. He's actually heading to Matt's alma mater for college at Weber International in Florida.
But he's wearing Sean Wapner colors, so Sean. Sorry, I just like to I like to razz Sean. Him and I have fun. But yeah, you're right. He is heading.
I like to razz Ken. I mean, that's just how it is. I know how it goes.
He's he is heading to my alma mater. So best of luck to Jamie and everybody heading to Weber International.
Sure. And my fun story with Jamie is my wife and I were at the races one day out in Minot, just dirt track races, whatever. I go down to the bathroom, out walks Jamie, and I mean, this was like 6 years ago. And out walks Jamie walking out of the bathroom, and it's like, because it's a big grandstand, so it's like a mass, there's a lot of like stalls and everything in there. I'm walking in, Jamie's walking out with a plate, and there's pizza on it. I'm like, Jamie, what are you doing in the bathroom with pizza? And I believe that he was afraid somebody in his family would eat it.
Yeah, so he took it.
Because it had to be like 6-7 years ago. The kid was 12, but he was very afraid of somebody eating his pizza, so he took it to the bathroom with him. And I just thought it was odd.
Sorry, they didn't bowl on the burn here.
Yes,
They don't bowl. Oh, okay, I thought they bowled on the.
they will be bowling on the burn.
Now this is an advantage for the righties.
Right, because you've got.
But you're split now. You got 2 and 2.
Yeah,
Two lefties, two righties.
Jordan's the lefty, right? And then you got
Yes.
Brandon as the lefty.
So my guess is Brandon's probably going to play somewhere around 17, 18, 19 at the arrows. Jordan's probably going to play somewhere around 4, 5, 6. So that's okay. It'll just come down to which righty figures him out.
We'll see if we can get a word with Anna before this match starts. They're going to get 2 shots on each lane, I do believe. Again, we are now in the boys open division final, our final 3 matches of the day. And I do believe we are going to have our 5th different winner in the boys division because none of the past winners are left, so. All right, well, looks like we're going to get a word with our girls division winner. Matt, you might want to lean back or we're not going to see you. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, and welcoming in our girls division champion at $3,000 winner, Anna Callan,
Yes.
out of Wisconsin.
Yep.
How does it feel?
Shocking, to be honest, because I started in 10th and I had to work my way up, so it was kind of cool.
I was going to say, like, today, all 10 girls came back today. So essentially the 4 games this morning, you were all just bowling for position. And both you and Sawyer were 9 and 10 and found your way through the bracket and then basically bowled your way to the final and won. So, like, what changed? Like, what happened?
I would have to say my mentality, I guess. In the beginning, I was kind of nervous and I was anxious and everything. I'm also hungry, so that kind of played a part.
Fair.
And then I just told myself I needed to get the ball out. I was not trusting myself, and so I just repetitively told myself, trust. Like, you need to trust yourself. And that's when I was against Hannah. I also heard the guy that was sitting in my chair, he said, whoever doubles, he's like, really can get the win. And I was like, I got to do this.
Yep.
So I did it.
Well, you'll have to give a shout out to Ken. I know he's around here somewhere. But
Yeah.
So, a $3,000 start. You won. What's next for you? College?
I'm touring colleges right now. I had a few D1s that I was going to tour, but obviously that's on hold until the end of August. Hopefully that gets lifted in September. But yeah, I plan on going to college. Don't know where yet.
Do you want to bowl in college?
Yes.
Okay.
That is definitely yes. Yeah, I've wanted to bowl in college since I was in like 5th grade. I've been watching it, loving it. So.
Okay, any questions, Matt?
No, I just want to say congratulations. I think it was. I wanted you to move so bad. I kept telling both of them, I was
You
like,
did.
she just has to go a couple more to the left. But no, fantastic. You know, like I said before, you were one shot away from not even making it past the first match if she did mark. And when you got through it, it's just how do you capitalize on that. So
Yeah.
fantastic bowling today. Congratulations and best of luck
Thank you.
with your college hunting. And
Yeah.
I'm sure we will see you in the collegiate ranks and just continue to get better and just continue to not be afraid to take a risk. We talked about this morning something about taking risks and how often do you do that. And sometimes even if you are bowling your best, you have to do it anyway, and if it doesn't pay off, you have to be okay with it. So continue to do that, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Well done.
My brother, actually, he was the one that was like, Matt is saying that you need to move left. Move left. He was literally texting my dad, calling. That's who I was on the phone with every time.
yeah,
He was
we,
like, you need to move.
So,
Yeah.
hey, the live stream helps.
Exactly, yeah. It started with you just throwing it a touch too hard to making the right ball change to just not having the right angle. And then you
Yeah.
had the right angle, and then you ball changed, and then it was like, okay, now when is she just going to keep going? So very
Yeah.
good job, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And then you will be able to watch the show on NDBowltv on YouTube. It'll be on the archive probably 3 or 4 hours after we finish the stream. So if
Awesome.
you want to go watch it later, you can.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Anna Callan, the winner of the Girls Open Division. We got one more.
It's the power of the live stream.
I tell you.
You know, you never know what somebody else is going to see. And that's sometimes all it takes. So super good job, and congrats to her. And this is going to be a good way to end the day.
Absolutely, and just like that, we're underway on our boys' side. Jamie Craig against Brandon Cryer.
Ken, you got a little bit of a shout-out to you
Yeah.
there, man.
Anna gave you a little bit of. She said at one point you said the first one to double here is going to end up winning, and she's like, okay, I got to do this. So she heard you talking about it. So
I mean, it's not like they're very far away, so.
all right, what do we know about Brandon Cryer? We already talked about Jamie Craig. He's 18, going to Weber, all that good stuff.
Well, I think we did go through this at some point with Brandon.
Ooh,
Well, there's a good break to start. 15 years old, lives in Mounds View, so another one from the cities. 206 average, 300 high games, 778 high series. Finished fourth in the Minnesota High School State Singles, so, I mean,
not sure if he has any relation to the Eagle winner, John Cryer out of Minnesota, around the same area, but it wouldn't surprise me.
so I don't think it would shock any of us.
Who is also left-handed, so
Would make a little bit of sense, wouldn't it?
I think that ball rolled over his thumb hole. It
Right.
sounded like it, yeah. Like it looked like he was trying to hook, but it couldn't get there. So
and it is, because we have John Cryer in our chat room. John, good to see you. Hope all is well. USBC Eagle winner.
I'm sorry, John. Nothing against you and your son, but if my dad was left-handed, I would hate it. Because then he would be like, I know better than you, son. This is what you have to do. And I'd be like, no, Dad, listen.
Good spare there.
But I can see where all the talent comes from. So good job. You have great genes, John.
Yeah, look at his energy. Absolutely. There's some similarities when the two are bowling, that's for sure. Good to be able to bowl against the old man and then watch his kid bowl too. I mean, it's cool to see everything come full circle. First look at another Craig from Minot. Ooh.
Wow. 10 pin
Forward
forward.
I will say, not to hype up Weber International or anything, but I think it's going to be really beneficial for Jamie to go there because he is two-handed and he does have some key aspects of his game that will help him improve, that they will help him with down there. He's got the rev rate, he's got the ball speed, he's got pretty good direction. So it'll just be, some approach things that'll help him become better. So he's got really good foundation. And all like a lot of these kids, the kids who make the finals generally, they all have some sort of really good bowling skill. But yeah, Jamie, I think he's going to do well there.
Looks comfortable right now.
If he continues to throw it like that, we may have. He may be the early prediction to win.
So I feel like a key for Jamie is always going to be his ball speed, because I think that last year was a downfall where he was trying to throw it too much through the pattern.
Yeah.
And the ball just never worked for him. Yeah,
and he was 9-pin, 2-pin, and he could never quite get it right, where he's a little bit more under control right now with those first couple, and looks really good early on. And then you get breaks like that for Brandon, and
it's the beauty of bowling, though. It just sometimes you can throw a great ball like that, it doesn't carry. He could probably throw a ball much worse than that, and it carries. It's just that's bowling in a one-game match. It's tough. All right, good spare. And kicks it out.
It's
need a deadwood clear here. Where's Matt?
been a common theme on these couple pairs today.
Well, not Matt, but a worker here at Garden Center Lanes.
Hey, he bowled 300 on Friday nights.
Did he?
Yeah, he looks like the same person, so I would assume.
Well, I say, if I'm not mistaken, that's Caleb Baker.
Is it?
Yeah. He bowled. That's him. Yeah.
He's shot 300 at this tournament, as far as in the pro-am or in the doubles thing, so many times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Two-hander. Yeah.
He's a pretty solid bowler.
Yeah, he almost won this thing a few years back, so. Gets a cheer from the crowd. I always miss those days of extra frame when they used to do deadwood clears in excruciating detail.
Yes.
I always loved that part.
The most awkward thing is walking back and just seeing the blank stare on the workers' faces or something. Yeah.
The ball. Again.
Now it's Shaker's 10. Throwing some good shots early on, just not getting anything to go.
Yeah, you can't say he's behind because he's bowling bad. He's definitely throwing the ball well. Throwing urethane at the spares. I believe that's the New Brunswick ball.
The U-motion thing, yeah.
Which reminds me, NDBowling.com is sponsored by Brunswick. Matt, you're learning our ways.
Yes, I.
Welcome to NDBowltv. We keep things pretty simple around here.
I've won. For anybody wondering, sorry, we announced a new champion.
You have the wrong way.
Yeah,
there you
go. Oh, this is cool. This is cool.
For those of you who can't see that, he is holding the trophy that the boys will win, or the boy will win who wins. Here.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Wow, John actually says that his son lays out and drills all his own stuff at 15 years old, so that's that's pretty good.
That's a lot of knowledge to have already. Give him a couple more years, the kid might be start being able to beat the dad.
Yeah.
Push.
See, the one thing that he has going for him is that he gets all of it at the bottom and throws it hard, so he can never he can grab it, but it'll just be harder. So he never has to worry about it maybe going high unless he yanks it. But that's an advantage. It's because in some moments you tense up and you just grab a lot of it. But if you're doing that already, how much more can you get out of it? So.
And I do know from experience with that Scandal S, it's got a little bit of natural push within the cover stock.
Yep, you can see the frustration starting to come out a little bit there. really not throwing the ball bad, but when you're staring at a 5-bagger and you don't have a double, it can get to you pretty quick. I'll attest to that one.
Yeah, especially when you're throwing good shots, you're just not carrying. And you know you got to start striking or you're just going to not be able to catch up. That's tough.
I'd like to see him throw it a touch softer from there. It's in that 2-8 2-pin zone. 3-9 3-pin zone. And then obviously if you shut him down, it goes high. So I'd like to see it a touch softer from there. It's just,
And then he wraps the 7.
yeah, that's the
frustration boiling
Yep.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's almost left the whole back row, so.
Yeah, like that high flush 10 was the right ball speed. It just have to trust that it's not going to do that twice.
Yeah.
But he's seen something probably different than what I'm seeing anyways, so, and he's the one bowling.
Right.
So to tell yourself, yeah, okay, now all I have to do is throw it softer when your opponent has the front 5, it's totally different than sitting back here and being like, okay, dude, you know, all you got to do is just slow down.
Yeah.
And so
It's so
yeah.
easy to press in
Yes.
this situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're halfway through the game and you're down, 40 already, so.
At least props to him for staying clean throughout the whole thing. It's so easy to miss a spare when you're that frustrated, trying to carry. And props to finishing off the spares, man. Keep yourself in it.
Oh, let's try to push.
It's a scandal S. It almost did.
Nice.
Well, you can get away with it and leave a 9-pin. I think you'll take that. But maybe a little hope.
It's interesting. It seems like his miss, when he misses left, his hand stays under it, so his ball really can't go the other way very much. And when he misses a tad to the right, his gets his hand a little bit around it to kind of save it. So that might be a nice advantage for him to have.
Shout out to our boy Tad Schmidt,
Oh, yes.
Team NDBowling.com member. And Dad's in chat room saying he's got to stay down on the shot. I think you would know his game better than anyone else in here. It's okay. So good shot at this point. Just keep throwing good shots.
Yep, but again, maybe a little bit of hope there for Brandon. If he can throw a couple in a row here.
Yeah, throw up a double. Make him think about it.
Yeah, still got two possible 230s sits. So,
Yeah.
a couple more 9s here or from Jamie, and it's closer. But you're right, double, make him think about it, and maybe make that shot a little harder to throw.
Spare. I mean, if you're Jamie, you keep doing that right there. But, you hopefully throw a couple good shots here and get a couple breaks where at least maybe creeps into the back of the head.
Seeing John makes a good point in chat here, how the right side has a little bit of shim on it, where Brandon's the first guy throwing on the left. So
Yep.
the disadvantage to the current format.
Yep.
I gotta say, John, that is a very John-like reaction out there. I love it. Like the apple didn't fall too far from the tree on this one. That's pretty good.
Still in it.
So yeah, throw another one here.
Throw a good one here.
Yeah. Make him think about the 9-pin. Even though it was okay, it's still a 9-pin. So Make him think about it. Oh, it's got a hook.
Pretty close
That's got
again.
Hit it.
Oh, it was,
That one was a little bit too far left on the lane. I think, it gets to a point where you're trying to make it hook or trying to make it strike now instead of it just, like the one he threw on 14 was really, really good, but, and don't try and make it.
Yeah, his shot on 13 is what I see of myself when I'm pressing, when I try to get that double. You try to make the ball do something. It's so easy to do that instead of just roll the ball off your hand like you normally do. And
and now really with a couple marks here from Jamie, it's
Yeah,
about locked up.
210 and 260. He's, basically would need some sort of disaster in one of these 3 frames.
it's okay. Ooh,
Almost.
that's that typical Jamie Craig ball reaction here where he either just it funnels way right and doesn't quite get up the hill, or it takes off through the nose and he leaves some sort of 9-pin combination. And
Just has to stay clean.
yep,
He
pretty
seemed,
simple.
He seemed very, this whole match he seemed very within himself where, seen Jamie a time or two kind of let it get away from him.
I think the way the match started went a long way to helping that. Because I think if you flip the 2 scores around, I don't know, and, we'll give the benefit of the doubt to Jamie here that he would, but would it be as easy if Jamie was the one having the hard time carrying? I think it's just the way the match started. He knows he got away with that one.
Yeah, so that one looked left all the way from here.
And he's pretty much in cruise control, so.
Yeah.
And coming up next is Edgar. Is that the one?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
Because Jordan is a top seed.
You are correct.
Still a good tournament for Brandon. He's going to take home a pretty good scholarship. What do we got in the boys' open division for 4th?
Suppose we haven't looked at that.
Boys open division, 4th place $1,500, 3rd place $2,500, 2nd place $3,500, and top prize is $5,000. Something I could not even imagine bowling for as a kid. And I know it comes in scholarship form, but still.
That's a semester of college right there, $5 grand.
That's something as a kid when you don't physically see the payout of what you did.
Yeah.
Is it as easy to appreciate it? Me knowing how much you pay in student loans, how much it costs, I would appreciate that kind of scholarship money, so hopefully these kids fully understand the opportunities that they have. And again, great tournament for Brandon. I'm sure we'll see him again. John, it was good seeing you in the chat room, and hopefully all is well with you.
Yeah, at only 15 years old, I would say it's pretty likely that he'll be back here for a couple more years.
Definitely see him again.
That was a big step to the left there for Jamie.
See, this is where Jamie can fish a little bit. He
try
can
another ball.
See where his miss room is. See what kind of room he's got. Like you said, see what the next progression is in your arsenal.
Try another ball.
When you got the match locked up for at least another two shots here, so
yeah, 3 free shots. So just fish. Yeah, see what else is out there.
we'll do a Black Widow pink.
Yep.
A-sim ball.
Congratulations, James Craig, moving on.
And then, we were talking about it on the girls' side. Jamie was really close to not even making the top 10.
Yeah, right. He was on the
So
bubble the last game.
He was on the bubble and got in. And then
He
made his
was
way through the
10.
bracket. Thomas Wolf plaques were way cooler. Yeah, yeah. I remember those 43rd place plaques from junior state tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And I do appreciate that, John. Appreciate the kind words. And we will be, I hope we'll be back here next year. So once again, we have Edgar.
Yep, Edgar Burgos, I believe is how it's pronounced.
That's the one out of Illinois, right?
Yep, yeah, I know we've gone through it already, but 16 years old, has 15 300s, 4 800s with an 844. The 2016 Under-12 Boys Junior Gold Champion, and a whole lot of other really impressive credentials for somebody that age. So another person that we'll see a lot of.
For sure. And he'll get 2 shots on each lane, and then we got an all-righty match here.
It'll be interesting because he threw a bunch of surface today. So will he continue to do that? And it looks like he will.
Looks like it, yeah.
Phase 2 right out of the gates.
Yeah, he throws it hard enough to where he might be okay with it, but I don't know. If you're watching anything that Jamie is doing, you've got to find something good right away, because I don't think Jamie's going to run into very much of an issue.
Now I do know that Jordan throws the ball a little bit harder than Brandon does, a little more direct. Do you see any problems he's going to face regardless of who he faces out of this match? Based on what you saw from
if the Dutter doesn't play, he's gonna get locked up. He's been doing the same thing all weekend, which is great, but on that is where you try something different. And that's what I was saying before, is wouldn't throw the ball that I'm throwing. I would plan to throw, because you got to see if there's something different out there that may help. It does look like on the left side of the lane they are a touch tighter down the lane, so that'll determine how much surface does Jordan use. But then you run into the risk of how early is it going to hook. So there's a couple key things that we'll look for in practice that we'll be able to tell how good his look's going to be based off of the couple of shots that he's going to throw. But I mean, if the right blow's open and there's that extra shim there, if the person is good to where they can at least hit what they're supposed to hit, he can definitely get run over. But I think Jordan is a very good player, and I think he's got a couple of different tricks that he might not know of that he can do that would help. So it'll be interesting to see who wins this match, and who and what he decides to do.
Right, because I think regardless who wins this match, they're going to be comfortable, because the right side is starting to shape up pretty well.
Correct.
And Jordan hasn't been bowling for 4 hours, 4.5
Right.
hours. He's been bowling, but not a competitive shot for 4.5 hours. So it'll be interesting final for sure.
All it takes is that one shot to like 3-pin, and then he'll move off of it, and it goes high. Even if he moves one, and at 2-4-7s, that's when you start thinking, okay, and Jordan or Jamie or Edgar starts with a double. It'll be interesting.
Okay, and Edgar's another one who hasn't been bowling for a while, so we'll see how he kind of settles into the match. Jamie's been bowling the whole time, so. Again, if you just joined us, please hit that share button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the like button. It all helps us. If all things work out with the current situation going on in the world, our next show will be in Williston, North Dakota in mid-October at the Coors Light Fall Shootout at Strike Zone. Very good tournament held up there by Brad Peterson and his crew. Tournament I actually enjoyed bowling until I got hired to do a live stream. The one downfall of doing the live stream. You bowl less.
And interesting here, I think the first of the bowlers to actually choose to finish first. I think out of everyone that has come up, they've always started the match.
Okay, so maybe it's a comfortable lane choice.
I think based on his practice shots, that's probably a lot of it.
Okay, so Jamie Gregg against Edgar Burgos in the boys scratch semifinals. The player eliminated here will take home $2,500 scholarship. So, regardless of the outcome, you're sitting pretty good. The winner will bowl for $5,000 against Jordan. And we're underway. Looking pretty comfortable.
And I just noticed Jordan is looking at another ball. So I don't know if it was maybe he felt that I was saying something or not. But it just looked like he's going to try a different ball. Same zone, but...
You never know. Brandon could have been talking to him, too, as what he saw on the left side. I mean, that's possible as well. Okay, first shot for Edgar. Just left. Well, fortunate just to leave the 10.
So it looks like for him that right lane's hooking pretty early.
Which is probably why he chose to start over there. Finish on the left lane.
Spare.
Seems better. Yep. Good shot. Pretty solid at the line.
Got a really good game. I like the loose arm swing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it just kind of makes you wonder, though, why not look at another ball in practice on the right lane?
Yeah.
You 2, 4, 5, and then obviously that ball burned up, right? So why not look at another ball? You're going to move right, so why bother? Even if you're going to start in the lane, looking at another ball on 14 would have been probably a good idea, but, oh no, let's try to push.
It's okay.
So now it comes down to, okay, what's his move going to be on 14? Is it just a blind ball change? Is it, okay, I'm going to move a couple left and hope that it hits? There's really no for sure answer, but there definitely has to be some move. Jamie can get hot, and before you know it, Edgar could be down 50. So
yeah, and this is where we alluded to earlier about how long is it going to take you to find something comfortable in that lane, and if it results in wasting a couple frames, well, even if you have the other lane, you're just going Dutch at best.
Right, and you're 3 shots in on on lane 14. You get your 2 practice balls and then your first shot. So within 3 shots, there's got to be some sort of one that has to hit the pocket for sure. And if it doesn't hit the pocket, something else there's got to be something different.
Oh boy!
Hold up. Oh, fortunate there.
Yeah.
His dad, Jeff Craig, back here doing the typical league raise your hand. Can always count on Jeff for that.
Well, the weather looks nice out there, so it should be a nice little drive back. So
yeah, for you.
For you, yeah, we're gonna go through a little bit.
I see you guys keep looking at it.
This is the current. Oh, yeah, it goes away.
It's just fair. Oh no, yeah, that's not going to be very fun.
Yeah, after we're done here at Alex, Ken and I are loading up and heading towards Fargo. And any of you on, don't take your live stream down to go look at the weather or anything, but if you happen to,
Send us best wishes.
It doesn't look very fun. And if it gets close enough, we might just hang out here in the bowling alley. Who knows?
We'll see what happens. Big shot. See what Edgar does here.
He's tried to throw
Got
it
a
on
hook.
there. Yeah,
He
that's
tried to throw it right, and that's not it.
It's the wrong. You can't do that. You can't play there. It's like I said. That ball's got too much surface on it to where if you throw it super hard, it's got no chance. And if you throw it soft enough, it burns. It hooks immediately. So yeah, that's. I rather blind ball change in 2A10 than throw the same ball and know that I just executed poorly in 2A10. So yeah, there's got to be some sort of.
Something's got to happen.
Yeah,
on
and
the
it
fifth
looks
frame
like he's
there.
got a phase 3 in his badge, so that might be the go-to on 14. But now it's where do I play?
Right.
Do I go on top of the phase 2 and where I went high with the 10 pin, or do I, because you can't play any further right than that because there's just OB. So it's where do I play, and how comfortable am I with knowing my equipment and trusting myself on, because if Jamie doubles, that shot on 14 becomes that much more important. So
he looks comfortable on 13.
yeah, there's no early hood spot. There's no trap there. So it's now getting it through the trap, but still getting that ball to do something different. So
And he's going to the bag for something right now.
yeah, that ball was surfaced. That ball ain't gonna help. Yeah, that ball looks like it has more surface on it. He's probably gonna try and go. It surfaces a trap on 14, and maybe he's not seeing that, but I just don't think it's a smart move. It's pretty good.
And at what point maybe do you see what kind of ball motion your opponent's having?
Yeah, 100%.
And does that affect your choice on ball choices?
Yeah, so like they probably have similar rev rates. Jamie throws it a touch harder, but if you have similar rev rates, you can kind of do the same thing, just at maybe a different angle, a different ball choice, not as deep potentially. Edgar looks like he can throw it hard, so that's also another advantage. But if you can get somewhat close to what your opponent's doing, especially on the lane that you have no clue about, that wouldn't be that helps as well. But this double is huge for.
Big shot. Looks okay. Yep.
Yeah, that. Looks like he's going to that's a choice solid.
I think it's the hybrid. The choice solid is orange, I believe.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
So
the
this
original
is- this-
choice,
yeah,
right?
this is the original. The choice pearl is blue, so
Right.
that's the hybrid. But like you said, there's a lot of surface on this one, so
And it looks like he's just in the same part of the lane, so we shall see. Yeah, down hooked. That hooked instantly.
right.
It just.
And again, this is a case where if you watch Jamie's first shot on 15 or 14, it was cleaner through the front and didn't overreact off the back end of the pattern.
Right.
The ball he's throwing is a little shinier, has less surface on it. It all makes sense.
But again, it's easy for us to see this when you're up there.
Right. The
No,
perspective at the line is so much different than
Right.
sitting back
Yeah.
here armchair quarterbacking. It's just
Right. It's just it's that thing that's going to help you get to the next level, though, is recognizing, or even, maybe potentially having somebody else who recognizes it as well, who knows your game as good as maybe your parents or something that's to say, let's try and, try this. So.
yeah, that's where any tournament having another pair of
Yeah.
eyes that you trust is so valuable.
Even if it's a parent, somebody who you can trust.
Oh, that hooked way early.
Yeah.
That one even hooked at like 20 feet. Like, he's got to find a way to get more natural push through the front part of the lane.
Without having to hit it.
Right. The
yeah.
front part of the lane, with whatever he's throwing, the second it hits the lane, it's reading and burning up energy. It's just...
You know, there were also 2 or 3 girls who were probably laying it down the same spot that he was with a bunch of surface anyway.
Right.
And even if they don't have that much rev rate, it's still surface on a bowling ball that's going down the lane, 40, they bowl 40 frames or, 60 shots, whatever, and you've got, so it's unfortunate, but it's just having to recognize it and keep going.
Yeah, I like the way that ball's rolling for Jamie.
Yeah.
It clean through the fronts. It still has enough energy on the back end of the pattern. Doesn't put that 9-pin into risk for him like he's used to out here at the Garden Center. It's a good look.
It's just how long is it going to hold up right now?
Right. All right, for a 4-bagger.
That was
Looks
pretty
good.
yeah.
Yeah, he's locked and loaded. It could be a handful if if he holds that reaction long enough.
And like we said, I honestly don't even know what to expect from Jordan on the left side. I wasn't able to watch him early today because they were down on 21 and 22, and then we didn't get to see him bowling in qualifying to see kind of how he was on the fresh. But when the right side's getting a pretty good shim to it, it's looking pretty good for the right side at the moment.
Well,
Yeah, a little step
move
left.
At least. Unfortunate didn't carry, but
It doesn't get any better than that, unfortunately. I mean, you've got to get lucky to send that messenger across, and one right of that could go high. So it's
You're splitting boards at this point.
exactly, yeah. And how good are you at hitting exactly what you need to hit to get that ball to strike?
And that's the thing, and I know Jamie's thrown the last 3 have been really good, but there was a shot earlier that wasn't his best, and it still rolled up nice. So when you're splitting boards and your opponent's got a little bit of room, you're kind of in trouble. Ethan Tepley in the chat room, good to see you. And your title defense came a little bit short, but another good year for you. Good to see you in the live stream. You can just hear that ball like working on the lane, like the label just
trying to not hit that early hook, or trying to do something other than just go forward, or
And even there, he split boards to find the pocket, but even when it hit the pocket, it was just that can opener hit. Comes back to what we were talking about much earlier in the show about watching your ball go through the pins, and finding the right way through the pins.
a little wide, but it's okay.
A little wide, but with the ball he's throwing, he can get away with that.
You'll take slashing a 7-pin right now because he has the match pretty well in hand. Unless something crazy happens, which I don't think any of us are going to expect right now.
Well, let's not jinx him anyways. All right, on the spare. Pretty much in control. And again, if you are a tournament director out there watching and you would like your tournament listed on NDBowling.com, please head on over to the website. My email address is listed at the very bottom of the page. Send me over all your info and we'll get that posted. A lot of good tournaments coming up this year. Ooh.
Whoops.
Well, that might have been a booth jinx. We do apologize, Jamie.
That looked like a little grabby, like a lot of grabby.
Yeah. Like a careful shot, so to speak.
Right. Like, I don't want to screw this up.
Yep. Let's just coast.
Yeah. Luckily enough, I mean,
he's still fine, but, you know, there's that small, very small glimmer of hope now. Because even with a 9-0, he would have been fine, but now...
Yeah, he would need a mark. If Edgar would strike tight, he needs a mark.
Yeah. So, I mean...
But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do if you're Edgar is go out there, throw, you know, 3 good shots and see what happens.
Yeah.
The way that ball is reading the lane, it does.
It's unfortunate because he bowled a lot better than this all week.
Yeah, he was one of a couple players that just kind of ran away in qualifying. There were 3 guys that had 1300s, I believe, and
Yep. Both him and Jordan were 1321, and Blake Martin, who missed out on our show by a small margin, was right above him. But yeah, he bowled he bowled awesome all weekend to get in this position, and it's unfortunate that, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's his low game for the whole tournament.
right. But I think this is a product of, you know, you see progression in the pattern all day. You see progression in the pattern all day yesterday. And then you got to come out here and bowl in the fresh after 4 games from the girls and then 1 game from the guys. It's different progression than you've probably seen all week. It's tough, you know, especially at the age of being 16, you know. It's so hard to understand certain things. But I guarantee you, if we see Edgar back in this tournament, we'll likely see him on NDBowltv again.
I have no doubt about that. I mean, everybody that's bowled here this weekend that's, you know, made the step ladder finals here, I think you can count on seeing them again. Have that kind of game at 16 years old, that's something to be proud of.
Well, again, you're Jamie Craig. You have free shots.
Try another ball.
Yep.
Try another ball. Not that I would ever want a ball change, but with his reaction, there's no need to. But it doesn't hurt to try it.
No,
Right,
you
just
never know.
See what else is out there. In case all of a sudden your look goes away, at least you know what kind of reaction you'll get from another ball. Helps you make that guess. Helps you make that move. And we're about to enter into our final match of the tournament.
Congratulations, Jamie Craig. Going out to the match. Give it up for Edgar Burgos. Third place, $2,500 scholarship.
$2,500 for Edgar, so great tournament for him. And now we'll see. Oh, what do we got?
Jordan Monins, we have seen him already. I know we didn't get to talk much about him because we were worried about some other people since he was pretty locked into his spot at that point. But from Ham Lake, he's 19, goes to St. Ambrose, as we've seen a lot of people, you know, a lot of bowlers over the few years. 300 high game, 804 high series. You know, Matt's pretty familiar with him. Be interesting to see what kind of look he has.
Yep. Again, he's playing a completely different part of the lane than Brandon was playing on the left side, so he's looking at a pretty fresh left side. Jamie's really comfortable on the right side of the lane. That is starting to develop a nice shim for him. So,
For the sake of Jordan, if he moves like 1 or 2 left off of that 3-pin, if it doesn't go high, that's okay. You just hope it doesn't go high if he moves left, because then it just kind of seems like he has to manufacture with the ball speed. So we'll see how these next 3 shots progress.
and Joe, thanks for clearing up the last name. It is Monins.
Monins. Okay, well,
I do appreciate that as someone myself who gets my name butchered all the time. So thanks for clearing that up for us. Got her with the purple.
So it actually looks like for him, 14 hooks a little bit more. He looks like he's getting the ball a little bit further left early on 14, where on 13 it's just not coming off of it consistently. And what's funny because that's the same lane that was tighter for Brandon. Yeah. So we shall see what he does. Interesting that he didn't hit this ball with surface before they started, because it is pretty fresh for him, but we shall see.
Again, Jordan will get 2 shots on each lane and have lane choice.
Yeah, see, if I'm Jordan, I start in the left lane, take my guess, and then go from there.
Right, you would definitely want to finish on the right lane, but I feel like I heard him say he wants the right lane when he walk back. So I think he's starting on the right lane.
And Eric's a smart guy. Eric Lidded, who's the coach for St. Ambrose, and he's been here all weekend. So Eric's a smart guy. Eric's not going to steer him the wrong way. Eric coached him for a year, and I believe a couple times before that. So Eric's not going to steer him the wrong way, but ultimately it comes down to what does Jordan want to do and what lane does he want. And that's ultimately what's going to help choose does he win or not. Lane choice for him is more important than the righties, because
Sure.
he's the only guy on that side playing that part of the lane. So, but I think you're right. I think he's going to start on the right lane. We shall see what they do with the names, but.
And on the left lane is Jamie, so Jamie will kick us off on the left lane. Jordan has picked the right lane.
Unless he's seen something that I'm not seeing at all, which potentially, but.
Mill Dog, can you zoom out the camera so we can see the scores? I guess I'm unsure, because can people see the scores?
Looking at your screen, I can see the score.
Sure. So maybe you were just looking at when they were messing around with the names and stuff, but yeah, let me know if you guys can't see it. First shot for Jamie Craig's got a push. Fortunate enough to kick it out, so early break for Craig. Okay, I do appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys. I mean, you guys are my eyes, so if the audio or the video at any point, I do know that it can be blurry at times because the scores are, they got flashing cursors up there and stuff, and the cameras are on autofocus, so it kind of goes in and out at times, so. Jamie is throwing a Scandal S, I believe. He's still throwing that, right?
Yeah.
And then we got Jordan throwing the purple hammer. Can't see the final scores. Yeah, that's what's interesting. When the player is up, it only shows 7 frames. When like Jamie's not up, the scores extend. So it's weird.
Very interesting quirk to their scoring system. Good spare.
So if I'm shooting that spare would actually tell me a lot about what my ball's going to do. So he threw that one softer, and it actually picked up at the right spot. So now it's just how many do you move, 1 or 2 right, and with that same speed and throw it there. It's, of course, going to come down to how much angle does he want to play in. But it looks like he might just be throwing a touch harder than he needs to on this pair.
Now I think the key is this lane, because you know we were watching him in practice, and he's got a finish over here. So looks okay. Yep.
That one looked good.
So he must have seen something on that left lane that we didn't.
Yeah. I mean, we're also on an angle too, so. And I don't know if you saw it, Ken, and just felt like.
No, I mean, I'm with you guys. I thought the right lane looked a little bit better, at least the first couple of practice shots, but said we're seeing it from back here.
Right.
It's hard to completely know. I'm kind of blocked in the left lane, too.
Could be a case where he just wants to finish first and try to close the door. You
Yeah,
never know.
right.
I mean, we were talking about that earlier, so.
Right. Sometimes it doesn't come down to ball reaction. It comes down to what do you want to do.
See, and that ball was a lot wider than the one he threw on 13. And even some of the last shots he's thrown on 14. So I think Jamie's out there feeling pretty comfortable. He's got a pretty good look right now.
He's getting the breaks when he needs them, and I say that with like the little light pocket hits or some of the ones that go high. Like instead of them going high and getting 7 or 6, they turn into 9. Or like you said before, he gets the 9 a lot. So that also is a helpful thing. So you don't feel like you have to tense up and grab it. That was good.
Yep. See, and like you said, that's that ball reaction where in the swisher zone, there's no doubt that that's going to carry. Where sometimes a swisher zone where the other players were 7 pins. And
when you get it going up the lane and it lays there for like a 9 pin even, sometimes you'll carry the 9 pin, and that's the optimal ball reaction, that just is much more comfortable for a bowler.
good ball reaction. As you can hear, there's still a pretty good contingent here watching this final match to close out the 2020 Midwest Youth Championships here on NDBowltv, live from the Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. Once again, I'm Darren Seeney alongside Ken Fletcher and Matt Russo, calling the action on the final match of the day, the boys' open final, Jordan Monins and Jamie Craig.
Yep.
Well, here we go.
Say this. I think Jamie looks pretty comfortable, but Jordan comes back with 3 in a row like that.
Heck of an answer right there.
Unique thing about that ball is if you get it to read the front part of the lane, it's on this 43-foot pattern. It's not going to really change so much direction. So it looks like he's seeing that very well. So that's helping him. Looks like the shots that he went split. The 2-8 and the 3. I'm sorry. Oh, that needs to lay there.
It did.
Wow.
Thank you, Scandal S.
Yeah. The shots that Jordan went 3-9 and then he went the 3-7, it just looked like he was missing the spot in the front. So props to him for, trusting that it was going to be there and knowing. So This is going to be an exciting,
Shootout.
yeah. And this is the kind of bowling I like to call, the exciting match, it's back and forth and
Good shot after good shot.
yeah,
And
yeah.
Evan Miller also in our chat room. He was part of a good match 2 years ago when he won the tournament.
Oh, he
Oh,
grabbed
boy.
that one.
Oh,
Yeah, it looked like he grabbed that one a little bit.
well, opportunity for Jordan.
Sometimes when you throw one and it lays there, your eyes light up, and it's just like, oh, I can do that again. And you forget that maybe not on both lanes, but
Yeah, it seems
I've
like
been
he's,
there,
he's
yeah.
got that room on 14 for sure, but not exactly 13.
Careful.
So, Matt, I do have to ask, since you're a two-hander and probably the first two-hander we've had on our show here, do you see any, and because both of our finalists are two-handed, do you see any long-term effects as being able to bowl the same way you bowl,
Hit. Oh.
like later on down the road when you get older?
I hope not. I hope there's no long. I don't know.
I mean, seeing Walter Ray do it kind of gives some of the
Yeah,
two-handers hope.
I
you
hope
know?
I can do it till I'm 50 at least. I do. I don't really get very much pain when I bowl. But yeah, I mean, as long as you've got to keep your body in some sort of shape. If you've been doing it for so long, Walter has manufactured it in a way that it helps him.
Yeah.
But I think the guys that are smoother with it and have less craziness with their approach and just more efficient will be able to do it longer. And I think it all depends on how much stress you put on your back.
Sure.
And I think staying in shape has a lot to do with it if you're two-handed.
Sure, and I've grown very envious of Anthony Simonson's game, the way he's put in the whole backup ball thing, and just the tools that he's put into his game is incredible.
Yeah, I can't throw it back up. I've got no chance.
It's spare. Dead even match right now.
Yeah, some two-handers have a lot more moving parts than others, and you feel like, is that going to catch up with them someday? And I guess, that it's the same goes with one-handed bowlers. It's the same way, some have a lot more moving parts, which kind of brings upon injuries and stuff like that. So longevity-wise, hopefully you're able to do the same thing you are.
Yeah.
Gonna hook. Good shot. Got quite a match here.
I've always liked Jordan's game from the first time I saw him bowl.
Very solid at the line.
Yeah, there's some things in his game that I'm like, oh, maybe I can put that into mine. Obviously, everybody throws it different. And I'm not at a point where I'm looking to change something so drastic, but sometimes you learn some little things that you can see. So he's definitely has a really solid game, and he's definitely gotten much better since the last time I saw him bowl.
Seemed like he tried to muscle that one down lane.
Yeah.
It's almost like he knew he was going to pull it left. Like there was something different about that shot.
And that's that Jamie Swisher 7, is he getting into the Swisher 7 Stone 9 area where he was last year?
Right. And is that because of maybe starting to press a little bit, knowing that you're in a tight match, knowing that strikes are...
Could very well be.
He's got to remind himself just to make sure he rolls the ball off his hand. kind of stay within yourself. Keep a good tempo. Big shot here. Throw up a double. Push. Ooh.
Got a break.
If he can trip the 6, so can I.
All right, now it'll be. I couldn't tell for sure if the shot he threw on 13 was bad, but
The last couple look like they've been left and a lot straighter up the lane from what I can see.
his, I mean, he's got. They're in the 8th frame already, so, this is probably the quickest match we've had.
Yeah, most strikes we've had too.
Yeah.
So. Big shot here.
And he has 2 different shoes on, if you didn't notice that. He's got a 9 and he's got also the 8s. So that was
Looks
better.
all right. Yep,
Yeah, that was just a better. It's better executed shot. But yeah, he's got 2 different shoes on. So if he does win, I'm gonna ask him about that. Is there a?
So I bet you it's a case where like he ripped apart his push-off foot, because I've done that before back in youth when the push-off was like severe. Rip apart the push-off, and you found a combination on your sliding sole that you really like, and you go with it.
Right. Because the shoes are made like the 8s are much bigger than the 9s in terms of fit-wise. So.
Gotta have it. Oh! If you could trip the 4,
Yeah,
so can I.
Yeah, that one looked a touch slower than normal, but
Okay,
10-pin game, 10-pin match, sure.
going into the 9th. This is what we want here on NDBowltv. Down to the wire.
This is the biggest shot of the game for Jamie.
Yeah, especially on this lane.
Yeah, last one was okay, but can he just regroup and throw it good?
Yeah, because you know 14 will be fine.
Yeah, that was close.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's good.
That couldn't be any better than that.
Yeah, and you got to think he's pretty comfortable on 14.
Yeah,
That's where the lane choice thing comes in.
and that's as a number 2 seed or the lower seed. You hope that the person that you're bowling pits the lane that you love the most, that you finish
Right.
on. So
It makes you wonder if his eyes lit up when he knew he was going first on the left lane and he could finish on the right lane.
Spot if it sits. Yep.
yeah, that
That's a purple ball right there. Okay, here we go. 10th frame.
It's all in Jordan's hands.
he needs double. Double for the win.
Yeah, Jordan goes into the 10th with a 10-pin lead. A chance for $5,000, and I think this is the exact reason why he picked the lane he did. He can get up and close the door.
Oh, that's
Circled
wide.
it.
He's gonna get there.
Oh no.
Oh my.
He circled it off his hand like it seemed uncomfortable at the line. Something was a little different.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Just looked like his ball got in front of him
Well,
instead of.
here you get the count, get the 1. Make
Yeah,
sure you get the 1. Anything can happen.
I mean, he still has 230, but yeah, you have to get the 1 here.
Yep. Like, I know you want to throw it as hard as you can to try to convert it, but
Not in this situation.
just make sure you get the 1. Hook. Oh boy.
That's not good. Unfortunate, but
Tough break. Tough break. He threw such a good game, and Well, ball in hand on your good lane. $5,000 on the line.
Just need one good shot right here.
Oh, that's
A
up the
little
lane.
left.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Okay,
It's okay, but not what you want to shoot at.
right. Not on this. Hard and straight. At least the 10 is gone. And this is where that getting that one
yeah. I
pin
was
on the
just about to
710
say, yeah, just
Mhm.
you
is
know,
very important.
8's a lot more than sits. So
Don't chop
Oh
it.
boy.
Ooh.
Oh, that was close.
that
Ooh. I saw chop off his hand.
yeah.
That scared me there. Okay, well,
7 for a win.
yep. See, this is where people were wondering why they can't see the score, because now Jordan's score extended to the end of the screen, and you can only see 224. But he did shoot 232, so you need 7
pins.
to win. Seven pins. That'll do it.
That's enough.
Jamie Craig is your 5th boys winner.
Congratulations, Jordan Mottens. Second place, $3,500.
Interesting ending.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Jamie Craig, $5,000.
Jamie Craig's the winner.
You know, like going back, nothing, you know, saying that Jordan picked the wrong lane, but, you know, the shot that he threw in the 10th reminds me of the first 2 he threw in practice.
Correct.
You know, so it kind of can come down to, you know, maybe if he was on the right lane, would that shot may have, you know, picked up and got 9 at least. But bowled an incredible game. Both of them did, and, you know, Jamie bowled a great step ladder, so can't.
And I recall all the boys finals the last few years have all been really close, really good matches. So
Yep.
again,
Absolutely.
congratulations to Jamie, and we'll probably have a word with him following the cardboard check presentation. And while we have a quick moment, I just want to say thank you, Matt, for stepping in and speaking with us today. It was good to kind of pick your brain on various things, and we do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the invite, and I'm sure Global would love to have you guys, you know, back again. So, and I'm sure the tournament would too as well. So, and, you know, hopefully I'll get to come back next year and, you know, we'll get to call another final. So,
There you go.
Appreciate
That'd
you
be
guys
great.
for sure, having me. And it's nice to get back to the youth and, you know, get to see the next up-and-coming talent.
Sure. And while we have a quick minute, I do want to remind everyone that Brunswick, the Brands of Brunswick, are the official bowling ball of NDBowling.com and NDBowltv. Again, you can connect with NDBowling.com and NDBowltv on Facebook. Please like the page, subscribe, hit the thumbs up button, hit that bell, get notifications on YouTube, and follow the NDBowling.com Twitter page. Again, thank you to all the great sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships for supplying over $30,000 of scholarship funds. So great job there. Once again, you're watching NDBowltv, the High Plains Bowling Network. And joining us now is boys division champion Jamie Craig. Jamie, it's about time you're sitting here talking to me. How's it feel?
Oh, man. Last 2 shots are not very good, but hit the pocket on the left side, you know. Keep the head
that's
pin in
okay.
play. That's all that matters.
So let's go back to this morning. Going into game 4, you were on the outside looking in.
Yep.
And you were down. Wait, did you finish down over
yep,
there? Or did you finish
21-22 last
So
pair
what
down.
happened the last game?
Just barely squeaked in. Had the back 4, I think, to shoot 203.
And you got in as the 9?
10th.
The
last,
10.
Yeah.
You were the 10th guy. So then you made your way through the single elimination bracket. The first match against Brandon Cryer, what did you see in the lane that kind of gave you a little bit of confidence going forward?
Had a lot of room down lane. Really had to be pretty accurate at the arrows, but I had a lot of miss from down lane at the start. Had a little luck, a little carry. a lot of lefties didn't there. So
You know, you were throwing the Scandal S.
Yep.
Very nice by Hammer.
Yep.
I saw you take a few shots with the pink Widow. What were you throwing all weekend?
Kind of combo of the Pink Widow, Scandal S, Tactics. It's really anything to get through the pins. Didn't have a good look all week really on this pattern. Couldn't string them until really match play started. And then
Yeah, and you
switched.
started off kind of behind because they carried over the pins. You were towards, what, 13, 14
Yeah,
out of the
14th.
qualifying, and then you
Yeah.
had to make your way into the 10, and then once it got to single-game elimination matches, all it is about winning your match and moving on. So, you know, you're headed to Weber down in Florida. Is that move coming up soon for you?
Yep, leaving Sunday.
Very nice. Heading to the guy that crushed that place lately.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts?
No, just congratulations.
Thank you, Matt.
Super big momentum going into college. I think you're going to do very well there. You've got a very good foundation, and Dell and Ruben are going to know exactly what to do. And the coaching staff is fantastic. It's a great place to get better. So definitely take it all in, and just what you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. And that's something that I learned really quick there. But fantastic bowling this weekend. Just go down there, enjoy it. And make sure you work your hardest. And if you follow the right influences, you'll be where you want to get to. So just don't fall into the trap. But congratulations, great bowling, and I'm sure we'll see you crushing it out there in college. So.
Thank
Absolutely. Congratulations, man. Good work. All right, Jamie Craig, the boys division open champion, taking home a $5,000 scholarship. And that's going to about do it. Once again, big thank you to everyone who joined in on the chat room today to kind of offer up your questions and just for your viewership. We do appreciate that on our first show of the year. Ken, any final thoughts?
Just another great tournament. Good, exciting finals, as you would hope, and, very deserving winners. And you can see it by the fields in here how fortunate we are with some of the young talent that's coming up. I mean, the boys, the girls, there's a lot of people that are going to be around for a while, at least in our area, if not, moving up towards Matt's realm. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Matt, good luck on tour. Good luck going forward. And
Thank you.
Hopefully we see you at the top of a lot of standing sheets.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and maybe I'll catch you guys on bowling on ND Bowling instead of commentating. But no, I appreciate you guys having me, and I'm sure we'll be back next year.
Cool.
So
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. All right, and again, that'll do it. Once again, I'm Darren Steen alongside Ken Fletcher. And for Matt Russo, saying thank you guys for joining us on our first show of the year. We're going to get packed up. We're going to see if we're able to drive home at the moment. There's storms on the way, but we'll see what happens. And Ken, you won't be with me on the Williston show. I might be flying solo on that one, but you can join us. Maybe, it's not confirmed yet with everything going on in the world, but our proposed next show would be up at the Strike Zone in Williston on October 17th or 18th, whatever the Sunday is that weekend, of the Coors Light Fall Shootout, as long as everything goes well and that happens. So make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube. There's a little bell. Hit that, and you'll be notified every time we go live. And be sure to check out NDBowling.com, the upcoming events page, as we do articles, upcoming events, we do rankings, we do everything there. So again, I appreciate you guys watching. Once again, you are watching NDBowltv, the High Plains Bowling Network, saying good night from Alexandria. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, it was. Safe travels, man. Yeah.
We'll be quick enough.
We'll see. If we have to pull over, we'll pull over. But yeah, have fun in cabin traffic. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd rather pick the storm over cabin traffic.
Yeah, I'm with you.
As long as there's no hail to beat up the old pickup. Well, I don't have
town. I just have load up.
I don't care. I'm not going all the way back to Minot, so I don't.
Oh, you're just going to Fargo? Supposedly getting hammered right now.
It looked like it broke up around Fargo, so we'll see how it builds up as it goes up this side of town. Might catch a little. But between our tear down and load up, we'll see where it's progressed and we'll decide. Get a hold of me when we get home. I won't be home this week, but after that, I'll get you some stuff.